ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everyone to the final day of DreamHack. Welcome to the finals of the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters Winter 2023 tournament. We started with 48 players 2 days ago. Now we are down to just 4. But those 4 are that much closer to taking home the lion's share of a $75,000 prize pool. And of course, our winner will be taking home the incredible trophy. But for more on how we got here, let's take a look back over the last couple days.
That's right, here, the dawn of the final day, and we have 4 players of best to ever do it to enter a skirmish of the most severe kind here as 4. It makes it easy for us to be able to talk about it when it's the caliber of the game that we see here throughout the last 2 days. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to day number 3 of StarCraft 2 Masters Winter 2023. My name is Katowice, and joining me to my left-hand side, I have Kat as well as Steadfast to talk about everything that has gone down. Yesterday was a barn burner, and I like it so much, Kat.
It was truly an incredible day of StarCraft from start to finish. I mean, we're watching on screen some of the recap. That kid in the red shirt, he was wild as well, cheering on the entire event. I don't know how he had the energy all the way through, but the crowd has been amazing. The event has been amazing, and it's been awesome to be here.
Yeah, definitely so. As we take a look back, there he is again. He's stolen the attention. But Steadfast, yeah, a great day yesterday. Obviously, you were casting some of these fantastic matches, and more to come today.
Honestly, I just feel so lucky to be a part of this. It's weird to me that this has all been one tournament because there's been so many storylines, so many different matches. It feels like for some of the players, they've had such a quick, short run, and some of them have had such a grueling, long run. It's been really just an amazing experience, and I'm just so happy to be here for it.
No, definitely, an amazing experience is correct. And even just to speak personally for a second, for myself, being able to meet this fantastic crowd throughout the morning as well, I got a little bit emotional, if I'm perfectly honest with you. So thank you very much to everybody here that is already here for an excellent day and an excellent finals here for StarCraft 2. Beyond all of that, though, 4 players do remain. Cure, Dark, Clem, and Cyril. We are guaranteed a Korean versus non-Korean final here, Cats, which is oh so poetic. I do like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's been a classic for so very long. At the same time, I mean, I think that both here, there's a no. Yeah, and I feel like it's been so very so very close between these players as well, in the ways that they match up against each other. Like the first matchup that we have, of course, is going to be the Korean one, and you know, they are both excellent players, though Dark has been having the better end. And on the other side, I mean, Clem versus Cyril is a barn burner in itself. So I'm happy that we got these 4. I'm happy that we're gonna have a Korean versus non-Korean. But yeah, I hope it's not a mirror matchup, but who knows.
Well, we will see. The TVTs have definitely been interesting throughout the tournament. I think that's fair to say. But Zerg vs. Zerg has sometimes been able to produce some good matches regardless here. That being said, though, I think when coming in today, Cyril seems quite confident. Clem might have a little bit of an uphill struggle against that. Then, of course, you've got Dark on the other side, who's always confident forever. And then Cure is on some of the best form he's ever been on.
Yeah, it's really telling that the 4 players we've got left are the 4 players who have not dropped a map in this tournament yet. In the earlier rounds of the tournament, you can absolutely find yourself, you know, dropping down a map, dropping down a series here and there, and still finding your way back through. But the players that have been dominant have been dominant. Dropping a total of, I think I did the math on the maps, but it's not many. It is very few maps relative to everyone else in the tournament. They just look so locked in. For me, Dark, he is really channeling that final boss energy.
Yeah, we'll get a lot of time to talk about this here in a few moments' time. But before we do, let's follow Kat, the red-nosed reindeer, and see what happened yesterday coming into today.
Here reporting from the floor to try to find out what the StarCraft 2 community is all about. Come with me. How good are you at StarCraft?
I'm bad. Like Diamond 2, Diamond 1. Oh, it's been really fun. I've been loving watching the games.
Yeah, we came the second time to DreamHack, actually. We came last year, but we missed Rainer, so we had to come back.
Did you kind of missed Rainer too, kind of like he's out over
A little bit, yeah.
Who are you rooting for now?
I'm from Clem, obviously, as a Frenchman.
How come you're standing up instead of sitting down?
I don't know. Because I don't know. I like to stand up.
Start, who are you?
I'm Steven Johnson. Or Hybrid Theory in game, which is more important, right?
You're a Linkin Park fan?
Absolutely, yeah.
How do you like that compared to StarCraft? Like, would you say StarCraft is better than Linkin Park?
Linkin Park fans are going to come for me, I'm sure, but hey, we're still here watching StarCraft, so.
Okay, how's the food here? I mean, France has a very good, reputable cuisine.
I think I will not die eating food here. Steam buns were really nice, actually.
Like, went on a mission to get all the signatures of every player.
For who's going to win?
I mean, boring answer, but Cyril's my favorite player, so I have to go for him.
Yeah, you know, I have a Cyril tattoo on my hand.
For this match right here that's going on, I have to go for Estrella, the American hero.
Do you like the general atmosphere? Is it easy to make friends here and whatnot?
The best community, hands down. It is the easiest community to make friends with. Everybody is just so talkative and willing to talk to you about pretty much anything.
It's my first live event, so it's just like surreal to like see all the players and everybody. Like
it's super easy to just go and make friends because everybody's here for the same stuff.
And this year, it's like even better. Like everyone's here, like the crowd, like the seats are bigger. Like it's a much bigger time than it was last year. So it's glad to see that real-time strategy is still growing.
So as you can see, it's great to be here in the crowd. Everyone's pretty friendly and everyone's having a good time. Check it out next time.
I met so many of those people this morning, and they were all fantastic. So thank you very much, Cats, for giving us a little bit of a glimpse as to what's going on back there. And yes, Linkin Park are the best. Also, who's the best? The guy editing that video. He's the GOAT. Never mind.
They are the GOAT. Yeah, no. Yeah, they edited some parts out of Linkin Park, the Linkin Park bit as well, which was pretty really. The guy basically said StarCraft did outlast Linkin Park. We did.
Oh. R.I.P. Chester. I do love good old Chester. But anyway, let's talk about StarCraft, of course, here, as we have the bracket to show you at home, as well as here in the audience. We have got 4 players remaining. As I mentioned before, 4 of the best to ever do it. It's Clem, it's Cyril, it's Dark, it's Cure. 2 TVZs will lead to whatever may happen in the finals here, Steadfast. But to be honest, I don't care what combination we really get, because we've got some banging StarCraft to come today.
We absolutely do. There's storylines for everything right now. We've got Dark, the final boss. He's in that villain mode right now. We've got Cyril, the finisher, who didn't win last year, was knocked out by Bunny. He wants revenge. He wants this tournament. We've got the 2 Liquid boys on the opposite sides. Liquid has had the worst bracket luck in history, and potentially this tournament might make up for 13 years of misery with a possible sweep of 1-2. Just amazing. Yeah, and then Clem possibly winning his first offline tournament against the final boss. Everything is so good.
I think a lot of people are looking at that as potentially the dream scenario, right? When it comes to the potential of Clem being able to finally do it here in a kind of LAN setting, that would be exciting. But he has an extreme hurdle to be able to overcome. And if you are able to overcome that hurdle, what numbers are we looking at for the prize pool? As we do have 15,000 for first place, as well as 1,500 EPT points. But let's be real, these guys probably already have enough of EPT points because they're all pretty good at the video game. So that's quite nice. But beyond that, we have a guaranteed at least $5,000 for each and every one of these players here, Kat. So that's not bad at all.
It's not bad at all. It's good to just show up and to be here and do your thing. And yeah, everyone's going to be pretty happy here. So that's always good to see. It's going to be a very exciting day. I love the storylines that you highlighted as well, I have to say. Great.
There you go. There you go. All right. Well, beyond all of that then, we have our sponsors to talk about as well before we get to our first game here today. So a huge thank you to start things off for good old Blizzard for joining us here for all of the action that's going down as you created the game and you created this that has been going now for 13 or 14 years. So thank you very much. Also, a big thank you to Monster Energy for joining us here and keeping us fueled and good to go throughout. And I'm going to steal more of that strawberry lemonade version. That's very nice. Do you have a particular flavor that you enjoy?
There was a Monster Water out there that's kind of undercover that they didn't want the people to know, but I think it's run out now. I did have a favorite last time around. I mean, I'm a fan of the white Monster, of course. Yeah, there's a purple one that I'm a fan of as well. It's Ultraviolet, I want to say.
I know that one. Yeah, I know that one. And of course, we also have US Air Force as well. You can check out www.airforce.com and you can aim high and find your path on over there as well. And finally, here to round things out, we do also have ESL Shop that you can check out. We always keep running the commercial where you can see some nice DreamHack merchandise that is normally popping up here and there. So shop.esl.com for that one. All right, let's do it. We've got ourselves our first semi-final going to be coming up, and it will be the Korean going up against the Korean. Dark goes up against the Cure. It's Dark, the hope ender here of Protoss in this tournament, and he is coming for the money. He's coming for those EPT points. But will the newly acquired Liquid Cure be able to defeat him in this TVZ, who's looking fantastic in form? His arm isn't hurt anymore, Steadfast. Big fan of that. That happened quite a while ago.
It did, and he's been on the rise. Like, we talk about it all the time ad nauseum, but it's worth mentioning again how consistent he has been for such a long period of his career. But now, it feels like in the last maybe 12 to 18 months, he's taken an additional step forward and really become a threat to become a champion once again. And it's so cool to see that he kind of channels that thing that we used to know the Koreans for, which is being unfazed, completely unfazed by the offline setup. And something that we actually really praise Serral for. So it would be so cool to see Cure doing really well. But once again, I already talked about it like twice, but it's worth mentioning a third time. Dark is betting on himself, and he looks scary this tournament. He looks like he is ready to re-embrace the villain of old.
I mean, there's always been those moments, as you say, where Dark is very confident in Dark, and we've already seen that here at this tournament as a whole. But Dark seems to be, especially as I say at this tournament, betting on himself and then really backing it up with action here, Kat. So that's a bit scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he completely had an amazing series against Classic, just doing incredible comebacks that he had no business being in for those games. So he really is working some magic, some dark magic, if you will. And against Cure, I mean, he's had the better of him as well as of recently. Dark does really well in the matchup, and Cure, it's actually kind of his weak point.
A little bit. Even though Cure is such a solid player and his timings are so sharp, he isn't necessarily going to have an easy time against necessarily any top zero, but against a player like Dark, it's just such a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, Cure will have dropped some series to DRG here and there, to Solar, obviously top tier Zergs, but when it comes to Dark, I think he dropped the last 3 or 4 even, as I'm seeing, before he actually took a series. So you know, this one, he's gonna really have to channel that Team Liquid energy. He's really gonna have to try to be as stoic as he can in the face of, you know, an audience that has to be intimidating for most players, especially with a player like Cure who hasn't had that many really like super big tournament results, right? Like, he's not used as much as Dark certainly or Serral to being in this stage and near the finals of a tournament.
I did think at the start of this year it was a matter of time before Cure really was able to attain something on an international soil beyond, you know, South Korea and how it does sit, but we shall see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head now to the stage as we get our first semi-final underway.
Our next 2 players, one will head to the finals and one will end their tournament journey here. Please welcome to the stage from DKZ Gaming, Dark, and from Liquid, Cure.
물음표가 뜨고 나서부터 이제 왠지 4강에서 도욱이 형이랑 할 것 같았는데 이렇게 또 만나게 돼서 좀 반갑기도 한 것 같아요. 평소에 명호랑 게임을 온라인에서 많이 하면은 솔직히 자신이 없긴 한데 그 사우디 때는 제가 이겨본 경험이 있기 때문에 어느 순간부터 되게 잘하고 있었고 그리고 뭔가 한쪽으로 이렇게 치우쳐진 플레이가 아닌 좀 결승전에 가면 한국 포인트가 1등이 될 것 같은데 그것은 상징적이기도 하고 좀 굉장히 뿌듯할 것 같아요. 저에게 뭐 결승전이 이제는 뭐 의미 있다기보단 결승을 간다고 만족하지 못할 것 같아요. 빨리 퇴근시켜줄게 내년에 보자. 그게 비춰준다 생각하지 않습니다.
It is time for these two legends of StarCraft to face off against each other to kick off day number 3 of the event. My name is Fear and I'm joined here by Zombie Grub. And this is going to be a ZVT to remember.
It absolutely is. Kira is looking to be in top form, but Dark is looking to not just reach the finals, but I suppose absolutely dominate the finals and look toward the next event as soon as possible. And that is real Dark energy. Winning is not enough. You gotta beat your opponent into a bloody pulp.
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't have said it better himself. And he said it earlier on when he said he thought he was the favorite. He was the only player at this entire event who was asked, who is the best player at this event? And he's the only one who said himself, besides Cyril. Everyone else said Cyril. But Dark, he has that confidence, and Cure is going to have to go up against that confidence. I know that a lot of people have been making memes and jokes about how Dark is the villain and knocking out the last Protoss players and all of these other things, but I think he truly has made a lot of fans with his very, very fun and weird playstyle, a lot of his strategic choices and everything. So much fun to watch. I can't wait to see what Cure is going to be able to do against what Dark has to bring to the table.
You know, Cure can sometimes be seen as the, he's just a solid Terran, right? Like, what am I really going to be paying attention to? And that happened a little bit, I think, at Gamers 8 as well, where it was like, well, is this going to be the literally most exciting match that I've ever seen? I don't know. And then Kira comes in and is an absolute beast, toe-to-toe for much of it, against the best Zergs in the world. And it was just so exciting to see, basically, that top 0.0001% TVZ that Kira absolutely is able to display. But Dark has had his number recently in the online series and some offline ones. It's been going Dark's favor, and it's been going in Dark's favor in a pretty nasty degree, which apparently is exactly what Dark is looking for, and not just a win, but a 3-0.
And I think that's going to definitely set him up very, very confidently into the grand finals if he can make that happen. Can his opponent stop that? We're going to be moving into this best of 5 to determine who moves on to the grand finals, Zombie Grub.
And we are getting into game number 1 on site. Delta in the top left for Dragon Kaizi Gaming. He is Dark.
And down here on the bottom right-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player from Team Liquid on that upper side of the bracket, he is Cure! Loving all of the signs out there, loving the cheers, loving the fans, getting excited and amped for the series, and I am also amped for the series, Zombie Grub. I do want to actually bring it back really quickly as we get the game starting off with a nice early pool.
Yeah.
Is that Dark did play exactly one TVZ series this event. It was against Spirit, and it was not on the main stage, so I am very curious. Did Kira go back and look at Winter StarCraft's VODs and see the cast of that particular series? Did he go back and do the investigation and see what Dark has been doing?
Yeah, if not him, perhaps one of his teammates as well. Obviously not Clem, who's going to have to, save his own TVC strategies and whatnot. But nonetheless, hopefully getting some help and hopefully having that time to look at it, because Spirit actually really brought it to Dark. I called it as one of the potential upsets of the tournament, and it actually only almost ended up happening. Really long games, really interesting games, and Spirit might have even had more of a chance to take down Dark if he hadn't had his own little slip up there on the mental game, kind of forgetting a base for a little bit. We've got some really interesting openers, though, right off the bat, not just your standard 1-racks versus that hatch pool gas. We do have Dark going for an early pool. Sixlings are on the way, but Cure, it looks like he was really greedy. A command center first can be labeled as such, certainly, but in that weird effect that can sometimes happen in StarCraft 2, the command center finishes.
by the time the Lings are over. But the weirder thing about this is that forward-placed wall, which isn't going to be complete anytime soon. So while the command center definitely will finish on time, turn into orbital at the same time as the main, the tricky part is actually keeping those SCVs mining as the 6 Lings just have full run of the main and natural.
Yeah, you really don't have any way to kind of pincer those Zerglings in, to have some full wall in, to either lock them in or lock them out. Lings actually chasing the SCVs outside of the natural
my good lord.
And now, a third command center that was started up gets scouted. I cannot even imagine. Or actually, oh, no, he still is building both of those command centers right now, right?
No, that's his third. That is actually his third.
I'm like, wait a second. Did he, like, cancel the natural at some point? I missed this. I'm like, this is unreal.
No.
But no, this is the most greedy play ever.
This is actually insane. So obviously Dark was doesn't always go for a pull first, right? We know him as an aggressive Zerg, but a lot of the times those pull first, they're basically out of the meta, a lot of it. And so Dark gets in here and is like, wow, you were greedy with that command center first. Wow, you were insanely greedy with that third command center after single barracks, and it would be lovely to do something about it. But in that weird world, again, it's like, well, you got that army unit better, right? You got it faster, right? Well, once the wall is complete, you can only do so much with the bare bones Zerg units unless you want to add a Baneling Nest and actually break this wall while Dark is thinking there's not the time to do so. You're not actually punishing this fast third CC. Cure, with some insane greed, gets away with it, had to do the little runaround game with the SCVs, sure, but now has that wall up, has the Reaper on the side of the map, checking to make sure it's not a Ling Baneling bust, and Cure can do all of his build to his heart's content.
Absolutely. I mean, even if you did want to try and double down and go for that kind of all-in play or something, remember, it's when you go for that early pool play, you're also foregoing your gas geyser for a bit, so you don't have Zergling speed. You don't have all that early gas that would normally go into those things, so it already makes it such an awkward decision to make, and I actually can't blame all for the decision he's going for right now, which is, first of all, to run the Lings in at the absolute perfect moment. How does Dark know?
That was a good check there. The Overlord drew out, at the very least, the Cyclone away, but also was able to see that the structures had lifted up, was looking for that really awkward timing. Now, again, you're up against a 3CC build, right? So a couple of SCVs, a little bit of a delay on a barracks. Is that really going to be enough? Do you say that now I punish that third CC? I don't think so. But you're basically hoping that first it's a couple of SCVs not mining, then it's a couple of SCVs dead. Then I know exactly what his follow-up is because I got the scout into the main base so I can time out my drones versus my Ling production or Roach production, which Dark does favor a lot of Roach games, but I'm not sure he's going to play it here, as we do just have more drones on the way. The Overlord does finally fall. That's the only one that Dark has on Cure's side of the map, but Cure, with this build order that Dark's been able to see, there's only really one direction that he can push it. That is going into bio, that is going into a greedy 3CC, and that is going to be Medivacs being the real first pressure that Dark has to seriously consider. Cyclones are annoying, I think we all know that, and Hellions are actually on the way too, but Dark wants to try and minimize the amount of army that he makes to maximize those drones. So he'd actually love to deal with this ASAP, but you can see Cyclones, man. They're freaking annoying.
Yeah, they really are, and I think especially if the Zerg player is trying to play a little bit greedier, they aren't making a ton of Lings. I mean, this is a fair number of Lings if you can get the surround, and he does to find the surround on 2 of the Cyclones. Third Cyclone goes down, the Hellion. Even that may end up actually falling over here if these Lings manage to get the right wraparound, but that already shuts down all of that little bit of pressure play that Cure had going out on the map.
No, exactly. That's, I think, is still a big deal. Again, pointing out how Dark is basically recovering up against this extremely greedy build by making everything else in this game go his way as much as possible. The full surround of the Cyclones, the demolishing of the Hellion pressure, the Viking will probably not that many Overlords either, so far on 0. It was Cyclone that killed that one Overlord. And Dark still probably doesn't feel maybe super comfortable in this game. His drone count's really never been that far ahead, only recently, in fact, getting actually ahead of Cure's. But everything from the first, oh, okay, you got your build and I couldn't punish it, has gone Dark's way.
No, absolutely. And as we get to go into the movement where the Medivacs are going to be making their way across the map, they're going to be trying to put on little bits of pressure over here with the first little bit of stim finishing up. Dark is saying, no, it's actually still my time to shine. He's still going to try and threaten around with Ling drops and try and see if he can just defend. Mostly it looks like with probably Queens back at home.
Yeah, well, that's what you want to be basing a lot of your defense on. You want to be pumping out just drones, as many as possible. But this little Marine hit squad, prior to 1-1, prior to combat shields, is still going to give Cure a little bit of that scouting and a little bit of that pressure. Dark is finally getting to more drones. There it is. 1-1 is going to be a little slower than Cures, and he is going to add on that still fairly quick infestation pit. You know, we did see a lot of quick infestation pits, quick read from Dark in his series versus Spirit, but I think with the way that this game is open, he's had to change a little bit. But I still love seeing the infestation pit with Dark, and I still love seeing Burrow, especially on the way here for our Zerg.
Yeah, seems to be a stylistic preference for him to try and go for that, even with the earlier opening that maybe delays it compared to some of his other games. It still is really cool to see that Dark prefers that, but we'll see what he ends up using that for a little bit later on, as Infestation Pit usually is going to lead into that hive, but the way that he's used that in different series or games has been different for sure. Now this is a very interesting slow baneling run by into the mineral line. But again, you need at least 2 of those banelings to connect with all of those SCVs to actually get the big connections, and that really wasn't the damage he was looking for there.
No, not exactly. Kira is doing his Terran things, getting some drops out, very comfortable back at home on 3CC. I do want to highlight what exactly Kira is doing at this point. First, the insistent Hellion production has actually kind of worked out regardless of their inability to be offensive. They still helped out with dealing with some of these Ling run buys, and still helpful as far as the future goes into turning into Hellbats. But it's no second factory, it's no Widow Mines, and it's no tanks. Kira is adding on a lot of bio with potential Hellbat addition to have a very mobile, very momentum-based fight, constant aggression, constant action, and hopefully the momentum turns so much into his favor that he can snowball to victory. Certainly hasn't happened yet. Dark continuing to try with these run buys, but again, those Hellions, they're still so helpful even as we get to 8-9 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially even those Hellions being helpful with any of the run by attempts later on when he does decide to finally go for that big push out. If he decides to leave them at home, we've seen that be a really effective tactic against Zerg players who like doing run buys, which I think we've already seen Dark at least attempt 5 or 6 run buys in the course of this 8-minute or 9-minute game.
Yeah, if you're including everything that happened in the very early stages. Kira is finally going to find a big reward with his medevac drops. That hatchery is a goner, and Dark just has to accept that. Also will supply block Dark. 4 Overlords are on the way, and there's no big battle incoming, but nonetheless, a good snag there from Cure, who has managed to keep both drops alive, of course, as well, looking to stop that creep from getting all over the place. It is starting to really get quite nice through the middle of the map, the halfway point, but if Cure's ever going to push through the midpoint, then does that matter? I think it still would, but more importantly, it's where Cure wants to actually send his troops, and that does appear to be the north, where his drop was just cleaned up. But now that the army's there, it's almost like an okay timing. It's a preferable timing if you're going to lose that drop.
Yeah, and this timing is actually going to line up really, really well with 2-2 finishing up, and the +2 Carapace upgrade didn't start for a very long time there for Dark.
Yeah.
He had the double even tone mirror and got up the 1-1 upgrades, but then 2-2 didn't quite start. He just started up the melee upgrade instead.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. That could be a problem as we have Dark now committing more Lings to the counterattack, but up against Hellbats and 2-2 bio, I don't think it's going to do a whole lot. Meanwhile, Dark is once again forced to give up a base. This time, it is a very important base, and Dark needs to get some amazing Baneling hits, but the Marauders are on the front line. Kira is going to be off of creep if he pulls back, and Dark is realizing not much is going his way this time.
No, definitely getting out microed over here by Cure's defensive setup. It snipes off the hatchery, and now Dark suddenly, maybe sitting on Hive Tech, may have Ultras coming out with chitinous plating, but it's on a, do we even call it 3 base economy? 10 minutes into the game, it's like 2.5, 1.5 base economy.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, there's still a red arrow leaning his way, but obviously at a 30 supply deficit, that's not quite enough. You want to have a 2,000, 1,000 bank where you're pumping out 8 Ultras at once. That's the Zerg dream, right? Slow trickling in Ultras, especially against someone who already has a high amount of Marauders with this style, isn't actually the turning point that it can be if it was coming along against Marine Tank, right? Then it's a real turning point. This time, I wouldn't say so. So even though Ghosts are what we often think of as that anti-Ultra measure, and they certainly are, so of course Cure will grab it, the high Marauder count and the micro that we see displayed by Cure is going to do a lot, especially as Dark is on the back foot.
Yeah, and I mean, to tie that in, also the fact that +3 weapons is going to be finishing up soon for Cure, whereas Dark is still just lagging behind and only just now finishing up his own +2 armor. He's also going to be an armor upgrade behind. Those Ultras are going to be even less effective than they normally would be in a tied-up upgrade situation. Liberator harassment is going to be really annoying for Dark to deal with as well, but Cure is rotating around to the north side and getting ready to continue on with the aggression.
He's going to have +3 attack finishing up in the next 40 seconds. He's already got his 4th command center on location, building into a planetary, and looking to get a 5th. Once again, we're dealing with these run-bys to the best of his abilities. Lifted supply depots and bio tucked into a mineral line. The Lings will not find a large amount of success. So those are cracklings. They jump on top of the planetary. There could be something over there. One Ultra helping a substantial amount against the drop, and the other drop also being cleaned up. The Lings, they didn't actually go for the planetary. They ended up finding a ball of bio that was not well set up to deal with that. And all of a sudden, Cure's supply is in the dumpster.
Yeah, I take back everything I said about that Ultraless zombie grab. It actually held its own pretty gosh darn well against Pure Marines there. Command Center gets sniped off. That's a kill, not a cancel. So 400 resources down the drain, and Dark is finding a lot of these wins where suddenly the supply count that he was down, I want to say like 30 or so, maybe a minute ago, suddenly not looking nearly as bad.
Yeah, Cure does finally get a moment of breath to take here, and so he will rebuild his SCV counts, he will rebuild his bio counts, and he once again is at a stable supply, but it was the first time in 12 minutes that Dark had a decent-looking supply lead for a Zerg player, and I feel like that's just Dark's will coming into effect. This game has been difficult, I think, for any Zerg player looking at it. I can't believe this guy got away with 3 CC, really fast engineering bays, and applied so much pressure that I lost a 5th and a 4th, but then Dark's willpower is like, nope, something's going to work for me. Ling run by is going to work. I'm going to find you off kilter, and Cure definitely did get bothered by it. That's why he didn't go around canceling that 5th command center, but he's back on the momentum, he's back on the drops, and that is starting to do the damage once again. So a brief little moment there for Dark to feel good about this game, and then back into trying to take down a late game Terran.
Yep. Dark, on the other hand, is going to be adding on not only 2 Vipers, but also a handful of Infestors, as he had fired up 1 initially, but a couple more are going to be added on in. And we have definitely seen Dark, and I mean, even just a lot of Zergs, even at this event, find some massive fungals that really change the tide of a battle.
Yeah.
So if Dark, he's already in an okay-ish position at this point, find a good fungal, that really, really can set the pace of this game, especially since, I mean, this isn't really a siege tank-based army that the blinding clouds and stuff are going to be the big play factor here. I feel like big fungals, that's going to be the money magic here.
Exactly, and I think personally, this is certainly the bias coming in. I think Dark's the best with Infestors. He's always been one of the more insistent players of the Zerg race to actually go to Infestors, and sometimes that's because he's also more often going for Roaches, but still, I feel like he always has the ability to make a comeback happen. Even before the fungal got changed to be automatic with the Infestors, he was still pushing that. So now this is just even better for him, and he'll be looking for the juicy fungals, no doubt, but Cure has taken to be a little more on the defensive side. He does have some drops, some harassment, as Liberator does cause some problems. But with the Ghost out and more bases needing to be grabbed by the Terran, Dark is now going to be all on the defensive. We do have a push now, but it's not that tank-based competition that you were talking about, and that fungal is waiting to hit the big ball of bio. Not gonna happen. Good scan there, catches the Creep Tumors and the Infestor.
Yeah, Parasitic Bomb does get thrown out at the last second on some of the medevacs, and a massive Ling Ultra run by over to the south side of this third base. Gonna pull the entire army down to the south side as well. Cure absolutely has to respect the heck out of this, but funny enough, the Lings, a couple of them go down, but actually all the Banelings get preserved, so Dark finding some really not super significant damage there, but he shuts down the mining for a bit, and it's a very low-cost bit of damage.
He got value for sure. He pulled back the army too, so he's making sure that Kieran never feels comfortable just doing a push-out, like line in the sand, you come to my ghost, ready to snipe you. That's never going to look very pretty, so it's very important that Dark gets those jabs. Somehow that drone escaped certain death, and the drop will continue. But we got ourselves our first nuke for day number 3. It is on the way. The ghosts are ready, and we are here to play some substantially late game TVZ by the looks of it, as both of their supply is still looking solid. Both of their positions are now certainly winnable, and Cure is gonna start sending some ghosty boys around for nukes.
Yeah, and I have no doubt in Cure's late game abilities in TVZ, but I also can definitely say, even in Dark Series versus Spirit, he played a long late game 28-minute TVZ. He looked immaculate in a lot of it. He was just able to gradually play these little trading games and eventually choke out Spirit in that series. I am going to be so impressed if Cure can manage to make it work against Dark. Dark looks so good in that series when he was facing against Spirit, who I think is actually really good at late game TVZ.
And it is always amazing to think about Dark when, we have some of his opinions on things. And he has said, I don't actually like playing late game that much, but I seem to always be pushed towards it, And then he'll be like, oh, woe is me, I'm getting older, my hands are slower, blah, blah, blah. And then he plays some of the most amazing late game. And you're like,
you made me do this.
Yeah.
You brought us here.
He's definitely doing that. And then he gets more angry. story, right?
Yeah.
He's like, you made me do this. Is he like B2? Yeah.
I'm just cleaning up your mess now.
But Dark is amazing, but Cure is also so spectacular in this late game position. All those Korean Terrans really, you know, having to play out this game when there was the meta where it was all 6-7 bases and ghost defense. They have the practice, that's for sure, even though some of the mid games have changed a little bit and been a little more action-packed. The late game is still something that Kira has practiced a ton, and he is set up for it. He's really got everything going that a Terran would need. 5th base trying to turn into a 6th now, actually. He's got the building armor on the way. I think high-spec auto-tracking might already be done. And then Cure, I'm waiting for that ghost to go out and get a nuke. I really want to see it.
I'm so pumped for this zombie grab. This is game number 1 of our day number 3. This is how we get to start the day. Only going to be uphill, or I guess, you know, uphill, downhill. I don't know what's better in this situation.
It's only going to get better.
It's only going to get better from here, I guess, yeah. As we do have even, you know, a bunch more command centers and everything being added on here, as Kira knows. He needs to have scans available against Dark, because that is something, again, Dark, even throughout all the little bit of talking that we've been doing for the last 2 minutes as they've been kind of moving around their army, he has had these infestors moving around, and yes, it seems like they haven't truly fully engaged on with their armies for a little bit, as we do have their first nuke coming out, but those infestors are lurking around, always looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, you do want to go ahead and get to a lower SEV count. That is the way that this dynamic goes, right? Cure wants to have a higher army supply to then hopefully have a one big punch to end the game against Dark as the Zerg player who is looking to remax a couple of times or get the most amazing fungal parasitic bomb on the medevacs as well.
Another fungal to follow it up. Every single medevac goes down, and Cure's army supply plummets. A lot of that army supply that's there right now is just in production, and almost thank God that it's in production, because he has to deal with a Nidus Swarm at his production now.
I think that was the distraction that led to that big ball of bio getting fungled like that. Dark with the 1-2 punch. Look over here while the fungal goes down. Now the Banelings crash into that 5th base planetary and take it down. Dark with a humongous mineral bank is struggling on the gas. Seemingly, he just built a ton of Corruptors, I believe, preparing for that Broodlord transition. He doesn't have the gas to actually build the Broodlords, though, and he doesn't have a Greater Spire, actually. So, I mean, he has 17 Corruptors going on 23, in which they'll be just good for dealing with the Liberators, I guess. I actually don't think he needed this money.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he already killed all the medevacs. I don't even think he's going to find value in killing those at this point.
That's actually an insane amount of Corruptors. I wonder if that's a mistake. We will see what he does with them. They certainly will take down the medevacs, and the parasitic bomb will not. They're going to go ahead and look at that planetary, and they can take it down themselves. Kira is trying to rebound from the colossal mistake versus the spellcaster, and he is on the rebound. He saves that now 5th base over to the right side. Nidus Swarm in the main isn't taken care of, but it also has nothing in it, and their supplies have once again gotten maxed out.
StarCraft is so often a game of momentum. I have to wonder if the Corruptor transition that is a little bit strange over here in this situation for Dark, if he's giving up so much of his momentum, because you see, Dark needs a way to deal with this army, and suddenly all of those advantages he was garnering for himself, it's so difficult to actually take advantage of it. He loses a hatchery in the top right. The Nidus Swarm is getting a significant amount of damage in the main base, but to what end? There's just a ton of Corruptors with no Greater Spire.
There's 20 Corruptors on the field. They'll take down the 3 medevacs, which is a little low here as we're entering into base raid territory, but then will be enough to help out. All the ghosts back at home makes us look really weird as the fight goes. So many overstimmed bio units, but there's just nothing on the ground for Dark.
What do you do from here? He's still so close to max out. He can barely actually make units because the Corruptors are soaking up so much supply. Do you kill your own Corruptors here? Like, what is the correct answer?
I guess they're going to be overstepped anyways. All it's going to take is a little ling nibble for these Marines to die. You can't out-repair the Corruptors here. That's going down. Their supplies are both struggling. It's Dark with a huge mineral bank, but pure Marine, even against injured Marines, is still a questionable fight to take in the late game.
I guess so, but you know what? If there's no medevacs to heal them up, because the Corruptors are killing every single one that pops out, maybe he can make some dark magic happen. But, oh man, Cure, he is going to have still a significant size army, and yes, a lot of it's weakened up, but those ghosts are still alive. A handful of that bio is still fairly healthy, and if he just pushes down into this bottom left-hand side, he's going to be able to knock out quite a few bases that I don't know if Dark actually has enough to contest with just yet.
And now the ghosts are part of the fight, right? When the Corruptors come in, like, we'll just take care of everything on the sky, won't we? Snipes are going to obliterate them, and you won't be able to remake a huge army as Dark, as again, that gas is the main problem. A huge army of Lings doesn't want to go up against How many ghosts do we have here, actually? We got 12. That's a good number, plus all the bio that is injured, but alive. Here comes the Zerg Horde. Is it going to be enough? It wraps around the ghost, allowing the Ultras to chop down, and the Marines have no place to run. They've got no healing, and the ghosts cannot get their snipes. Dark is going to clean up the entire army, and with that cleanup, probably take the game.
Your logic is invalid in the face of Dark. He does not care. He is going to obliterate most of this army. 2 ghosts are finally going to start to avenge some of their fallen brethren, but the Corruptors are now going to go uncontested with so many of the ghosts sniped off. They can just obliterate any of these command centers, and Cure is not in a position where he can afford to be giving up even more of his economy.
It really doesn't sound like it's the logical conclusion to a TVC. 20 Corruptors taking on all the medevacs, and then the lack of medevac energy and mobility. You're not dropping around everywhere without medevacs, right? Ends up taking down the Terran. If Cure was able to take more of a hardline stance and have his ghost prepared for the snipes, that looks very, very different. A couple of Widowmines pop off on the Lings, his bio army doesn't get surrounded, and then there's so much chaos and death on the side of the Zerg. But as that went down, the jump was effective, and now Cure is once again trying to recover from a bad fight, but he does not have the resources to do so quickly.
It's going to be absolute madness here for Cure if he's able to somehow even mount a defense. Forget a comeback, a mounted defense over here is going to be pretty tough, but Lings are going to be storming on into a handful of the bio that don't have any medevacs to heal on up. The Infestor looks like it's very close to a fungal, maybe doesn't quite have enough, and Widowmines are going to be able to find a little bit of damage over here on the bottom left, but it's a little bit of damage for a dead orbital.
And it's not like he can lift it, of course.
Yeah.
The production is also going to be camped potentially by these Corruptors. A Planetary holding strong against a lone Ultra. But what about the natural? What about your production? Dark is looking to end game number 1 with 20 Corruptors flying in the sky. And Cure is probably in a little bit of disbelief. He got the 3CC opener. He got the great start to this game. He even got Dark's 4th base kill in the mid-game. And yet here he is, down 80 supply on his last few units.
Bending reality, the villain of the Zerg player, Dark, does not care what your logic says. He is going to try and clean up all of this army. And I have to believe at this point, it is just disbelief here for Cure because he absolutely knows how bad of a situation he's in. He is finally going to tap out, and Dark claims game number 1. The plot armor is too thick.
Yeah, apparently. Perhaps destined to go to the finals. Cure, he had such a fabulous opener. His mid-game play was exactly what you needed. He was in a grand position to even still do a push to end the game before it got to more of that defensive turtle. But every time it seemed like Cure was going to get that one great shot, it was Dark able to hold on. Again, his willpower seemingly forcing those Lings to really strike at the exact moment that would maximize the damage as far as the actual kill on the bio, but then as far as Cure being distracted for that huge fungal as well and the Nidus Worm. Dark is just too good. It seems like he's got a little bit of the Maru effect sometimes, where even if you're ahead against the guy, you're actually even.
It must be so frustrating to start off the series that way as Cure, because frankly, you can look at these replays, and while there are a lot of highlights there for Dark, this is another example of how Cure was actually doing a phenomenal job in this game. It's not even just the opening. He was finding really great exchanges. He was finding patchery snipes and everything. But Dark, with the Money Fungal that was paired with a Nidus Worm that then went straight into the counterattack over at the other location with the Ultras, he was able to find so much damage in the span of just a few seconds. You cannot let your guard down around him.
This battle was so pivotal as well. I mean, the fact is, like, the jump of the Zerg, even off of creep, they still jump on top of the Terran. The Terran has to split. The Ghosts aren't prepared to snipe. That is the really effective maneuver. If Cure had all of that army in a ball, which is not great against Fungals or Banelings, of course, but it is great against a flood of Lings and Ultras, the snipes are there. So many of those Ghosts were not sniping. They still had so much energy, and it would have been tremendously different if the Ultras were gone and the bio had a wall, phalanx or whatever, against those Lings. Cure absolutely would have had a chance in this game. He had so many chances actually in that game, and it almost feels like it is theft from Dark as we do spawn on top of him in the top right of Radisat Station for the team DKZ. He is the Red Zerg, Dark.
Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, in the blue, we have the blue Terran player from Team Liquid. Down but not out, he is Cure! Zombie Grub, one of my favorite things when we have games from Dark is when, after the tournament finishes up, people look at those games, they look at those replays, and they say, all right, so how do I learn how to play from Dark as Dark? How do I learn how to make these strategic decisions? And I just have this image in my head of a meme where it's just the unit counting station, and it's just a bunch of bio, and it's like, what units do I make against these Marines, Marauders, Ghosts? And it's just 22 Corruptors.
that was crazy, man. I don't know if that actually is his brilliant finishing move nowadays, but it didn't seem like it was entirely solid. It worked out fine in that particular game, but I think if it wasn't combined with some earlier epic moments, like the fungal parasitic bomb that even got the medevac count decimated in the first place, then I wonder if that really would have been enough, as Dark would have had so much supply that even if they took down, let's say, 8 medevacs, would have been a nice count to start with, then so much of the bio would have been left over, even if it was injured, but we just never really had that perfect scenario. Cure was always a little overstimmed, or he was always forced to micro around the units as opposed to make a stand, and the Corruptors ended up doing everything they needed and more, I suppose, as they also had the intimidation factor. Look at me, I'm winning with like 16 Corruptors.
Yeah, and to be very clear, it's not weird to make those Corruptors, because the Corruptors do have a lot of value. They snipe off not only the medevacs, if they hadn't already died to the fungal growth parasitic bomb combo, but even just the Liberator cannon. It makes a lot of sense to have those Corruptors available to knock out the Liberators, because you have those Ultras, you want to get the value from them. It's just the sheer number of them. And we were talking about this before, it's just kind of this momentum-based thing where you're doing a lot of damage, you're in this really, really good driver's seat in the game, and suddenly your Corruptors kind of halt a bit of that momentum. And you saw, that was the moment where Cure started to snipe out factories.
Yeah.
He started firing back, and it seemed like it was such a strange moment there.
Yeah, and again, if it was one of those situations where we saw the Terran take a stand, defensively especially, you know, it's not like even a large amount of Corruptors necessarily a bright idea to snipe a Liberator. Not if it's protected by missile turrets and Ghosts, right? Because as soon as you try to retreat after sniping a couple of Liberators, the Ghost snipes go down. But yeah, you're right. Of course, Corruptors are going to be found in the late game to deal with some Liberators. It was just the effect of having not many Liberators to begin with. You know, it seemed like, yeah, it was the next thing that was going to happen. You needed to now worry about the Liberator turtly defense of the Terran, but we're actually not kind of there yet. And even if we were getting there, you think he would trickle in 10 Corruptors first, then realize he needed more, not go immediately into 22. But we do have another command center first, guys, from Terran, from Cure, and it does have now a third CC behind it. It is Radiset Station, and it is a very macro-based map, and it looks like neither player is deterred from the idea that either one of them could get aggressive.
No, absolutely not. We do have a couple of Cyclones starting on up just for now, and going back to the earlier game that we had, game number 1, we did have a couple of Cyclones make their way on the map, and we were talking about how they can be a nice little annoying presence, especially if a Zerg player, for example, is playing greedy or something, but Dark was able to get an immediate jump in onto those Cyclones. He immediately shut those down with the Lings, really caught Cure off guard. I'm really hoping, just for Cure's sake, that we can get to see him utilize those Cyclones a little bit better for some of the early game utility they oftentimes have. And this is certainly not a great example of it, as Overlord survives.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
But there was so many moments where Cure still had the lead, I would say. When I saw the 4th base go down, I actually was like, I think at the end of the day, Darkcell ended up so behind from the openers. But then he got the fungal, and then, you know, he got the successful distraction, and then he finally got all of his bases that he would need. So it was like it didn't actually matter, even though he was looking like he was going to be on the ropes. He just has an amazing ability to turn a lot of these games around. So whether or not Cure is more successful with the Hellion Cyclone isn't even the problem, right? Like, that was nice for Dark, but it wasn't enough. It's that Cure needs to actually, you know, get on top of one of these bases in the forward position, kill it, and then actually cut the head off the snake, not let it wiggle around there and finally come back.
No, absolutely not. We do see the first-person perspective for both of these players, and taking a nice, chill, easy game, because they know that things will definitely be ramping up a little bit later on as the Hellions and the Cyclones, the Cellions, you could say. I guess if you really want to merge those together, are going to be poking forward. But actually, a couple more Cyclones being made there for Cure. So going up to a count of 4 now. It's always really fun to see where different Terran players have kind of landed on the early game Cyclone pressure. Like, when do you stop? Where do you stop on all those Cyclone production?
Yeah, it seems to be sometimes very much just an opener, and other times like, I think I'm gonna kind of weigh with something a little bit more here. But for this, it's going to look for maybe a couple of queens and mostly a pushback on the creep, which really comes out from one direction on Radisset to begin with, because you take that back base as the third, and the fourth, only has one entry. So the Henlian Cyclones are going to do exactly that, leading up to potentially Cure's follow-up medevac drop to find a little bit more spice. Dark has once again chosen to go into Ling, Bane Ling, but Speed is not done. And we are at 6 minutes, guys, but Speed was just that late.
Yep. Definitely playing a little bit on the greedier side with all of that, but 1-1 is going to get fired on up. This is also normally the time when Dark against Spirit was oftentimes thinking, oh, I'm going to go for a fast Infestation Pit, but it's not going to be Infestation Pit. It's going to be a fast Spire coming out from Dark.
Oh, I love myself some classic Zerg versus Terran play. Ling Bane Ling Muta will always be the classic, even though Legacy of the Void has been a majority devoid of it, I suppose. I also love the idea of it on a large map where it's a lot about these like peripheral bases and not the contested bases on Radisset. So lovely idea. We'll see if it actually is effective. First, Dark has got to defend against a rather hefty push. Baneling Speed nowhere near done, but that's why the Lings around was so important. And that was an effective cleanup for the Zerg.
Beautiful positioning there from Dark with his army as well, because he saw that Cure, of course, was going to do the standard thing. He was going to start backing up. And Dark anticipated it. He sent his Lings around, and he was looking to intercept at that location very early on. If you look back 10 seconds, those Lings were on a beeline path that far back. And just that decisiveness allowed him to get that nice surround there.
Yeah, and quite unfortunate for Cure, by the way. His supply is still, it's doable, but that could have been so many more units still hovering around creep, right? And instead, it is not even full 2 medevacs going for the tiniest bits of damage. Cure knows that that was a mistake. He is going to be playing from behind from here on out, but if he can get to a 4-base setup and maxed out, that is going to be the great equalizer. He still might even have upgrades ahead, but I think it also is the fact that he does not know that it is Mutas. He has not picked up on this yet. I don't see any indication, and that's really going to change the tempo of this type of game where you think, well, I could always just be totally fine back at home, Turtle Terran, let's go. But then suddenly Mutas are appearing and perhaps even getting into numbers of 20 or 30. We've seen that in Heart of the Swarm. That stuff is really hard to turtle against.
I think Mutas are one of those units that when they start to snowball, it feels almost hopeless to try and deal with them after they're already at a high enough count. And these Mutas are not necessarily at that count, but they are in still decent enough numbers with 11 of them hiding themselves as they go across the map. The Lings and Banelings are going to try and deal with this little pressure play at the front line, but is Cure going to be ready from behind?
And no, absolutely not. He does not have any missile turrets. And he has one
missile turret there.
Yeah, he actually does have missile turret. It is literally the one, though. I'm not even sure why he made it. Maybe he has played against Dark before where he has gone for Mutas, and they would go to a hanging base, as I like to call them, first and foremost. So that actually is, it's literally perfect. Yeah. That is the one area that he had a missile turret and a quick response from the SCV pool, and now he just builds an extra missile turret in every base, and that will take care of the first wave of Mutas, no problem.
In a sense, fully predicted, not only on the Mutas, but also where the Mutas were going to go. It's, like you said, absolutely perfect defense there from Cure. Now, can he get a little bit of perfect offense here, as he has a single Widowmine left over, but these Marines all getting surrounded there. The Widowmine's even getting picked off, the medevac getting picked off, and the Widowmine's getting a handful more drones. It's something, but it feels like Cure's been taking a lot of beatings here.
Yeah, absolutely. In the hypothetical I was going with, if you just turtle, you run around, chase the Mutas, that's really annoying, but you can do it. And it was a question of whether Dark was going to recommit to the Mutas. He is actually now. But then on the flip side, if the Terran still tries to hold on to some form of aggression, stay off that creep again, the Mutas are going to ensure that there's a punish. If you do get this around, there's no pick up and leave like we've seen in so many other TVZs. And now we do again have Dark recommitting to the Mutas. He's going to get a few more. They do get into high numbers. They are obnoxious. Missile turrets will not deal with them. You're going to try and hide around those 4 Widowmine plays, which sometimes pops off, sometimes doesn't. And yeah, you are going to be deterred from being on the map a little bit more. But I honestly think that's an okay thing. I really do believe that Cure in this game is probably destined to play more of a defensive, max out first and foremost, and then push when you have close to your 3-3.
Yeah, I think one of the solutions that Dark maybe has to exactly that kind of style here, though, is going to also be the Nidus Worm, where he can not only use the Mutas to be mobile and try and harass or be annoying, but he can also just take advantage of the moment that Cure feels comfortable moving out, throw up Nidus Worms, and imagine a Nidus Worm comes up in one location, the Mutas are harassing another, and you're trying to move out and you're in the middle of the map. That's going to be one of the most infuriating moments for Cure if that ends up happening.
I do wonder if Cure wants to go ahead and mine out his 3rd base and break down those rocks, and then take the gold kind of condenses your bases around a little more of like that triangle that we tell you for 3 bases, but then it'd be 5. Just a thought, because I've seen more Terran, or actually all the races, experiment with that idea. We'll look into that a little bit later. Kira might not still yet even be halfway on his 3-3, but he is confident that a push across the map is going to be very intimidating for a Zerg player to hold. And I think he's right. At the end of the day, Ling Bane Ling Muta really requires quite the perfect setup to actually go toe-to-toe with a properly, I guess, proper composition of Terran. You know, good number of bio, Medivacs, and a couple of Thors to ensure the Mutas can't just pick away.
Yeah, and there's a very good reason why the Mutas are often, you know, associated with trying to buy time, is because the Zerg player needs to buy time and create openings for those Lings, Banelings, and Mutas to find those big connections, to find those big opportunities. And so far, actually, I have to say, these Mutas are actually doing a very nice job of forcing the army to just chase it around right now.
Yeah, classic play, really. Muta's great at harassing, great at buying some time, and they do occasionally get really big pickoffs, combined with that Nidus Swarm that you were talking about, but this is something that Kure, I'm not sure he was aware of the Nidus Swarm, I'm sure he's, you know, aware that it's a possibility, but he knew the rocks were being broken down, actually by Dark. Dark broke down the rocks. It just now Kure could even still mine out his own minerals if he wanted to play that game. He might even start to try and expand towards a particular direction, like the bottom right, to then push off that direction. As Radistad doesn't have too many contested bases, that's kind of what you got to do if you want to propel off a planetary. But he is not propelling off a planetary, he is just pushing, and Dark is going to go for the big surround.
Yeah, a lot of Widow Mines are set up very defensively over here, but Dark is going to have no problem cleaning up the front line. Can he clean up the back line? The Marines are actually just in an all-out retreat right now. Mutas, Lings, and Banelings giving chase, and they are going to be able to find quite a few of these Marines. So much of the army supply right now is just Medivacs. There's nothing actually for them to heal right now, though.
Yeah, that was a really... That didn't actually look like it was going to go that great, even if the Marines were there.
There are more Medivacs than there are Marines right now.
Yes, that's actually a problem. But I love the drones. Dark wants to open up that other path, and I feel like for Kure, you got to actually almost accept it and then use it as an advantage. If you're going to continue expanding to the top left, which is typically the process, to be clear, that does open up an opportunity for the Zerg to do exactly what Dark is. You just don't usually have it. I love that he's so insistent on actually breaking down the rocks and then mining out the minerals.
I mean, it goes so well with even what he was doing in game number 1, where he was so good about continuously doing those little run-by attempts, continuously trying to find opportunities. Baneling's being morphed in over here. He still needs to finish mining out those minerals, but that drone is on its way. He has his own like a watchtower to even see that this has not quite been identified just yet. A couple of Marines are there, but are a couple of Marines really enough?
No, it is not. Here comes the Zerg Horde. Nidus Swarm coming along with it as well. And where is Kure's army? It went to go deal with potential attack up to the north side. It is coming down now, and the reinforcements might eventually take care of this, but this is a successful 1-2 attack. The lack of plants at the top left will save the command center this time, but if Mutas ever go over there, then they can take it out.
Yep, Mutas are already still finding somehow some good value trades over here. It really feels like Kure was just taking 3 punches all at the same time. How does Dark do it? He finds these opportunities where it feels like in the matter of just a handful of seconds, he hits at every single angle, and somehow Kure ends up not being really prepared for any of them.
I mean, I really hesitate to be like, I really think a pro gamer should do this, because they're much better than I am. But he's going to be pulled apart so much trying to defend this top left base, as you just saw there, even his Widow Mine turning against them, where obviously you still have a problem dealing with being torn apart. That's what Zergs do best. But I feel like if you went for the bottom right, you know, you got some command centers blocking these 2 chokes over there, and then that's your 1 attack path you got to worry about for 4 bases. Move your army to the right side, then you have another, like a second choke point that you can also cover just with your push.
Yeah.
But that aside, we really are witnessing the dismantling of Kure. He has not been able to find a solid foothold in this game.
No, absolutely. Dark has just truly held the momentum for the entirety of this game, or at least a vast majority of it. He is continuing to just stay at a maxed out supply as he makes 50 or 60 Lings at a time, adding on 7 Corruptors, a very reasonable count of Corruptors to complement a couple of the Ultras that are going to be coming on out. And he will be able to continuously just do what Zerg does best, swarm his opponent down, who has truly just not been maxed out, I want to say, for at least 4 or 5 minutes at this point.
Even the last time he was maxed out, it hardly looked like it when the battle happened, right? It was a disjointed battle, and it was just before 3-3 finished as well. It was not what you wanted as a Terran player. Kure absolutely has a second chance, third chance, whatever you want to call it, in this game, to stabilize, to get his bases up, and to have that really great Terran army, the one that the Zerg players have to throw wave after wave of aggression at. But it's such a struggle for Kure to even get to that maxed out point.
Yeah. Well, the missile turret is going to act as a wallet over there for the mineral line, but it's not there that he has to worry about. The Lings, Banelings, Corruptors, and Ultras are all on the north side, and I actually really love the walling in over here for Cure. It's a great solution to the fact that a vast majority of this army and the threat there for Dark is going to be a lot of those ground units that try and run straight on through, and if they have to run through choke points, this is where maybe Cure can find those miraculous engagements. The Banelings, they simply just do not care. They're going to try and run in.
That might be a little overzealous, but Dark has got the bank to do this, even if it was not very good. And at the end of the day, it's pretty decent. A lot of SCVs go down, a lot of bio goes down, but the Planetary will hold, and the Ghost, for the most part, did live, which is kind of the thing that Terran looks at the end of one of those fights. They're like, my supply looks crappy, but hey, I got a Planetary and I got my Ghost, so I still have a chance. And that is where we're at. He still has a chance, but Dark is just one remax away from straight up taking Cure out of this game.
Yeah, and I think that Cure is a very capable Terran player. Clearly, he's already outperformed Maru in this particular event, but this is one of those situations where exactly what you were talking about before, if this was Maru in Cure's situation, I'd be saying, oh no, a lot of the value units survived. Exactly what you were talking about. We've seen comebacks from this exact same kind of situation happen before for the Terran player. It will have to be a comeback from this point, as the supplies truly do not lie in this situation. But Cure still does have a shot in this game.
Yeah, I'm a believer of the Turtle Terran, but Dark is just... The particular point here is that Cure cannot get this base up, but he has to try. And that is the vulnerable aspect here. If he was behind 3 Planetaries and just content back in a choke, that is something different. But now the Planetary is finally also going to be broken. And while Dark Supply also does dip down in maybe one of the worst trades in this game, he has the bank to be okay with it.
Now, that's absolutely true. As we already see the Remax 124 Zerglings in production. Always great, and I hope someone screenshots 130. Yes.
No. Okay, that's a tap out, but let's just go ahead and pretend Dark did not take Cure's gold base.
Let's hope that was a true tap out and not a rewind to look at the replay, see the minimap, and think, oh, this guy.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, he was totally right for it. He had so much momentum in that game. At the end of the day, I do think that it was a lot of the map, router set really causing some complications, but in the late game. And the problem was also that we had to kind of be forced to the late game, not because of the openers, which are going to take advantage of a macro map. No, because Cure's aggression with his first move out, this one in particular, even his second move out, even his third move out, every single time he moved out, he was demolished. That really only kind of leads to one thing, which is the Terran going, oh, guess I got a turtle, and then trying to do so on a map where you don't have those contested bases, the one where you leapfrog your Planetary forward and then protect it and attack from it. It just is so difficult for a Terran to really get the bases. Then they get spread out, and then, especially when you open up those mineral patches, the Zerg just throws every possible attack at you from the right, from the left, from the Nidus from in the main base. The Remax are far instant for a Zerg player, and it's just so difficult to play it out here.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with your analysis, and I really do think that Dark played the map really, really well in relation to how Cure tried to play the map. And I guess the one kind of bright side of looking at it that way for Cure is that that is going to just be that map, and now it is done, and we don't see it for the rest of the series. The next map is going to be Alcyon or Alcyone, however you want to pronounce it, in the many, many ways we can say it. But that is going to be Cure's final stand. He has to win 3 games in a row against not just a player who's already gone up 2-0 over against them, but it's been 2-0 with only a few real moments where I want to say Dark didn't look pretty good.
He's snowballing, right?
Yeah.
The first game was a little questionable, was almost maybe even a Cure victory, actually, and then Dark was like, nope, I'm Dark, I'm going to do it. The second game was a demolishing. Cure actually really had no shot, even when I think, things could have gone better. Everything went wrong for Cure. Let's see if things can turn around on game number 3, or if this guy will get the 3-0 he's looking for. In the top right, that's the Red Zerg for DKZ Gaming. He is Dark.
And down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for this guy. He needs your energy to try and mount a comeback in this series from Team Liquid. He is Cure. Talked about it before at the beginning of this series, Zombie Grub, how close Cure has come to getting these big events. He's made these deep runs. He's made it to these kind of points before, but he now has to try and 3-0 Dark to stay alive in the series, to keep that hope and dream alive that he can win one of these big events here.
Yeah, and this would also be like his first map in a while against Dark too. Last time they faced, it was a 3-0 for Dark. Time before that, it was a 4-0. Time before that, it was Dark 2-1 to be fair, but Dark's just been winning against Cure more and more convincingly as time has gone on. We do have Cure really changing things up. I loved his build in game number 1, thought it was effective, didn't work out. Game number 2, made sense for the map 100%. Game 3, on the ropes here. He's not just going for the forward 2 racks, he's adding on the 3rd. He's looking to snowball and most probably looking to take advantage of Dark's later speed.
Yeah, Dark has actually been foregoing that in a lot of his TDZs, it seems like, and he really has shown that he's sometimes willing to play a little bit greedier here. So how is this going to pan on out? Overlord is going to come on forward. He's going to see 2 barracks, the full wall over there. It does not reveal that 3rd barracks you were talking about, and when actually Dark realizes what he's up against is going to heavily impact how many units he's actually making to respect this.
You do see the lack of command center if you're courageous with your Overlord. Some Zergs aren't. They're scared of a Marine popping out instead of Reapers, so they will keep that Overlord back. But Dark, he is certainly not scared. That is not one word to use for Dark. He puts the Overlord right into the natural. He sees the lack of command center. There is a possibility there's a mind game and the command center's on the high ground, but there's also a real strong possibility it is actually a 3rd Rax, and that's exactly what it is. Dark still doesn't have speed started up here. He is, in fact, not going to have it. I think he's already taken off a couple of drones from Gas. Yeah, he's got to be 100%.
Yeah, and he's just making more drones, Zombie Grub. He's just continuing to make drones.
Yes. Yes, he is. That seems, you know, potentially difficult the more that Reapers appear here.
Yeah, I'm like, Zombie Grub, am I wrong about this? But if your opponent is making a lot of units, I feel like this is going to get really scary if you're making a lot of workers.
Yeah, I mean, still, at the end of the day, I'd say the most important thing as far as not just getting bopped by this build is ensuring that your queens survive. If you lose one queen because you missed micro or didn't realize the Reaper was coming as fast, that snowballs really quickly. But this is the real issue with not having particularly fast speed. Queens on creep, slow lings on creep, drones being pulled away is one thing. Trying to defend your building 3rd hatch, it just doesn't happen. I mean, sometimes this 3rd hatch even dies to the 4th and 5th Reaper from a 2 racks, much less the 3 racks continuing to produce Reapers.
Yeah, so Dark is just going to take the loss, and he has to cancel that base, loses the drone, and says, well, at least I'll have an okay-ish drone count because I've just been continuing to make workers throughout all this. And you were talking about that queen count being very important. The Reapers still not in such high numbers that they feel confident in actually pushing even against the 3 queens, although I'm not going to lie, with Cure's micro, I feel like he could actually try and pull something out over there with some nice Reaper grenades as well. You have to be a little bit cautious there as Dark.
Yeah, the speed could be finishing at any second. As far as Cure's aware, we know it's 2 seconds away, so he has to be very careful being surrounded. But honestly, with this many Reapers, if Dark makes enough lings to get this around and get the kill, that's actually still kind of a problem for the Zerg who built so many lings, they weren't building drones. So basically, Cure is pretty confident that even if there were enough lings, he'd skedaddle, he'd get out of there, he'd throw the grenades, and the Reapers would still be effective enough, or that they actually will go ahead and have the map control and can even posture themselves as a potential secondary attack timed up with the Medivacs.
That is absolutely true, and we do see a funny little side effect, of course, of the spawn locations there, as Cure's Tech Lab is a little bit more exposed if Dark decided to try and take advantage of that, but Queen's going to try and engage against these Reapers, and the Lings are on the other side of the map. I believe that Cure actually just saw that with his Marines at his front line, so he can actually do that a little bit safer, knowing that he's not just immediately going to get surrounded.
Another highlight for Reapers on this map is what we're seeing exactly here. Dark has to break down his rocks in the middle of his gold to actually get on the right side of the map. So Cure figuring that the Reapers have some amount of time to escape, but Dark did break down the rocks. Dark is looking to intercept, and Dark absolutely will. Cure, though, quick to respond. Nice little juke right there, throwing down the grenades and keeping a lot of his Reapers alive. So close being able to hop up. Did he only lose one Reaper there?
One Reaper, that's all he loses. Incredible mind games with the micro there, and Cure comes out on top.
Dang, nicely done. Very important that Cure was watching his Reapers, though. Like, that's like the first thing, right? Is they didn't just go, back home, boys. Like,
it's supposed to be the safe zone. I really wouldn't blame any player for thinking, I'm safe here. I don't need to watch them right now.
Exactly, but the juke was excellent as well. And now, as I was saying, we do have the Reapers paired up with the Medivacs and Marines. They could try and dive into the main and be a secondary attack, or they could actually straight up help. on the main. You know, they're still very effective against Lings with the Marines. They'll soak a couple of Banelings, and the grenades, we've seen a couple of times grenades be effective, popping those Banelings all over the place so that the Marines can even focus them down faster and more precisely.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, this is the kind of game where sometimes you'll see these sort of pushes happen before Baneling speed is about to finish. This is the game where the lair only just now finished on up, and the Baneling nest is done, but there is not even Baneling speed started just yet. So even the micro potential there from the Reapers to continue to kite around and try and use those grenades like you were talking about to throw those Banelings all out and about can be extremely annoying and extremely effective here.
Kira's really played an excellent control game here. The 3-rack start forces the Zerg to respond to that. Then the 2-base follow-up again, forcing the Zerg to respond to that. It does mean that he is going to be not as well set up macro-wise, especially compared to the last 2 games. His third CC isn't even halfway done. He doesn't have double engineering bay, although he is now grabbing +1 armor. It is a delay on the economy, but the idea is that if the Zerg player has to respect this, then they're also going to be suppressed to a certain amount, and it's possible they don't even respect it enough and they just die.
Yep, drag them down with you rather than both of you rising to the occasion or to the fight. But like you said, it is still going to mean that Cure has to invest in some of that stuff just a little bit later on, but he is still getting there, just again a little bit slower, and has that opportunity to put on those little pressure plays. So far, has not been able to find those openings though. Dark has been on top of it. He's been maneuvering his queens around. Is maybe going to lose a couple of Banelings that are morphing in over here, as that's actually a very cute little position for those Reapers to find.
It really is, and the Reapers are helping again. Big Ling run by from Dark is going to try and enter into the natural. Not going to happen, however. He does have Banelings thing forming off to the left too, but that's a lot of bio on Dark's front lines before he has his hatchery done, so he will be able to cancel that. But I don't know if he can contest this position. That potential run-by is going to turn into a bit of a surround that has now been tipped off to Cure, so he's going to be extra wary of that.
Has 3 medevacs, so can pick up some of these units if he does decide he has to evacuate on out of there. Even has 2 siege tanks that have joined the fray. Those siege tanks are going to get loaded into the medevac and look for an opportunity to siege up behind the mineral line, which is going to be extremely annoying, even going to be in range of one of these gas geysers. So it's going to put a little bit of a time pressure here for Dark.
Yeah, Dark is, you know, he's trying to figure things out, and he does have some time thanks to the Queens being so tanky. But this Baneling run-by that he's got set up here really does have to do some damage or big distraction. A tank is sieged up to help at least guard against the potential, so I don't know what Dark is thinking now his extractors are going down, his evolution chamber could be in trouble too, and he just can't get a great angle against this push point.
Yeah, I wonder if he's waiting for reinforcements to move out from the natural over to the third or something before he goes into the run-by, because yeah, he has to do something, and I wouldn't even hate the idea of using the run-by to distract while also trying to go for the breakout, just because it forces micro on both fronts or something, but he just hasn't been able to find an opportunity on either end just yet. The Lings finally forced to actually disengage against these Marines, because otherwise the Evo Chamber is getting so low on hit points, he's going to lose +2 weapons.
Yeah, 100%. That was only halfway done. I think that's impossible to guard. He might have been able to get a second or third, I suppose, Evolution Chamber up to get it again, but not going to happen. Also, Cure, with more army being produced, of course, finally has enough to feel comfortable to send 2 medevacs across the map. I say comfortable enough because that means he's going to have less back at home against the potential Baneling run-by, which finally goes for the throat. Third CC is taken down temporarily. 14 SCVs dead for that one, but overall, Cure chose a good moment to go for the drop as well. He's got 2-pronged attack going on. That 4th base of Dark is under trouble. His Queens are in trouble, and Cure is going to be able to recover from a 14 SCV loss.
No, he absolutely will. He is finding the equalizing damage over here. For whatever damage Dark has been able to do to him, Cure has been able to continue to find damage, but also still keep his solidified pressure play on that natural expansion, denying the gas guys, denying any drones that get a little bit too far forward toward those minerals.
Dark has had to just live with this bothersome, tumor on the left side, Yeah, it's like, this is just my life now. But he has been trying to do what I think he does very well in these games to make some of these comebacks happen, which is stay cool, calm, and collected, and not give up on trying to say something in return. He doesn't just go meek and milquetoast and okay, you do whatever you want. He always tries to get a jab in, and then as we see in a couple of his games, it works out. The Terran player is distracted or did underestimate his ability to gamble. More of the army on the opposite side, where most of the Zergs would be, again, very scared to do that. So Dark is doing what he needs to do, but it is still a troublesome place for the Zerg.
It absolutely is. Now, a couple more Marines are going to try and find little bits and pieces of damage, even maybe snipe out of a creep tumor or something over here. Dark is actually going to be forced to pull back a lot of his army, but is he pulling it back to the right location? Yes, he's going to the bottom right-hand side, and he's going to try and collapse in on this Bioforce. Widow Mines are eventually going to go off. Takes a while, but they do eventually go off, and Dark does manage to stay alive there, and he's stayed alive long enough that his +2 melee is going to finish up, which nearly ties up the upgrade.
He does, that's true. 3-3 starts up, lickety split for Cure as he's now focused majorly on the right side. I believe we had another surround. Yep, exactly, that Cure has to pick up from. But Cure's really chosen to dedicate, I think, to a different attack, right? He left his tanks up to the top left, and that is annoying, but Dark has clearly also just been like, you know what? I'm fine with that. I took my gases elsewhere. He actually doesn't even need that many gases, apparently. Still very low on that one. But Dark has had a troublesome game from minute 1, and now push has come to shove. Cure's army supply 30 above his opponent, with the upgrade lead now no longer in effect, but the supply and the quality of supply from the Terran is intimidating.
This is going to be the big moment. If Dark can hold on over here, he's going to have a much more solid chance for the rest of this game. He's got his Hydras coming on out. He's got a bunch of these upgrades coming on out that are going to help him in a big fight. But Cure is at his front door. He is stalling out for a little bit as he looks like he's setting up a 4th base location. Apparently that Shank never evacuated on out, didn't get the evacuation notice. Will eventually get evacuated out to heaven.
Boys?
Boys? What?
Tank Sarah Kerrigan. Anyway, we do have an attack on the right side that Cure is continuing to reinforce. This is the point at which he wants to make the battle happen, of course, in his favor. Dark has added on Hydras. He's trying to wait for some of these better upgrades too, including the Hydra upgrades. Only has the range, not the speed, but apparently this is the moment to go. Trying to get the big surround, even off of Creep. The Widow Mine's popping off, but not effectively enough for the Terran, who is forced to evacuate.
And that was a massive fight there for Dark in a lot of ways, but the army supply is still looking pretty high there for Cure. How much of that is just in production? It looks like there's still a fair bit on this bottom right-hand side, and they may be able to find one of the hatcheries. An easy pickoff here for Cure.
Yeah, absolutely. No contest, but that's the decisions that Dark is making, the wise decisions that he's making. Yep, gonna go ahead and let that one go. Try and get at least some more creep spread going, because that has been a sore point. Not a lot of creep to work with around his bases, which is why Cure is continuing to push this issue. Dark taking the engagement once again, but this is far worse. No surrounds possible.
Cure is just looking a little bit too strong with his army now. He's dropping in on the other location. It looks like he's going to be able to push on through. The Bailey count is not high enough, and Cure puts one on the board.
In a masterful display of TVZ. From start to finish, his plan worked out. No big mistake on the surround potential either, which had happened in the second game. That was the Cure we love to see. And Dark, at the end of the day, was thrown off with the opener, was thrown off with the consistent aggression, and was thrown off with the tank position.
Really, really great start there for game number 3 on Cure's side, and he definitely needed that W. If he can go into this next game and secure a similar-ish kind of momentum, I really feel good about Cure's chances. I mean, I think this is the area where he and many other Terran players just tend to excel, is when they can control the pacing of the game. It's just hard to recreate that every single time.
Yeah, of course, but this is the proof that he's not going to let things snowball. Dark had a great, comeback in the first game, I would still call it, and then he demolished him in the second game. So that's really concerning. You start to wonder, is this the trend? Is Cure going to 2-racks and get bopped in the third game, and okay, 3-0 on to the next one? No, Cure has his most powerful game to date based off of the aggression against Dark, and now he has that opening again. He can get the confidence again. He can say, yeah, you know what, that 3CC was working. I just kind of did this or that wrong, and yeah, this aggression can work, so maybe I want to do that again. Cure should be just as confident coming into this game 4 as he was in game 1, and hopefully with that confidence he can go ahead and even it up.
Yeah, and he is going to need to, because his opponent right now has a hard lead as we head on to hard lead. We're going to be starting down in the bottom right-hand side of the map, on top of the red Zerg player still sitting at match point. He is DKZ's Dark.
And if you still want this team, Liquid Terran, to make it to the finals, give him your energy. He is Cure!
Hearing that crowd roar, they really want that Christmas present of a potential Team Liquid versus Team Liquid finals. If in the next match, Clem can defeat Serral, he could have 2 Team Liquid boys, a guaranteed Liquid victory. But before that happens, before Clem even comes onto the stage, Cure still needs to figure out what his game plan is going to be here in game number 4.
And that game plan is back to the confidence of the macro game. Command Center coming out first, and Dark is just going for the typical hatch gas pool. So I am happy to see it. Cure is an established veteran of the scene. Of course, both of them are playing for a decade plus at this point, I believe. So, you know, that's not usually something you have to worry about being phased coming into the round of 4, but it's always a concern. We do see even the best players in the world occasionally just have a mental break, but not for these players.
Oh, absolutely. And I think especially Dark is just one of those players. I think that's probably one of the things I love the most about watching him is he just has that swagger, he has that confidence, and you see it in the interviews, you see it in his answers for some of the random little tidbits and graphics and stuff that we've displayed. He really is one of those players that he doesn't just go into the semifinals and says, okay, well, I'm getting a little bit nervous, can I really win? No, he moves in and he says, I am going to win not just this semifinals. I'm not going to get to the finals and be happy. I'm going to win this event. That is what success means to me.
Yeah, Dark swagger is unbelievable. He's actually the coolest guy.
Yeah, I genuinely think that Dark is just, he's won me over with his swagger. Yeah, I became a fan of him with just his swagger. Even sometimes when he would do metagame styles and stuff at certain points in time in certain years, I'm just like, man, Dark, I really don't enjoy watching this, but goddamn, do I enjoy watching you.
Talking some Brooklyn Infester?
We're not going to talk about what the composition was. I'm not gonna add him like that because I'm enjoying the heck out of his compositions and his gameplay. This particular series, I think that's actually been so much fun also, is that not only looking at this series in particular with the past 3 games, but even his series versus Spirit, they look so different. There's so much variety that Dark brings to the table.
Absolutely. Cure is going for that 3cc barracks setup. So again, one of the greediest things you can do. Without that factory, it's the catch-all defensive structure. It's got the Hellions against Lings, got the Cyclones and Tanks against Roaches. It's really nice. But if you think your opponent's not going to cheese you, which is quite the call against Dark, but I guess he's not so much cheesy as he is very aggressive, then you can get away with this. Expedite to the barracks play and get there on the best economy possible. Dark will eventually pick up on this. Speed kicks in as he gets some Lings into the natural. He's going to see no Hellions. That's already a good sign. And he's actually going to even see, you know, for instance, the Supply Depot count on the front kind of really points to a 3rd CC, which he's bothered by that one Supply Depot. He's going to get that one.
He's like, you're not allowed to start walling this early. And I mean, even just actually a lot of the lost mining time, the SCVs didn't just go straight over to the main base and say, well, I guess we'll just oversaturate over there. No, they actually have been continuously pulled against a lot of these Lings. And wow, Dark is just going to try and go for it. He's trying to start step his Lings forward. I think he maybe got, what was that, 2 Marines in the end and an SCV. For 10 Lings, how do you feel about that with the Supply Depot, I guess?
Yeah, plus the delayed mining time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a 3cc, and I think that did give him a successful scout. So he should know it's 3cc, and he should know that it's Marine production, because again, a factory unit would have popped out by now. So it is most likely then 3 racks. Although, I guess it could be a 2-1-1 follow-up, but it's these little things that he's probably also trying to read still as the Lings continue to bother. If it's a 3 racks, then we're talking about a much later medevac push, but we're talking about a much faster, perhaps, bio push on the ground, which Terrans will threaten the Zerg with when they think they can. Now, I'm not sure this is the game in which Cure wants to gamble kind of with that, but I think just the presence of this build, you know, is going to force the Zerg to take it seriously, and Dark has opted for finally a Roach Warren.
Yep, and this is really interesting because this was also what he was doing in most of the games against Spirit. Again, and I keep bringing up that series versus Spirit because that is the ZVT he played during this event, the most recent ZVT that we can really witness of Dark. And he was oftentimes going up against Spirit, who was looking for Hellion Banshee openings and stuff. But how is he actually going to decide to invest in these Roaches? He makes 7 right now, 8?
I'm pretty blind. He actually has been in the knowledge this entire time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's an Overlord on the backside.
All right.
So he doesn't even need these little twists and turns. I think he was still looking for the starport timing because he sent his other Overlord in. It's not too often, I'd say, pro gamers have 2 Overlords on the other side of the map, but Dark does in this one. So one in the back guarantees that scout. One at the left just guarantees any other scout he might need. But the Ling still would have really wanted to be very cautious about the Ling move out timing. But it is really good that Dark has that full information, because even that single engineering down the front line, if there was no Overlord scouting, might have made him wonder if tanks were being hidden and it was like a 2-base push. which, yeah, again, with the overload in the main, that's not the issue. So he knows exactly what he's up against, and he knows that Cure is going to, not really push with these Marines so much as hope to get a reaction from him, stop building drones, start building army. But at this point, Dark might want to be doing it anyway. He's already at 66 drones on 3 bases. He's got 1-1 on the way, and Dark is entirely capable of going for a 1-1 Roach all in if you think it's going to work. And just waiting for his next wave of units.
Yeah, I mean, he already did go for the patented 6 Overlords all at once. I know that these Roaches are inflated in supply kind of moves, as he went from, I think, 80 supply to 150 or 146, I should say. As, yeah, it's just pure Roaches coming on out. Lings are going to kind of poke on forward and force a stim out from some Marines. Just keep an eye out on that army. Keep an eye out and make sure, okay, you're not doing any kind of weird push-outs or anything. You're not trying to do anything here. Cool, because I'm making a lot of army right now.
He also wants to see if it's tank production and how fast and how many tanks there are. If you go immediately into tanks, especially with a more standard build where that factory comes out a bit faster, then you're already really well set up against the 1-1 Roach all in. You still got to do the right things, of course, but you're better set up than if you went right into Woodham Mines, for instance.
Does this medevac see any of the Roaches moving across the map?
No, it does not. This is a problem. Cure, I'm not sure he's going to have enough back at home and when the actual 1-1 Roach push comes, so he's really got to scout out that this is Dark's intention.
Well, some of the Roaches that were already, I believe, witnessed earlier as well, like maybe a few less Roaches than that, are spotted over there in the main base. I wonder if he's going to be thinking, like, did you actually position all of your Roaches in the main? Surely you must have a few more, but how many more do you have? I don't see any, is this a situation where you can really reactively start producing a particular kind of unit like Sea Shanks or something, knowing that Roaches are coming?
You definitely want to swap over into tanks if you haven't already. Cure has been building them. They just really haven't been for a very long time. Only 2 of them out, but I think he did pick up on the fact that Roaches were going to come across the map. At least everything is prepared. The tanks are sieged, the Marines are there to block, and the SDVs were ready to do their duty. They got pulled to the front lines, and they're going to pull back as soon as they realize they did enough. But the supply is still incredibly scary. We know it's quantity versus quality, but we know that Dark could also get a big surround at a really opportune moment. Cure wanted to go for the Ravagers, but was that right move?
He is going to lose so many of these Marines. The Sea Shank barely purchased anything in the fight until finally a couple of Roaches go in to snipe it on off. This 3rd command center is going to have to abandon ship. 14 workers going down, and Dark, he is climbing up in supply. It's not just inflated Roach supply now. It is because Cure is losing so very much.
I think going after the Ravagers wasn't the right move at the end of the day. It's a really hard call to make because even if the army was there to properly defend with the SCV pull, with the tank firing, it could still have been a quantity issue. Cure is going to try and hold on for as long as possible because he is on 4 command centers. He can take a bit of a bruising here and still recover in the overall game, especially if Dark then gets overconfident, tries to get a surround, fails, and the quality of the Terran army works. But Cure has been pushed back. That wasn't the defense he still wanted. Even though he made a last-minute defense out of this, ideally, I think he would have had even like a couple of bunkers to further delay. He would have had a 3rd tank, obviously positioned better if he could have bought some more time. And it is a fact that Cure is in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, Roaches and Ravagers going to poke on forward, but I actually want to highlight our wonderful, incredible observers did catch a scan that Cure did on the 3rd base location, I think, of Dark. And I think that's just checking to see, like, how committed are you to this? Have you already started transitioning out? Do I still have an opportunity to bounce back exactly like you were talking about? Because Cure, if you can somehow manage to hold out just a little bit longer, if Dark takes any kind of bad engagement or something, there still is very much so a shot here for Cure.
Unfortunately, it looks like Cure was reacting to the information as he was getting his upgrades. No armor is done for him, but +2 attack ace. He's got the high ground tank working, a tank on the low ground, also getting tons of shots. The SCVs are being pulled in here as the Marines try and make their stand against the entirety of Dark's Roach Ravager army. The 2nd tank is eventually going to go down, but it got so many shots off. There still might be some hope as Cure also has a drop trying to decimate Dark's economy, but Dark still has the supply. He still has Cure choked up in his natural, and he's still out for blood.
Up 80 supply, and he's cleaning up back at home. The medevac gets sniped off. There's no sustainability to this push-in anymore, whereas Dark is continuing to be so obnoxious with these corrosive piles, forcing these medevacs back, even picking some of them off. Dark smells the grand finals. It's in his reach. This Grinch is ready to steal Christmas away from Cure, and he is finally going to get cleaned up on that other side of the map as well.
No one's coming in here to melt his heart, unfortunately. Dark knows that he is going to be the victor. It is a matter of time. There's no reason for Dark to pull away, to allow Kier the chance to get his third back on location, and to even double expand with that fort that's been hanging in the air forever. Kier does not want to tap out. It is his last life in this tournament, but the supplies are telling the tale, and he is going to tap out. Dark, with a 3-1 victory, will go on to the grand finals.
Absolute confidence there. Takes his headset off as if he knew, yeah, this was just what was supposed to happen. I was supposed to make it to the grand finals, and I'm also supposed to win it. Incredible play there from Dark.
And that's what he wanted to do. He might even be a little upset with himself that he lost a game. He wants to demolish the competition here at the ESL Masters Winter Tournament, but he'll have to go ahead and accept the 3-1 and the chance to do even better in the finals.
Absolutely, and he is going to be going up against either the winner of Clem or Cyril. One of the two, both of them incredible non-Korean players. Cannot wait to hear what his thoughts are on that upcoming match and just that series in general.
That's right, we got a lot to talk to Dark about, but first, foremost, a dominating series against Kier. You look so sharp. How do you feel?
네, 먼저 승리 축하드리고요. 되게 경기력이 좋아 보였는데 지금 결승 올라간 소감이 어떤가요?
우선 경기력은 전혀 좋지 못하고요. 지금 몸 상태가 너무 안 좋아서 오늘 이길 수 있을까라는 생각을 했는데 빌드가 잘 맞물려서 이기게 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, he actually says he doesn't think he played that well because he's not in good shape right now. But today somehow the builds worked out in his favor, so he was able to advance.
Oh, the builds worked out. They got a little creative in Game 4. Tell us about the Roach Ravager mask you brought out.
그럼 4경기에서 그 김도호 선수의 플레이에서 어떤 틈이나 그 성향이 보였길래 마지막에 바퀴 갬블충 그 찌르기로 끝낸 건가요?
틈이 보였다기보단 3세트 때부터 뭔가 제 집중력이 확 떨어지더라고요. 그래서 이거 올인 아니면 답이 없겠다는 생각으로 한번 해봤는데 그게 잘 통한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, he says that it wasn't anything particularly in Kier's play that made him do that, but he started feeling in Game 3 that his concentration was going down, so he really needed to go for an all-in there.
Well, your concentration, that can't go down. You've got another match to play in the grand finals. It'll either be against Cyril or Clem. What's your preference?
네, 결승전에서 클램 또는 세라리인데 그 어느 선수랑 붙고 싶나요?
다들 이제 젊은 놈들인데 상대하기 너무 힘들 것 같고요. 근데 사실 지금 오늘 컨디션으로 봤을 땐 헤란전보다 저저전이 나을 것 같아요.
Yeah, he says those kids, both of them are going to be tough to face, but right now, considering his condition, it would probably be better to play ZVZ than ZBT. So yeah, he prefers Cyril.
We would love to see either. Now, considering your condition, we asked you power rankings before this tournament. Dark, you chose yourself as #1. So tell me, do you really believe that? Is this the day? Are you going to win it?
네, 그 대회 전에 선수들별로 그 랭킹 매기라고 했잖아요. 근데 본인이 1위라고 했는데 스스로 좀 재미로 한 건가요? 아니면 실제로 믿는 건가요?
약간 반반인 것 같고요. 사실 오기 전까지는 그렇게 생각하고 있었는데 지금 컨디션이 그렇게 좋지 못해서 살짝은 약간 1.5순위 정도로 밀려난 것 같은데 저는 항상 제가 최고라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, he says that putting himself at #1 was kind of like half for fun, half truly believing it. But right now, because his condition isn't great, maybe he's 1.5 place.
You got to keep that manifestation up through one more match. Dark, it is a joy to watch you play, and we will be seeing you in the finals. Let's give him one more round of applause as we send it over to the desk to take another look at those games.
A shadow cast over Kier in the round of 4. Dark, the beast, will move on into that grand final to determine who is eventually going to become our champion here in Atlanta. Joining me, Kat, as well as Steadfast, to talk about this matchup. Dark looked phenomenal from the word go here against Kier, regardless of what Dark thinks about his form so far. Kier did come back a little bit. However, Dark's aggression, constant, endless waves, really epitomized gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, he had some good starts, Kier did, but Dark really just, I mean, sometimes it seems like he makes some mistakes here and there, like makes too many corruptors, for example, but it doesn't matter. He just finds a way to use anything that happens to his advantage. Like, he had some brilliant moves. The rocks that were broken on this map, for example, to trap the Reapers, that was mind-blowingly cool, that, like the way he tracked the Reapers, but he wasn't able to get it. So again, Kier had good early games. He had good reactions. It just wasn't enough to keep up with the beast and the magic that Dark had to bring today.
Definitely not. And a cheeky little mine out of the back base as well from Dark here, which you don't see all too often, Steadfast, but then getting towards some of the final moments of these series as well. Just like, regardless of how Cure would hold on from this scenario, Dark would just keep hitting him and hitting him. There was no recovering for Cure.
Yeah, I think Zombie Grub said it best yesterday. He just hits you in the face, and he just keeps doing it.
Yes.
And it's, even if you survive, you know, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th hit, it stuns you, and it causes stuff like 5 Marines being pretty close to being in position, not able to respond to those drones mining out the back base. It's just so difficult to go up against a Dark that I don't care what he says about I don't feel like I'm in good form. He's in amazing form right now. He is playing ridiculous, out of his mind.
That's the thing, right? Like, he says, you know, #1, half joking, ha. He's in the grand finals. And we have said, you know, on many a desk, especially since Katowice, that sometimes it's not the prettiest of executions, but it's a bludgeoning. That's the thing about Dark's playstyle. It's a bludgeoning that you find very difficult in being able to erect a defense against.
He is an incredibly smart player, an incredibly reactive player as well. Like, he's a brand of player that is nearly extinct, in my opinion, in StarCraft 2. This is not a slight to most players. Like, most players today that are thriving are great iterators. I've had great conversations even at this tournament. Like, I was talking earlier with Showtime. I've heard like the same things from Laser, where a lot of these players try to be in the zone and think as little as possible during the game, which sounds like a bad thing, but it's a great thing, because if you have your processes automated, you can do things a lot more quickly, and then you are a lot better. But then people wonder, how does Dark like seemingly make so many mistakes or like look so scrappy and look so bad and still win? It's because he is a thinking type player, right? So when he makes a mistake like making corruptors, he doesn't freak out. He's like, how do I use these? And it confuses his opponents because no one's used to them, right? Like, it's just wild. Like mining the minerals, right? It's just stuff that no one else thinks about.
He's such a good improviser. He's so good at coming up with on-the-fly solutions that first of all, he might never have been in a situation, or most players are so unused to being in a situation, so they might not have seen the problem before. Dark's already cooked up a solution on the fly. That's what we saw yesterday twice against Classic. Almost the third time. He should have been 3-0'd. Should have been, we say that all the time, but he should have been on paper 3-0'd in that series. Instead, he very nearly 3-0'd his opponent. And then we see it again in game 1. Again almost in game 3.
Sure.
He's so damn good at solving these problems on the fly. It blows me away.
Yeah, I also like that he is willing to throw relatively uncommon problems at his opponent, as we saw here in this series as a whole. So it's great to watch. I guess I'll ask you a final question, Steadfast, is who do you think stands a better chance against him, Clem or Cyril?
Well, first of all, I mean, I'm going to answer it with a little bit of an anecdote from Dark. When is the last time someone said they would rather take Cyril over a different opponent?
Yeah.
I can't remember when the last time that was. That's got to be when he was like, you know, just a little wee lad, when his older brother Protosser was still playing. Like we're going way back in time. But to answer your question, I mean, this is where I am going to listen to Dark. I think he may be a little bit afraid of Clem and the purity of execution that Clem can bring to the table in that TVZ. And if he says he doesn't feel great against Terran, even if we just saw that, maybe he does have a better shot against Cyril.
Final thoughts, Cats?
I mean, I think either one is for a formidable opponent. Like, when that question was asked, usually we all know what the answer is. As soon as that question was asked, I turned to Steadfast and I was like, wow, that's actually a tough question to answer. Because it actually is. I mean, both opponents for Dark would be insanely difficult, but you know, he might be my favorite player ever to watch in StarCraft 2. I'm not going to lie. He is just a wild beast, and he has been bringing that magic, and he has the confidence to do it. So I wouldn't mind seeing him be crowned the champion after this set of performances.
We'll see. Cool. We'll see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for a short break here at the main stage as we have ourselves one semi-final remaining before we get into that grand final. Stay tuned. It is, of course, the two absolutely wonderful non-Koreans here as we have Clem going up against the Finnish phenom Cyril. You don't want to miss it.
You want to see it? This is what? Italian sniper precision move. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've never seen that actually.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
It's already getting hard.
Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, you have to put it there?
Yeah.
Put it there.
Nah, stop. What are you doing?
I think you put it badly there. Can you put it like however you want there?
Yes, I think so. I mean that.
Can you take the middle
Up to a
piece there?
certain point. You know what? I think this one. I flick it.
Then it's already game over for me. If you manage to do that.
Yeah, I think so. Are you playing a high risk, high reward?
That's how you like to do it usually.
Or am I going for the late game like you?
You just take the side pieces out.
I touched it. Hey, they're so...
I feel like you're touching the table so it's gonna collapse on its own soon.
They're so bricked together. Is there a word? This is the last one I can touch in theory. Man, I'm so bad at this stuff. Shaky hands. God. Why are you so quiet? You're pressuring me.
Press it hard that was. I'm just taking these middle ones.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep playing it safe?
Yeah.
How about to flick one? Show the people what you're made of.
But the whole thing's moving there.
Tough luck.
Wow. I never practiced the flicking techniques.
I see another flicking potential here. Do I go for it?
Go for it.
High risk, high reward. Actually, it's high risk, low reward. But I'm gonna do it anyways.
Why are you flicking again?
Wait, don't move the table. Perfect. I'm telling you, I'm very good at this game actually.
Yeah, seems so. Might just go for the middle pieces myself.
Yeah, at some point they're gonna end. I wonder what you're gonna do then.
Well, I'm just ready for the middle pieces.
Hey,
only two.
No, that's 3 touches.
No, was it? No,
Yeah,
it was 2.
yeah, no, hey, double check. That was 3 touches. I saw triple touch. You know as well.
So which one was the last one I touched then?
I don't know, somewhere around here.
I can just choose.
I'll choose for you.
Oh, it was this one, right?
That's this one.
No, there's no way. This was the third one, right?
Sure.
I think I only touched 2 times to do it.
Sure.
But I'm allowed to approach some pieces still.
It's not looking good.
Are you sure I tripled that?
Yes. I mean, now you've been touched it 15 times, so you gotta.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that.
You gotta do it. Flick it.
So there's nothing you can do here.
You think so? So it's GG.
Yeah, I'll try with this side last one, and I have to comment.
You can't go back, buddy. Your decision has been done.
Yeah, it's over already.
You gotta clutch it. Come on.
Just hit it really hard.
I mean, find a way.
It's a middle piece.
It's like.
Is this?
You're doing it. Calm down. You're falling under pressure. Calm your nerves. Hey, why are you being so rough?
It's not moving, that's why.
You fucking big ass hands over here just pulling the whole tower apart. What are you doing?
There's nothing I can do here.
Calm down. Hey, you got it. Ah!
Is this allowed? Is it in the rules?
Sure. Yeah, it's GG. Out.
That's that. Yeah, I was too much stuck there.
So you need to guess this one.
No, not that one. I need to guess this one.
The power.
85?
85.
太低估自己了。
82? Why 82?
82.
Just 82?
Just 82.
I'm thinking it's like 90 here.
Maybe just a flat 90.
90.
I'm a little bit of a Serral fan myself.
应该不高，因为我线下赛少了一单。
我觉得这还好听啊。
So for speed, I think he's not that speedy player. So I think
This is probably the lowest for him. I will give him 72 for speed.
速度的话 I think speed is not too fast, so maybe
如此谦虚
maybe just 80. I give me 80.
But I don't think anyone reached 100. So we're gonna go 99.
You're 85.
I'll give you a 91 anyways.
So now we need to open them, I think.
You gave me an 82, 75.
Oh, I give you a...
But I suppose I think I was supposed to reach.
Underestimated.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh,
let's see.
Wow,
99?
84.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Oh, 56.
What did you give me?
72.
74.
I'm scared of this one. The grand say is 70.
No, that's not real. 91.
There's no down.
55? I told you I'm probably the lowest.
Oh no.
I told you.
That's rough.
Oh my god.
No way.
No. Okay, this is a little much.
Yeah, that's a little much.
Bam.
Bam, exactly correct.
Start.
Let's go.
78, so it's not that.
Oh. Yeah. It's high.
93?
See?
No, come on.
I'm an old gamer.
You're gonna be like 85 because your accuracy killed you. 82.
Oh, not bad.
你猜多少？
我75，你70。
Yeah, yes, I think we almost.
Yeah, I lowballed a little bit now. It's like a bit higher. It's like 91. Yeah.
Spot on.
95.
I think 95 as well.
92.
92. No, by one? Wait, you're the highest?
That's the highest.
So we're very close.
Yeah.
I'm the second highest? I'll take that.
Let's hope coming into our last semi-final that good old Cyril is better at StarCraft than he is at Jenga. Welcome back here as we do have ourselves Fear Dragon as well as Rotterdam to talk about good old Clem going up against Cyril. It is a fixture that we have seen time and time again. It is a fixture up in lights. These two titans of StarCraft will find out who is moving into the grand final. Rotterdam, I'm going to ask you straight out of the gates the most pertinent question here, because I guess a lot of people probably favor Cyril in this matchup. Has Clem got the chops in order to be able to get to this final on a very, very big stage?
I think it's a very close series. I really mean that. If it wasn't for the fact that Clem had an amazing win yesterday against Solar, then I think I would have favored Cyril a bit more.
Yes.
But I think that win yesterday was massive for the momentum of Clem. Solar is a player that got the best of him in the past at offline events like Home Story Cup, where we're like, yeah, we know that his TVZ can be magical online, but offline it's a different ball game. Yesterday he went through the ringer, Kalaris. He went down 0-1, lost his map choice, and then for Clem to bring it back against the reigning GSL champ, I really think is giving him that confidence and that momentum and that belief in himself that he can bring the fight to Yona today and potentially get the job done.
Is this the formidable Frenchman's time here as Clem 92 versus 92? They're very strong in different categories. Clem, according to production, unbelievably accurate in their test, like superhuman accurate, and you see that in his game, Sphere Dragon. You see his execution is impeccable, and he is one of the guys that can stand up to Cyril.
Absolutely, and I think actually one of the things we can even credit that to is Cyril, everyone knows he's so damn good at StarCraft. No one doubts that, but he is also one of those players that I think he has made his rise through StarCraft and through esports by being a consistent player that also put in reasonable hours. He took like a very professional, level-headed approach. Clem has been grinding. Clem, actually, you see him, he has like a hunger about him. He is the player that you see playing StarCraft at 5 or 6 in the morning. He's showing up on random NA streams like, why is he on the NA server playing versus Trigger right now? Isn't it 6 in the morning for you, Clem? He's like, well, yeah. I'm like, you already played in 2 EPT weeklies today, dude. What are you doing? But he has just been going so hard. I don't doubt at all that his mechanics, of course, are benefiting from that.
I'm just chuckling a little bit about that because they are both similar but still so different.
Yeah.
Both incredibly sweet. Obviously, they will always take the time for the people here at the event. But at one point, after Jona's done with his games and Jona's done taking pictures and signing stuff, Jona will go to his hotel and he'll take the elevator and says, good night, see you guys tomorrow. Clem, on the other end, is someone who's going to stick around. Oh, you guys need me for some show matches in a different game? I'll do that. Oh, you guys are sitting in the hotel lobby? I'll stick around for a little bit. So they are very different in that regard.
Yes.
But I think in the end, they're both incredibly talented. This is a beautiful rivalry that's been going on for over 3 years now. A little over 3 years ago was the very first time that a young Frenchman defeated Sarah in a minor online tournament. We're like, oh, is this going to be a thing? And I mean, I think we all know that it absolutely turned out to be a thing. They had countless of great encounters online. Over the last 6 months, mostly Jona favored. It's been a little while since Clem did win, but the game has changed a little bit. Different maps, different patch. And that win yesterday, once more over Solar, I really think is a massive game changer. Because if Clem would have just won against the Protoss that he was heavily favored over, and he does that, it's like, that doesn't do that much for you. But if you can bring it like that against Solar, the reigning GSL champ, who's had one of the best years of his career, right? I think we can all agree on that. 2023 has been amazing for Solar. I think you can bring that too as well against Serral today, and I think we're in for a treatment. I think this is going to be fireworks.
I think so as well. It has the potential to be the best series of the tournament, hands down, if these two are able to play up to the caliber that we all know they're extremely capable of. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to head over to the stage here. It is a Bobby Dazzler. It is Clem. It is Serral. Let's do it.
You are absolutely right, Kylaris. And one of these players will be one step closer after this match, either to augmenting their collection of these trophies or to starting theirs. But our 2 players are ready, so please help me welcome to the stage of Team Basilisk, the Zerg Serral. And of Team Liquid, our Terran Clem.
Going up against Clem is always hard. It's gonna be a hard match. He's playing extremely well, and I think he's one of the strongest players here now.
Serral is a very good. He's obviously like insanely good. It's gonna be super hard no matter what. I definitely have good chances if I can really play my best. I'm believing.
Being calm and relaxed during games is extremely important. You can kind of do your best always. You do everything as you have always planned, so it is extremely important.
Yeah, I think I just have to play the best StarCraft I can play pretty much to be able to beat Serral. If I can do that, then sure, I definitely can do it, but I need to be in very good condition. Let's go. I hope it's going to be fun, and I hope you guys are going to have fun as well. And yeah, see you in game.
I'm ready to play.
10 times, Steadfast, 10 times Serral and Clan have run into each other this year, and Serral, he's had 8 of them, but this time, in the semifinals, Clem, he's on top of the world. That semis yesterday, that quarterfinals yesterday, he clutched it out, and this time, is it the time he does it?
That's the question on everyone's mind right now. Is this going to be the tournament where Clem finally gets the job done? Gamers 8 was such an amazing performance for him. He overcame such a huge difficulty in, Maru. But then the next round, he kind of faltered. And Raynor, on such amazing form, was able to take him down. But comes up against Solar yesterday. Really, I think Roddy said it best. That's going to be a huge confidence boost for him.
You know, it's funny. I was looking at what people were talking about that series after it happened. And even halfway through the series, you saw people talking about this idea that, hey, Solar, yeah, he'll take some licks, but he doesn't lose a ZVT, not right now. And then, well, what did Clem do? He took him in 5 games. He played that fantastic game on Site Delta to end it up here. But here's the difference. You want to talk about a thing different from yesterday? Site Delta, it's not in the pool anymore. But that does mean we get to see some weirder maps. We get to see Equilibrium as map 1.
Yeah, I mean, as the Terran, we know it for a long time. You either veto Radhuset or you veto Equilibrium. And it sounds as though Clem, he doesn't want to play Rad Huzet. So we're going to play Equilibrium to start things off in this best of 5. I cannot wait to get into it. This is going to be, as I like to say, a banger.
That it will be. So in the upper right here, in the red for Basilisk Gaming, he's the greatest player. It's Cyril.
And his opponent, spawning up in the top left, he's looking for that Christmas miracle, that storybook ending. It is Team Liquid's Clem.
You know, Steadfast, we talk about this matchup, we talk about these players that have played so often 10 times this year. The other important thing, Clem has never beaten Cyril offline. It's never happened. He's gotten close, Home Story Cup in the finals, but this time, well, again, it hasn't happened yet. And in this game, Cyril, this is weird. He's taking the gold base as his natural.
Yes, he is, and it's an Extractor Trick 15 hatch, the Eric opener to do it. Brazilian Zerg player Eric using this build to mind game and beat up Dark in not one, but 2 of those ESL Open Cup weeklies. And just a very cool opener overall. Has been adapted to ZVT a little bit. And on Equilibrium, I'm really interested to see what comes of it. There's a lot of things that can come from this. If you bait the Reaper down to that gold base, Cyril might be able to slip a couple of lings from the main across the map and maybe get a delay on his opponent's command center. This is a very interesting opener already.
It really is, but if we go back to what happened yesterday, Clem plays Solar and you talk about, the lings slip by and this might be just a big bait. Valid, totally fair. Clem abused not quite a similar idea because Solar took it as his 4th, but Clem really was able to abuse that position with Hellions and a push through the middle of the map here. And for now, the SCV is gonna see, hey, wait a minute, there's no natural here whatsoever, but he doesn't check the main base. He's not gonna see the gas timing, he's not gonna see the pull timing. Instead, beelining right back down to the gold base because this is Equilibrium and you know what's up.
Wow, this is actually really big. Okay, so he checks for the creep, confirms that there's no weird 12-pull Roach Ravager, nothing like that. A lot of things happening right now. Clem does not see that his opponent was gasless from the main and is going to start mining the high-yield gas base. Now he will figure it out. Roach Warren coming in from Cyril. This is a super interesting play. And the bunker from Clem to intercept units between the bases. This is already a very maybe unexplored scenario for Clem. Oh, an attempt to surround the Reaper, not able to get it. There is going to be a second Reaper popping out from Clem. This is so different from a normal ZVT already.
You know, it's funny, I was talking to Cyril before this series. He's like, well, you know what? The reason I don't play in part is because Zerg has to be tricky. Now, Zerg has to hide some things, and well, in this game, seems like Clem has hit some things as well, but drones are going down here. This is really nice. The problem is, you have Reapers Steadfast against a bunch of Roaches on the other side, and actually nothing else. Everything's in production right now. Eventually, you're gonna be able to build Marines or whatever that tech lab is on, that reactor's on, but Reapers don't kill Roaches all that fast.
No, but Cyclones do, and that is going to be the next phase of this. Cyril will be able to eventually clean up this bunker. Good juggling right there with the SCV from Clem, but this is an overwhelming number of Roaches. And Salvage, not able to get the salvage there. For a second, it looked like he might have, but will be able to get the cleanup. Cyril, that is. Nice save on the drones from Cyril. And with the Ling slipping across the map from Cyril, picking off that one SCV in the natural. Oh my God, the reactor. Holy moly. Holy moly, he almost got that.
Yeah, but he didn't, and that's the important thing. I like what's happening with the Reapers here as well. They're not going to help out in the defense in the slightest, but you keep him outside that gold base. It continues to be pressure to force Cyril to multi-prong, to deal with not only the attack, but this harass on the other side. And you talk about Cyclones, again, they are that good answer. You get up to 4, up to 6, and this Roaches, they're not going to do a ton, so Cyril already, he knows what's up. He's got that third base on the way, but you do feel, even with the power, even with the economic advantage that gold base happens, Cyril needs to get something done with this.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he is committing pretty hard. Clem, fortunately, did go into a 3rd and 4th Cyclone. This is going to be a very aggressive attack. Already one Cyclone going down. That is huge. This is a very powerful attack with the high-yield gas, and we do see some very nice Corrosive Biles zoning his opponent back on the rim. Gets another Cyclone. This is already so much damage. We are going to see a very, very tenuous defense, if at all. Corrosive Biles finding even more workers. I do like the way that Clem has pulled the SCVs to kind of force Serral in towards the high ground, but that command center is getting low, and with the Overlord providing high ground vision, this looks so deadly.
High ground vision baits out a Cyclone lock-on as well, so these Ravagers, they're not dying just yet, and a big pile, 9 workers go down here. And of course, you're not mining on the command center. Finally, Clem's gonna deal with this. Finally, he forces this back. But you talked about Cyclones. Steadfast, I thought there are 2 Marines on the map. He doesn't even really force it.
I mean, yeah, this has not actually been fully cleaned up yet. Like, this is so much damage. We have seen a ton of workers go down, a ton of Cyclones go down, and Serral is on the gold base behind this. Now, it obviously was a very dedicated attack. You talked about it needing to get damage done. It has gotten that damage done and then some. But that was so scary, and Clem survived it. I really am impressed with both players. 1, for the strategy from Serral and the execution, but 2, for Clem just staying alive, and he's on 3 CCs.
That he is, but Serral's got his 4th base on the way at the same time. And I want to go back to this Cyclone idea for a second. It is very much the unit that has defined the meta here. This is going to get an Overlord. But Cyclones are not quite the end-all, be-all anti-roach tech that they were before the patch when they did all that bonus damage to armor. They're good, absolutely. But we saw, how little health they had. They died very quickly if the Roaches and Ravagers got on top of them. And they didn't kill things quite as quickly as we're used to.
I don't think that's the fault of the Cyclones, though. I think that's the fact that there was, like, what, 12 or 13 units there? If anything, the fact that he's able to retarget instantly and he doesn't have to worry about the lock-on, and it's, you know, he's able to react with them out, the Cyclone is definitely better prepared to deal with that. And I would go so far as to say that if Clem hadn't built a 3rd and 4th Cyclone, he would have straight up died to that, no matter how good the defensive micro was. But he is still going to have to overcome a massive deficit right there. We are going to see Serral. He's not going to take a page out of Dark's book just yet and go for that 66 drone Roach Ravager, well, pretty much Roach Ravager all in that we saw in game number 4. But he will instead go for the Infestation Pit, the Baneling Nest, the Ling Speed, and the next stage of this game. Clem, he needs to get a lot done with his counter drop.
And well, he does have a Cyclone that kills drones very quickly. He can snipe Queens as well. But a couple Roaches are already here, so Clem, instead of getting that economic advantage, getting damage done like that, he's going to trade some Marines for not even a Roach, really. And this attempt, this idea, this possibility to get back in the game, it's not going to be enough. Now, Roaches on the other side, luckily, there's a tank on what looks like the high ground, and that will force these back. Serral, I like the idea, but Clem's a little bit too ready.
Yeah, that was still such a nice play from Serral. And in the main base, there was a nice little Ravager morph against the Cyclone's lock-on, able to keep that alive. Brilliant little micro maneuvers from both players, and it does... it's interesting. I was talking to Rainer in the back, just a very quick ask. I was like, who do you think wins this series? He's like, Serral, you know, obviously supporting his fellow Cabal member and, of course, supporting his teammate. But I said, easy? Question mark? And he's like, no, not easy, not easy. But it will depend a lot on the first game. And both players are bringing an extremely high-level play to this first game.
That they are. Now, you would look at the supply for the moment, you say, wow, Serral's in this great spot. He's up 20 army supply. But again, remember, as Serral is still in a solid spot, he's got his 5th base up, his hive is just about done, adrenal glands, whether he wants to go to ultras or just get Vipers and stay on this lower tech. A lot of that is in the Roaches, a lot of that is in the Ravagers. Clem does have the opportunity to make something happen with this 1-1 before the rest of the tech, before Baneling Speed's done, before +1 attack is done, before +2 armor is done, before all of this stuff that Serral has committed to is fully on, really able to do something.
Yeah, and he needs to get something. He will get the +1 melee. That's quite a nice pickoff. And it wasn't the farthest along, but it's better than nothing for sure. Still, Serral does maintain a solid lead, but Clem is making, well, right there, nice little maneuver, and he, most importantly, didn't overcommit, didn't lose a lot of stuff. Serral will end up having a little bit of this creep getting cleaned up, but once more, he's going to push this back. Clem does need to keep Serral on the back foot for a long time as we see those Vipers coming out, as we see the Ultralisk coming out, and as we see Clem not getting too far along on his 2-2, just now starting that +2 armor.
Yeah, I really like this Ultralisk idea coming out of Serral. He understands that if Clem wants to win this game, he's going to nickel and dime, make a lot of bio, make up for it. He's not going to have Ghosts for a while. Marauders not for a while. 2-2 not for a while. As these Banelings, no, Clem's in time. They're not going to get anything. And is that a big expenditure? It's 6 Banes, it's something. But Clem making sure that he doesn't die here, making sure that he gets closer to his upgrades, to Drilling Claws, to 2-2, to that 4th base eventually, to maxing out. That's what he's got to do right now.
Yeah, this is a scenario where Clem doesn't win the game with that cleanup, but he prevents himself from falling further and further behind, putting himself into an even worse position. And the fact that this is equilibrium does mean that if this game goes super long, there's a very good opportunity for Clem to force a split map scenario where those Liberators, where those Ghosts, where those Siege Tanks, where those Widow Mines, those Sensor Towers become so much stronger. One of really the only maps in the pool where I think that's actually a true option, but he's going to have to survive a big attack like this.
Adds a big tech, Blinding Clouds on top of one of the tanks, but still two on the high ground. One gets abducted, and this fourth base for now seems to get broken. Bailing's on the Marines on the left side. Clem looking elsewhere, I guess. He didn't have that follow-up micro, and that's where he was looking from the north side here. Blinding Cloud doesn't get a ton. On the right side, Marines getting more, and Clem seems like he's going to hold on, but Morlings are going to start to arrive. The second wave, Steadfast, the second wave of the Zerg makes this a lot harder.
It certainly does, and Cyril by no means has expended his whole bank. He's got a ton of larva, a ton of money still in the bank. It's not massive bank, but it is enough to keep that aggression up. Great job from Clem, though. He didn't collapse. Obviously lost a few units. It wasn't, in a perfect world, you don't lose anything, but that's just not how that works at this level of play. So Clem, I think, is going to be happy there to, one, maintain the base, and two, maintain most of his SCVs, only losing, I think, 2 during that exchange. Very well done.
Yeah, interesting thing, though, as we talk about that fight, Cyril actually traded better. Off creep into a Terran defensive position, and Cyril actually killed more by a couple hundred minerals, some gas. That's not what you expect, but now here come the Ultras, and Cyril at the very least, look at that fungal, where's that even come from?
That was a lot of damage on both armies. Huge Widow Mine to kick things off, killing a ton of Lings, but that Infestor suddenly out of nowhere, seemingly out of nowhere, getting a lot done. We do see the Widow Mine drop on the bottom side of the map. Going to be able to find a few drones, more than a few, 8 drones going down in that picture-in-picture. Cyril reloads for the next attack. Nice unburrow right there from Clem, but it will still allow Cyril to get the kill. He's going to try and crack this planetary. The Ultras and Roaches holding the army on the top side. Banes and an Ultralist killing on the bottom, and he's going to deny that new command center. That's huge. At the main fight, this is looking very dangerous for Clem, and he made the good hold initially, but this one, well, this is the start of the Terran's turtle cracking.
At the very least, he was able to snipe the Ultra on the backside. At the very least, he snipes the Vipers down, so that's something. But yeah, losing this fourth base coming out of Clem, he needed that shot in the arm, that economy adrenaline that a gold base gives, and losing the planetary, losing, 14 SCVs, something like that. Clem still has a shot in this game, but he can't keep doing things like that.
Well, he can, yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to deal with that and the loss of that gold base, and specifically the fact that he wasn't able to save that building command center. It was at like 99%. If that finishes, he's able to lift it up and immediately start mining from that gold base again, but Cyril caught in just before it. I think he's even got a burrowed unit on the gold. Nice little Liberator harass coming in. Yeah, there we go, that Roach. Nice little Liberator harass coming in from Clem. Another big Widow Mine shot, but Cyril, he's going to deny the fourth once more.
That he will, and this time, though, Clem's on the high ground. Maybe he can make something happen. Watch the Widow Mines. They're not going to get much for now. And Cyril continues to run in here, continues to get more value. Ultra from the right side looking to join the fray, and Clem forced back so far. Now the Ghosts are going to get behind the army, maybe get that snipe off, but they don't have time, and the Bailings cancel it all. So this time, finally, Cyril breaks through, goes up 1-0 in this semifinals.
Yeah, that was a textbook set of plays from Cyril to not allow Clem to stabilize on that fourth base. The first fight looked pretty good, pretty promising from Clem. He made a great hold, but the second fight, Cyril got all the things he needed to do. He did a really nice army split where Clem was microing on the top side, and Cyril was just able to knock out that base. Never let Clem truly back into this game.
Not at all, but now we move forward a little bit further, and if the game one, if Equilibrium was Cyril's map pick, now it's on to Hard Lead. It's a different map. It's not weird, is the thing. It's a game that's a little bit more standard, and honestly, yes, we saw Clem bunker the natural. We saw Cyril take the gold base like that. If I want to talk about what I think Clem needs to do to win this series, it's getting into that comfort zone, that groove of three command centers and Hellion Banshee and heavy aggression coming out of Clem that has won him, well, I'm not going to say so many games against Cyril because no one wins so many games against Cyril, but more than pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, if I had to pick one player to go up against Serral, I would choose to invent cloning and put another Serral up against him. But of the players we actually have available, man, that was such a sexy fungal.
Oh, man.
Of all the players we actually have available, Clem is absolutely on the short list. And I mean, maybe after today, he will be my #1 pick. But for this one, Clem, he just needs to refocus. Even though he survived the early game, he had that 3CC, we talked about how he was still in the game. He was definitely in a deficit. And honestly, I think he should just be thinking, I was playing with house money after that first game, after that first hold, because that was a very difficult position. Serral never fumbled the bag, and he held his lead, even if it wasn't a massive one, all the way through. We're getting into hard lead for game #2.
Yeah, and in the upper left here, in the red, he's up a game off a crazy opening. Let's see what he's got in store for us this time. From Basilisk Gaming, it's Serral.
And his opponent, down 1-0 in the series, but still looking pretty damn good. It is Team Liquid's Clem.
You know, Steadfast, if I want to look at this series, I look at how Serral's reacting or how he's planning this game. This reminds me of one series. Serral versus Clem, Masters Coliseum. We're starting to see him do interesting builds. Starting to see him go the 8-minute, or actually before 8-minute Ultra build, but all of these 15-14 gas cancel builds, roach builds, weird timings, start to really open the playbook a little bit when it really, truly matters.
Yeah, and I mean, that's been characteristic of Serral's play for the last, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, he really started doing that. I remember there was a series versus a Laser that he ended up losing 3-2. But it was a series where he had just started mixing in cheesing a lot more, and people were like, Serral, like, is everything okay? And he's like, well, I need to retool. And, you know, anyone who's worked in manufacturing knows that when retooling happens, your production goes down a little bit. But Serral is back better than ever. He is now a fully complete player, and that gives him opportunities to do some really big mix-ups like what we saw in game #1 and what we might potentially see in game #2.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, for Clem here, this is a map that he can go and just play as he likes to play. Get the natural, get the third base, get Hellions, Banshees, maybe a Liberator if he doesn't want to go full Hellion Banshee, not just yet. Get that third base and get himself set up, get that economic engine set up for the mid game, for where he really does thrive, where he came to prominence as this guy that could beat Raynor, that could beat Serral in that macro game.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been one of those players that prefers the macro game. He has a ton of confidence in himself. He will mix things up a little bit, but definitely wants to win in the later stages. Now, we will see Serral skipping the Lings in this game #2. Like I said, it is not a sure thing that you want to go for them, but the big thing about this Eric opener, this Extractor Trick 15 hatch, is you can skip the Lings. You're able to get those queens out 10 seconds earlier than you normally would, which means as this Reaper shows up, as we just saw, even if it's a little bit of a nuisance to deal with, you can still drop that Extractor Morph or Spore Crawler Morph or whatever it is, save that worker, and you don't have to worry about too much. Now, when you see Clem keeping the SCV on the other side of the map, Serral, will he be able to get this queen down to the low ground in time? The answer is going to be no. So Clem, he's going to be able to deny this third base for quite some time.
Yeah, second drone goes down here as well, and that just seems like a mistake from Serral. It's not like the, I guess he's gonna try to take it, but Reaper sits on top here. Serral, his third base is gonna be miles behind when it wants to be, and he gets it, and he gets it.
Very nicely done right there. Robin Hood Terran gets it done with the snipe on the accuracy. Very well done from Clem, and that's not the biggest of deals, but it is a huge confidence booster. That feels really, really good. And we got aim high to see the mouse accuracy of Clem up against the other two 99s from Serral. What was that, Power and Form?
Yes, exactly. Now, it makes sense. Clem aimed high in that fight. The Reaper was south of the drone, so you aim high a little bit to knock things down, but again, massive play there, and it makes sense that Clem is one of these fastest players, that these two players are #1 overall based on how players ranked each other, based on these empirical numbers, on speed, on accuracy, on whatever it is. And if game 1, you talked about it, you want to see Clem just wipe it off, say, this is fine, I was down early, it doesn't feel great. Getting that third base, delaying it like that tells us that, yeah, Clem, he's already forgotten about game 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, He has certainly forgotten about that, but he is going to end up being caught out of position here. Nice stack up on the SCVs, but he will open the door to let the Lings in. It is going to be an effort to save these SCVs. Nice maneuvering with the Hellions, gets into the pocket, avoids losing both Hellions, but that is a ton of worker damage. 9 SCVs going down. There was more Lings in the natural. This is a massive boon for Serral in game number 2.
Yeah, Steadfast, he may have forgotten about game 1, but he also forgot about the Link run-by opportunity. And we talked about getting comfortable. Reaper, Hellion, Banshee, all of these things that are just, that's Clem. In a nutshell, that's Clem. 3CC, that's Clem losing 10 SCVs like this, forcing all of your aggression back home onto your side of the map where you can't stay on Serral's side, where you can't lean into him. Well, Clem, he's gonna have to find another angle.
He certainly is. Now, once again, we gotta mention, he's still on 3 CCs. He kept the Hellions alive. I hope he's repairing those up back at home. But Serral absolutely had his game plan work out. There we go, love to see that. Spore Crawler not quite done, but Cloak wasn't done. It finishes up, the Spore finishes at the exact same second as Cloak. Serral, you know, I think he might have a future in this there Vidya game.
Yeah, he might be pretty good at it. You know, might understand how things happen, but at the very least, there's not going to be any detection on this north side. Overseer's on the way, not here yet. And actually, these Banshees, third base was denied. Fourth base gets killed, and the Hellions think about it. They're not going to go. Not too many queens. But even killing that fourth base on top of delaying the third base as much as Clem did, you lose 10 SCVs, but that's still pretty good.
Yeah, Serral's drone count is not amazing right now. He's on 52 drones. Did just fire up a handful more, but Clem, ooh, if he had gone right in with the Hellions, he had a big opportunity. Serral did get a quick drone pull, but actually Serral sending the drones back to mining a little bit early there, starting to stumble a little bit against the Hellion Banshee multi-prong.
Now, Clem did miss an opportunity, Steadfast. That was a second dead queen that could have gone down. You stick on it for half a second. It had one Banshee shot remaining. Even still, he snipes a queen. He gets a couple drones. He has this pressure on the map. Clem's creep spread, Serral's creep spread, not quite where he would like to be. And this is what we're looking for. Again, forcing Serral to stay on Serral's side of the map, not allowing him to spread creep wherever he wants, not allowing him to do any more. But even still, Steadfast, that's a lot of Bailings on the right side. Serral's got an idea.
He certainly does, and you talk about playing a little bit off of what you normally do. This is the kind of thing that Serral, he's started mixing in, and it does make him so much more difficult to play against. This is a little bit more like Dark, with the heavy counterattack style, with the constant aggression. It's not to say Serral's never done it before, but it is something that will catch Clem off guard. No SCV pull, the Banelings get 9 SCVs. Beautiful run by from Serral, and puts him back up another 14 workers. Ooh, the Lings will try and get the wraparound on the Hellions to come back home. Clem, though, able to micro his way through, so at least Clem gets the full cleanup, and all of a sudden he finds himself up over 20 army supply. Does Serral have enough to hold? There's no Banelings on the map. There's only 4 Banes.
At least Bailing speed is done, and that's important here. Bailing speed was so fast for Serral. That's why it caught Clem off guard, but you're right, Steadfast. With Stim here, with all of this bio, no medevacs there, not with the army yet. Combat shields not done, 1-1 not done. And yes, this is a good opportunity for Clem, but I don't know that he's gonna recognize that this is necessarily as good as it is.
It is going to be scary. Yeah, Serral, okay, he did morph in a bunch more Banes now, but he was a little bit late to do so with the Hellbats. This is going to be scary. Stim is done. Combat Shield's 1-1 on the way. 1-1 for Serral about to complete. Great pre-sped on the Hellbats, and they are really zoning this army out. We are going to see Serral coming in for the attack. Widowmine being retargeted. All the Banelings on the bottom side go down, but on the top side, just enough to force the pickup. Very well done, but on the counterattack, 10 SCVs going down. Still, that was an amazing hold from Serral off of no creep spread in a very scary situation.
It's still 20 army supply, Steadfast. It's still a lot of power here in the Queens. They're running out of energy, so that beef line, that beef wall that keeps you safe is going to start to get gunned down very quickly. And on the left side here, Hellbats mean Lings don't matter all that much. Banshee's trying to target the Bailings. They're not going to get it. And Clem, he's not going to get this pressure. It's not going to work out quite as well as he would like on the left side, but the drop in the mineral line, Lings can't get on top, and this is a little bit more like it.
Oh, this is fantastic for Clem. He finds his opponent without the spores. Beautiful target fire from Clem. One side, two sides, doesn't matter. He's gonna micro perfectly on both. And now it's just Queens on their lonesome against these Stimmed Marines. This is looking very good for Clem. Lings will come in and do force the pickup, but he can now just go straight up into the main base. Cyril is under so much pressure from the young Frenchman.
7 dead Queens this game. That power that's keeping Cyril alive is just not there anymore. And yes, Clem is forced back out of the main base. Yes, Cyril's 2-2 is a little bit faster than Clem's, but when that timing equalizes again, this tempo, this power that Clem has is really nice. And by the way, he's not committed to 3 bases. 4th base floating over right now. He has avenues, or I guess being built, excuse me. He has avenues, he has opportunities, and he's gonna get an 8th Queen.
He sure does, as well as a few extra drones. Cyril is in position with a few units. Will he be able to take the fight? There's a big minefield. Nice attempt to trigger the Widow Mines, and he does trigger most of them. But on the counterattack, we are going to see the Lings coming on in. Widow Mines burrowing on up. Oh, beautiful hot pickup from Clem. Dodges the friendly fire and triggers a huge Widow Mine on the top side to counterattack. The action is everywhere. Cyril, though, finding 13 SCVs during the chaos. But Clem is not out of this yet. But the burrowed Banes, oh my God, how did he even see that?
Clem's just on another level, and when you want to talk about this as well, Cyril, he's got a big bank, 800 minerals, 430 gas, all those Queens going down, having to stay at the front line, spending their energy. Well, the Widow Mine here. Cyril, are you ready? It's gonna get 5. But again, Cyril's running out of larva. The Queens aren't able to inject for a little bit. Maybe now it's gonna stabilize, but he doesn't have that production engine. He doesn't have the ability to make the army that he could afford.
No, he certainly does not, and he does have another great counterattack on the other side of the map that does find a command center. Great cancel right there from Cyril. And he is keeping his opponent on 3 bases, but Clem is just absolutely all over Cyril in terms of the pressure. There is so much aggression coming his way, and as a result, Cyril has not been able to add on the Hydra Den. He just finishes this infestation pit. Looks like a huge Widowmine shot right there. Do you have how many kills? 31 kills! My God! Banding target fire, very nice right there. But Cyril will still force the pickup.
That he will, and now into the main base we go. Meanwhile, Clem, again, he's never just in one spot at the same time. And the Marines, they're going to split off here. The Widow Mines, they're going to get some of the Lings, but importantly, the Baneling count's not high enough. And into the main base here, there's the Hive. Lings are going to go down. Cyril doesn't have quite enough army, not yet on the right side. Dodges the Banes, but will get connections at the end. And Clem, it looks like he might have won 2 fights on either side. Instead, he will lose the main base, not win that fight, but he's going to get this north side pickup. Run away, gets more value, but again, the problem is, was that 4th base canceled again? Where is that 4th?
4th base is on the way back home. We've got it. Yeah. I think he put it maybe in the main. Yeah. Cyril's counterattacks have forced this out, so at least that's a small win for Cyril. But Clem has all the momentum right now. Clem did start up just that +3 weapons. He hasn't been on the greatest worker count for a while. Oh! Is that the same one? 53 kills on this Widowmine. Put him in charge of the whole Terran army. Make him an admiral. That Widowmine deserves a promotion.
Yeah, unfortunately, Widowmines, they're a little bit of robots. They don't have ranks. They just kill things. As now Widowmine looks for another shot. Doesn't get one this time. A little bit of friendly fire as well. So Clem, he's gonna get forced out. Cyril, for the most part, dodging these mines fine, but that one little Widowmine steadfast, it's doing pretty good.
The little Widowmine that could, you know, I don't care if it's a robot, put him in charge anyways. Oh my God, he gets another 5 kills. Finally, no, the super Widowmine. Our army is now leaderless, but Clem, he'll pick it up regardless. We are going to see more and more creep getting cleared in the middle of the map. Clem has had such a momentum advantage for so long now. This time, Cyril is going to, well, not be able to get through on the counterattack, but Clem, his push is continuing to find value. He does step off creep, which I think is wise while he's dealing with a counterattack. There's action everywhere on Cyril's side of the map. Clem will be able to, actually, no, he's not able to save that just yet. Man, there's just chaos everywhere, but I think Clem is still coming out way ahead, and I think he's got this game in hand.
Steadfast, this game has been so all over the place that we haven't really had a chance to breathe, and yeah, no chance to breathe at all. Clem ties it up.
No chance to breathe, no chance to collect our thoughts, and that's what Clem does to you. He just keeps hitting you. Such a good job, and look at that. He punched Cyril right out of his chair. He's gone. It's over. No, of course, Cyril's just going to take a little break.
I mean, look, clearly that Widowmine is some chat GPT 5.0, 6.0 on the target fire. Cyril's, I guess he's GPT 7.0, you know, he's not even in the chair. It's some crazy AI that wins it wins every single tournament.
That was a brilliant display of multitasking from Clem. I do want to give massive credit to Cyril because he was on the back foot for quite some time and he was able to answer his opponent's play for such a long time. Oh God, that was such a nice play. That lack of a cancel on the fourth base definitely hurt. But man, what an action-packed game number 2. This series is already delivering.
It's so hard to look back at this game and identify. Game 1, we can say, hey, the Roach timing, it got something, you know. We can point to a moment and say, yes, this is why Clem lost, this is why Cyril won. In this game, I mean, maybe a 59-kill Widowmine, but in general, it's so hard to point out where it went wrong for Cyril. He just got nickel and dime, paper cut out, the rising tide of the Team Liquid Terran. It just crested. It got to that full moon. It just got higher and higher. And eventually, Cyril forgot how to swim.
Well, I mean, it's not so much that he forgot how to swim as he ran out of space in the little...
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it felt like he was in a cylinder, and eventually there was just no more room to swim. He just ran out and got drowned. But very well done by Clem. It's going to be Alcyone for game number 3. We're back to Clem's map pick. This is going to be a very difficult... Actually, no, this is back to Cyril's map pick. Yeah. This is going to be a difficult, difficult map for both of them. I don't know. This is just a tough series. They're both amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right when you talked to Raynor. You said that, yeah, maybe Cyril wins, but it's not easy. And it's certainly not easy for this man in the upper right. In the red for Basilisk, it's Cyril.
And his opponent turning on the Jets when he needs it most for Team Liquid. It is Clem!
You know, Steadfast, I want to take a moment here as we're solidly into our series now to acknowledge just how loud the crowd's been, how awesome the support for both Clem and Cyril is. I mean, I'm casting with one ear cup off so I can listen to him. It's fantastic here.
The vibe is just amazing here. So much passion from this crowd, and it really reflects, I think, the community at large. We love this game so much. If we didn't, it wouldn't be alive 13 years later, because it is alive. It's not going anywhere. StarCraft 2, long live the game, and long live these two fantastic players. This rivalry is just heating up, and I am ready to see this chapter inked in the annals of history.
All right, enough pandering to the crowd. Let's talk about the game a little bit, because again, this is a setup where in game 1, Cyril did something weird. He was able to make it happen. Game 2, Clem played a little bit more standard. He took his lumps, but he was able to get into that mid game, get into 2-2, get into 3-3, get himself into these positions where he ripped Cyril asunder. And Alcyone is a map where maybe it's a little bit more constricted on the 4 bases, but your pushes through the middle of the map with that Xel'Naga tower, well, it can be pretty good for an aggressive Terran.
I mean, it certainly can, yeah. It's something where someone like Beyond or Bunny, those players that really love their 2-base aggression, those 3 racks, 5 racks pushes with siege tanks, +1 weapons, stim, combat shields, they can really get a lot of work done. But even Kira did it actually against Dark in the previous series. But that is not really the kind of thing that Clem likes to do as much. I would love to see him bust it out, but after watching game 2, I am more than okay with him just playing his game and saying, yeah, I can just out-trade Cyril. I feel really, really confident, as he damn well should. Because that game number 2, there was a lot of pressure from Cyril early on, and it would have been really easy to crumble. But he didn't. The Ling counterattacks, while they got a lot of damage done, Clem was able to withstand, and he never let himself get out of that game.
Yeah, he got 10 SCVs, certainly Cyril did, but there was the counter punch, the 4th base gets canceled, the 5th base or the 3rd base gets delayed. Really, really nice. Now, Cyril will sneak a drone out this time. The 3rd base not nearly as delayed as it was in game number 2. So if we're keeping track here, it's already a bit better of a start for the Finnish Phenom.
I mean, yes and no. It's kind of a weird-ish start. I feel like this was as much a mind game as anything from Cyril. Obviously, he didn't lose that drone, but he did represent the potential of opening up 2 bases. Cyril has been doing that for a while, and maybe he was trying to keep Clem guessing, maybe hoping that Clem might not drop a 3rd CC super fast. That's my guess right there. But of course, Clem did have the SCV on the 3rd base, so maybe it was just Cyril saying, okay, You're going to contest this. I still want this pocket third. I'm not going to let you force me take the line third. I'll just get an extra queen a little earlier. Maybe take my base a little bit later. There's a couple layers to the mind games, but regardless, he didn't lose a drone. He didn't lose anything else. And you're right, it didn't put him behind, per se.
Yeah, you know, with this setup here, how effective Clem has been with the Reapers, with the power of that. At one point, do we start to see Sarah throw out the two-base builds he's been doing, where you get a Roach War and you get two bases, you take your third and fourth at the same time. Those builds he did, yes, it was a different patch, but those builds he did against Maru and Masters Coliseum, where if the opponent is going to be as aggressive as he is, and that's a drone, single drone will fall.
No, he saved it. He saved it. He's too fast.
He's too fast for me even to see.
You can't even see it. Yeah, blindingly fast.
Absolutely.
You got to aim higher.
I do need to aim higher. Look higher, too. It works out.
Yeah, I mean, it actually was at the top of the screen. No, I thought that drone was going to go down, and then it just disappeared into the extractor, but it really does tell you how bloody fast these players actually are. Fantastic stuff. You talked about the Roach play. Yes, two-base Roach, like you said, against Maru, specifically on, what was that big map? It was not Altitude. I always think it's Altitude.
There was, well,
Neo Humanity.
Yeah.
It's the one I hate the most. That's how I remember it. But Neo Humanity, guess which race I am? The map where Serral just kind of did a two-base Roach push and just ran Maru over. Serral, though, not going to be able to find that so much against Clem, and that's why Clem likes to open up this Hellion Banshee. It keeps you safe pretty much against everything as long as you're active with your scouts, and it just lets you play your game.
Yeah, tons of map control, tons of opportunity. If you can maybe get some damage done, that's always nice. It's Clem into the main base here, looking for the scout. Sees the lair timing, but will lose that drone on the other side. Now, hey, there's a drone. Well, a Roach actually won't go down, never mind. Hellions actually don't touch them all that much.
No, it takes a long time for Hellions to cook a Roach. You really gotta slow cook them. You know, 375, 2.5 hours. Put them in there, and eventually the Hellions will get the cooking done. But you really would prefer those Banshees for that more rapid burn. But we are going to see a Hellion run by potentially coming on in. Serral, though, no, he's got the queens in position. Roaches, Clem thinks better of it.
Yeah, that's one thing Clem is so good at, though, about really threatening that, because he's going to be one of those few players that does try to make that happen. And the Lings are going to get this around here. These Hellions, the map control, it's mostly gone. Yeah, there are Banshees on the north side, but the Hellions, that harassment opportunity until 1-1's done, until Stim is done, until these medevacs are out on the map, that's not really going to be there anymore.
No, that was a fantastic pickoff for Serral. I wonder if he was almost baiting Clem just a little bit by showing the Roaches and hiding the Lings. Clem might not have been expecting that many Lings, and he was able to avoid losing literally every single Hellion, but I mean, he only gets away with one, and like you said, that's pretty much all the map control gone. Serral shooting up to 77 drones now. He's got the Infestation Pit, he's got the 1-1, the Roach speed on the way, and now a Hydra Den starts up. That looks like we are going to be potentially seeing very fast lurkers, and I wonder if Serral is going to go for some massive lurker drop play like he has done in a few matches recently.
This build that we see right now, 1-1 Roach into Quick Hive, into 2-2 ranged, into lurkers, is something that was becoming pretty popular at the start of the year, maybe. We saw it a lot, and then it really did fall off. That being said, well, we got a bunch of Overlords on the way here. Serral getting ready, but also a little bit supply block before that.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a supply block. Not the worst in the world, but definitely a little bit uncomfortable, and Serral's not going to be happy about that. He does hold himself to very high regard. A little bit of a trade in the middle of the map, but 3 Marines for a Roach. I mean, that does favor the Zerg ever so slightly, but it's a small potatoes trade. Still, Clem on the other side, he's like, okay, I got to equalize that. Let me kill 2 drones steadfast. Now we're even. Are we even? We're even. Good job from Clem with the counter damage. A nice scan, finds the hive timing. Won't see exactly when it was started. Ooh, he caught that lurker den, right? He can see that? He should be able to, but I just want to confirm. No! Oh, man. It's a lie. That looked like it was in range. Damn, so he actually doesn't see the lurker den. Won't know exactly when that's coming. Might be able to infer, but I don't think he saw the Hydra Den either, so maybe not. Might be thinking it's Lingbane, Roach, Ravager, Viper.
That is by far the more common way you play this. You open Roaches, then you're fine. You're safe against Cyclones and whatever it is early on, and then, oh, the wall's open. That doesn't feel good. There are a couple Marines, but they're not going to get a ton. At least the wall in the main base stays alive, and SCVs aren't dying too quickly for the moment, but that's going to change pretty quickly here. Everything from Clem is going to get forced back, but actually, he's not going to commit to it. He says, this is fine. You're going to take your damage. I'm on the other side of the map. Let me clean up some creep. I have a powerful army right now. I want to do something with it.
Yeah, but Cyril's got those Vipers out. They just need to charge up energy. Clem cannot hesitate. He needs to go. He scanned. I think he sees that the Lurkers were in production, but they're now done. And I don't know that there's much opportunity to try and push up this ramp. Clem, though, did just lose a lot of workers.
That he did, but with these Lurkers, they're just clustered around the base. And another run by. If it's not good enough once, give it a second time. If Cyril, well, if he wasn't confident about this earlier, he certainly is now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Clem, he can't break up the ramp into these sieged up Lurkers. That is just not going to happen. They will have the range in a moment. Clem wisely going to back away, but this is a really nice setup for Cyril. He's got his 2-2 on the way. He's adding on that Overlord speed as well as the adaptive talons. I think I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on that production tab, but I think we are going to see the Dropper Lords. There it is. That's a lot of Overlords right there. It could just be a big push at the front, but man, oh man, if he does get sieged up in the main with a bunch of Lurker, Roach, Ravager, Hydra, and specifically those Lurkers, this could be borderline impossible for Clem to clean up without Ghosts.
That it is. At least Clem does have a Ghost Academy on the way. At least he's aware of what's happening. He saw this army on Cyril's side of the map, so that buys him some time to develop a counterplay, to get concussive shells, to get marauders, to get ghosts. Oh, that's juicy. You can't do too many of those, Clem.
No, not in this situation. You certainly cannot. Lurkers are going to siege up behind the base, but a nice scan from Clem picks them off very quickly. Siege tanks will be able to deal with this counterattack quite well, but he still loses 2 tanks. Now, that actually is a not terrible trade for Clem. In context, obviously, it's a very good trade by the numbers, but a lot of those units that want to be sacked were the Roaches. Big Corrosive Bile does get quite a few Marines. And Cyril was looking to trade these units out anyways. Obviously not necessarily the Lurkers, but the Roaches and Ravagers specifically. There it is. He's distracted his opponent, drawn him to the top side, and now we've got a massive Doom drop. He says, SC2, Brood War, we can combine them, put them together. Lurker drops in the main base, but the Vikings, oh, the read! But the Ling, he sees it! My God, these players are so high level.
How does he know? I guess he maybe saw drops, and there we go. He's gonna find it. Now, not a ton should go down at the moment. Everything's gonna get released, but even still, the fact that he can deny this, the fact that he can prevent this, is such a big deal for Clem.
It is massive. You cannot overstate how difficult it is to deal with Lurkers on your production. If they get on top of the ramp, it's a disaster to deal with. Cyril was looking for maybe if Clem had potentially mined out his own back minerals, and if he did, that could have really hurt Clem. But fortunately for Clem, he took the other base as his fourth, which means that there is no vulnerability there. Cyril, though, he says, okay, this didn't work. He backed away. Obviously, it would have been a fool's errand to go into the main base with that drop once it was figured out. But he's got another plan. It's going to be a Nidus Worm. And I love that he was so quick to pivot.
Yeah, importantly, though, and I would have loved to see Clem really capitalize on this. That was a lot of Lurkers behind multiple lines of mineral walls. There was no good way for Cyril to get that 15 odds, 20 odds supply of Lurkers from the right side to maybe a push from Clem on the left. So that would have been an opportunity. Can't quite take advantage of it. And now, well, the rocks, they're not even going to be properly defended. SCV falls, but Clem's going to be able to take this base. And now he sees the army a little bit, but the Zelnaga tower from Cyril says, nah, we're going to back up a moment. And Clem has to run away. That's a massive blinding cloud, but he kites away and there are tanks on the high ground. So Cyril can't take this fight yet.
Yeah, that was kind of just a zoning blinding cloud. It was a little bit of a weird one, too. Maybe afraid of some Baneling snipes. So he just kind of crosses his T's, dots his I's, says, no, you can't do this. But here comes the Overseer into the main base. There are a ton of missile turrets. There's Vikings in position, but the Nidus Worm will still go up. Quick reaction time for Clem on the land. He should be able to get the denial, but it is going to be Ling, Bane, Hydra just kind of causing nuisances in the middle of the map. Oh, okay, he does get the denial. That was actually very close.
By the way, I want to point something out from Cyril here. On that last attempted fight on the north side, as this tank gets abducted, fight happens. We'll hold on to that for a second here. Now the Marines, they're going to have to cut around blinding clouds. We'll force him back even further, but in that last attempted fight, Cyril runs his Overlords forward, drops Changelings on right behind the army, ideally trying to make sure that he can get that connection. Doesn't happen. Clem's on top of it, Micro's around. that could have found the value. Even still, though, Clem at 1.6 command centers on the way at the same time. He knows the way this is going. He knows that he's just got to get as much money as possible. So buckle in, folks. This one is going a little longer.
It certainly is, and considering the situation, after those Ling run-bys, after the Lurkers pushed back the initial attack from Clem, he was not deterred. He was able to kind of adjust on the fly. Meanwhile, though, very nice move from Serral. He drops the Nidus Worm thanks to that Changeling right next to the tank. I think we're going to see the unburrow. Oh, no. Lurkers in the main base. It's red alert in Clem's main.
At the very least, there are a couple of Liberators. They're sieged up on top of everything. Viper runs for it, I guess. And Serral actually, he's not going to get it. Counter drop. But okay, onto the fourth base here. This is what Serral really wants, trying to break this down. Baneling's looking for the shot. The Planetary stays alive, and not enough. The repair is not there in time. Because even if the Planetary survived, all the SCVs went down. There wasn't enough there for a repair. Serral, he gets what he wants, but that drop in the main base, it was shut down.
Yeah, the Nidus Worm in the main base denied by the very quick reaction time from Clem. He counter-dropped his own main with a bunch of those medevacs and prevented the Lurkers from sieging up on top of that ramp. If they get on top of the ramp, on top of the production, the Terran can end up just finding themselves suddenly and instantly choked out from a really great defensive position. Oh my God, that scan missed the Burrowed Infestor by 1/4 of an inch. And like the Mighty Ducks say, 1/4 of an inch can make all the difference.
Importantly here, we're seeing 6 Liberators at a time as Clem gets really into that late game. Serral doesn't want to let him get there, though. There's more Lings, more Banes on this side. Again, another Planetary is going to try to stay alive. The tanks are actually body blocking, but it's not going to be enough. Even still, it's 5 dead SCVs this time. The economy stays alive. There are more command centers available. Serral needs to keep doing this to keep the economy down, but it's not as bad as it could be.
No, certainly not. And every time Clem has a command center ready to replace, ready to get back in there and continue mining once again. Serral did something really nice by the way with that Planetary bust. He never attacked with the Banelings. He just ran them around the edges so that instead of actually having them die from, him attacking, they soaked up damage. Just a little small move from Serral. Obviously, we expect moves like that, but it is a nice little move, and he did really cup and hug that Planetary Fortress well. Clem, though, is trading very cost efficiently on the defense, and he is able to continue to mine on 5 bases.
Before that last fight, he was up 5K. Now he's up 7K.
Oh, that reaction time. My God, he's fast.
There's a reason that he is literally the best player, at least according to our power rankings, but I guess Clem is as well, so that's not even super relevant. That being said, tons of Liberators on the map right now, and this is one of those innovations that we've seen from Clem since the patch very recently that has allowed him to take games off of Serral to really stretch him to the limit on the new play. Liberators, you wouldn't think they'd be all that great against Ling Bane, but the untouchability, the fact that, well, you have to commit Viper energy onto them, that Hydras have to run into range, it makes the fight so much more complicated.
It certainly does, and in that top side, on that bottom side, if you don't either have Corruptors, some kind of flying unit, Mutas, or a Viper to abduct, it is such a pain in the booty to deal with. As we can see, once again, the Liberator comes back in. It's going to be able to deny even a little bit more mining. Lurkers on the right side do get scanned out. Good job from Clem. Serral on the counterattack. He is in range of the sensor tower. There's a pretty big wall here to get through and double Planetary, but Serral is going to have enough to do it. I think the Banes should be able to get this base. Probably going to get both. Can he get the repair? Hold.
I mean, he's going to keep this one alive. One Planetary is dead.
Oh, he keeps it alive.
I think an Orbital went down, so realistically, Orbital's probably more valuable than Planetaries at this point. Again, just in terms of mules, scans, the ability to reposition if you lose a Planetary. But I want to talk about what Serral's got on the building tab next. There's a Greater Spire on the way, realizing that this Hydraling Bane style by itself is not enough to break Fortress Clem.
No, it's not yet, and while a lot of the map has been gobbled up by Serral, he's got a fantastic bank, he hasn't been able to find that decisive killer blow. And the Broodlords, they certainly could be it. The upgrades for Clem are very good on the Thors. 2-2 on the Thors and 1-2 on the Vikings, well, in this case, Liberators. But you definitely want Thors, you definitely want Vikings to deal with those Broods. It's going to be really difficult without them. But with 16 Liberators, I mean, there is a world where the Vipers and Infestors are not on top of them. we could potentially see a bunch of Broodlords get blown out of the sky. That's gonna be potential for that. I don't think it's gonna happen, but there is a possibility.
That it is. Another Nidus goes down in this bottom side, the 6 o'clock base. Cyril, no, you don't attack into that one. Too many Liberators, too many tanks. And Cyril, again, at this point, I think we're going to start to see him try to trade out a little bit, buy room for the Corruptors, buy room for the Broodlords, but this Nidus finally gets up here, and that is 5 Lurkers doing so much damage to the mineral line, so much damage to the planetary, but the repair is going to be fine for now. 1 Lurker stays there just to really enforce the will, and the Cracklings on the north side. Again, more bases get lifted. Cyril, all of a sudden, he's all over the place.
He certainly is, and he is finding value. He is picking away at Clem. And for the last little bit, the resources lost has not gone much more in favor of Clem, only 1,000 more. And we do have to remember, Cyril is out mining Clem. He's got a gigantic bank, but if you can't break the Terran, if you can't kill those ghosts, you can't, you know, smash through the economy, it does get difficult to end the game. Lingbane Hydra on the bottom side is going to look for a little bit of an opening. We got Clem repositioning. It looks like some siege tanks. A lot of Liberators sieging on up, but the Blinding Clouds are very good from Cyril. He will be able to push the entire Bio Army back, and the Banelings will just smash through this planetary fortress. Clem will be able to hold, and his supply really didn't dip much and only loses 6 SCVs. He's going to start mining from that base very quickly again. That was not so bad for Clem.
No, it really wasn't. The Blinding Cloud got a lot of tanks, certainly, but there was 1 or 2 tanks on the backside that just fired the entire time, got so much damage done. Now, Clem has to deal with these Lurkers. That's a problem. It has denied multiple orbitals, multiple bases, but now Clem on the map, rampant on the map once again. The Freedom Zones are untouchable, and this is going to be a dead base. And while Cyril has had the map for the last 20 minutes, he hasn't taken a base from Clem. That's the big deal here. Eventually, Clem's going to be able to mine out of every base on the map unless Cyril does something to stop it. And at that point, the inefficiencies, they're really going to start to show. But now, Lingbane on the left side, nothing actually really deals with this. It's all in the air, and the Corruptors in the sky as well. Well, for Dark, they worked out. Are they going to work out for Cyril?
That is a good question. We are going to see the Lingbane flooding on forward. SCVs will get absolutely massacred. A bunch of them do escape, but 24 having gone down in the last little bit. The counterattack from the Liberators, though, finding 13 drones, and it is still alive, completely denying the top side base, and the bottom side, it was taken out as well. Cyril's income has been heavily hampered, but Clem has not won this game yet. That is a really big fluctuation in the last little bit. Cyril, though, despite the giant bank, he hasn't found that killer blow yet.
All right, so for Dark, 23 Corruptors were what it took to kill Cure in game number 1. Cyril's at 17 here, looking to dive on top of the Liberators, dive on top, the Fungal from behind, and here comes the Banes. They're gonna knock everything away, and finally, I would have thought Cyril was going to take a good fight, but he's forced back, and now the snipes go down. So many Corruptors fall, and this should allow the Viking Liberator to take the fight with the splash, but they're just dying snipes again and again, and all the Corruptors die. Clem will hold.
Clem holds the line. The upgrades on the Liberators were bloody ridiculous. 2-3. I think it finished during the fight versus, what was that, 2-0, 2-1 Corruptors? So even though the Corruptors have that base 2 armor, the upgrade advantage for Clem helping so much, and Cyril, he has got a bit of a larva issue, which is unfamiliar territory for him. He's on 155 supply and 3,500, but is it gonna be Broodlords? What is gonna be the attempt to end the game? Clem has really pumped out Vikings to try and survive what could be a massive transition into Broods, but you know what Vikings don't do so hot against? Ultras. And we have got a ton of Ultras potentially on the way. The Ultra Cavern just completed. Chitinous plating starting up, and there it is. Cyril, he wasn't unable to spend his money. He was saving supply for that 4 Ultra switch. And Vikings, well, we've all seen the cinematic. Don't do so hot against Ultras.
No, they really don't, but there are still 16 ghosts on the map. There are still Liberators with +2 on the map. So yeah, Vikings, they don't do all that much, but they will be able to zone, hopefully, against the Corruptors, allow the Liberators to siege up, allow them to put those Freedom Zones down, buying time maybe for these ghosts to get the snipes off that they need. And honestly, My eyes, they're on the unit that's underground, these infestors that Serral has been so good with for getting the fungals. And if he can get one shot on those ghosts all clumped together, everything, every single thing falls apart.
It certainly could. Clem looking to secure the 7th base on the map. Serral does not want to let his opponent get up to this. Oh my god, the infestor underneath. Widowmine will eventually burrow on up. Scan finds the infestor. Oh, and the Vikings barely escape the fungal growth. Only 2 of them getting hit. That could have been a ton of damage, even with the nerf. But here comes the Ultras. Will this be enough? There's so many ghosts, and they snipe those Ultras like they're nothing. Without the fungal growth to hold them down, it is so tough. But the Vikings do get Parasitic Bombed in the air. Corruptor's gonna try and keep moving forward. Widowmine's getting some big shots on that cloud of Banelings. Serral, I mean, he has not broken through yet, even though this doesn't look... He's still got a lot of stuff here. He can't find the connection on those ghosts. Oh, the Infestor on the top side, but the Scan finds it. Killed by the Widowmine on the top side.
You know, Steadfast, I knew Clem's Widowmines were good. I didn't know they were that good as another one goes down. And the snipes in that Sim City of those extra command centers not even done on the way. The fungal's good. Certainly the Baileys are going to try to find their way in now. Watch the Widowmines. Watch for them. They're not going to get the shots off. Not just yet. But the cloak goes down. And Clem is dominating this fight. There's a Remax. Absolutely. 12 Corruptors, Lings, Ultras on the way. More Infestors as well. But the later this game goes, yes, Clem, 33 SCVs, but that means 157 army supply, and Serral, his bank is sorely, and I mean sorely, depleted.
It is completely gone at this point compared to where it was. At one point, I think he was up to at least 6K, 5K. I think it was up to like 8,000, 6,000 maybe at one point, but the resources lost. Clem is unbreakable. 22,000 resources lost difference nearly. Massive, massive holds. Clem is just unbreakable.
That he is, but Serral's gonna try to break him again. And as we talk about resources lost in banks, Clem also doesn't have one. So if he loses a fight badly, he won't be able to remax. His parasitic bombs go down. Clem's splits on that are not good. Banelings again continue to force the ghosts here on the back line. But again, Clem, he's forced back, but the snipes on the backside are gonna make this a little bit harder. That being said, that army supply lead 157, it was shut down quite a bit. But it cost Serral nothing in the bank.
It cost Serral so much for that. The Air Army did go down, but Serral, he doesn't have the money for a Broodlord switch anymore. He is so poor, he is so broke at this point, and Clem, he is gonna start pushing forward on this bottom side. He will or should be able to secure this base. If he can get this 7th base up and running, I don't see a way for Serral to do it, but for the moment, Clem does not have a whole lot of income. If we look at that income tab, oh my god, that Infestor. That Infestor,
no.
the Unburrow, the Fungal. Oh, he gets it! Does he have the follow-up though? The medevac pickup, like angels in the sky. He says, we've got you, buddy. But we are gonna see the Lings and Ultras pushing forward. Corruptor's gonna find a ton of this. Is there detection for the Ghost? No, there is not. There has been Overseers missing from 3 of the last critical fights, and that has allowed Clem to keep these Ghosts alive over and over and over again. Serral is going to burrow up some Lings. They will get picked off. This game is getting so close now.
Steadfast, it's not missing Overseers, it's Clem acknowledging, understanding that the way he wins this fight, Infestor looking for it once again. Serral, you have the right position. Widowmine's not going to trigger off it. The Lings will not force it in time. But again, the big deal there, Serral is getting those Overseers every single time. Fungal on the medevacs. Ghost will stay alive here. Here comes Serral's army once again. 17 SCVs, 70 army supply, and it's going to be even less. Serral trading down 20-odd thousand resources is somehow making this game happen.
Unbelievable stuff. I said Clem was unbreakable. Serral took that personally. We see the Lings, the Ultras getting it on top of the Ghost. There is a huge, deep tank line behind this, but Clem is so far down in supply now. Both players have no production. The base on the top side that should have been Clem's in theory, Serral was mining from it. It's been denied. Still, if Clem cannot get another base up in the next, I don't know, no time at all, really. He is going to have no chance. There it is, the lifted command center on the top. Clem needs to hold this. Full stop. That's it. He needs to get this base up and running.
Clem is literally not mining. He's got 100 minerals a minute in, but the power of the Terror and the power of, I don't even know how many command centers, I don't even know how many orbitals means that all of a sudden his economic woes, at least for the moment, they will be solved. That is so many mules as he gives up the bottom side. He says, well, you know what? I mine from it a little bit, that's fine. I don't think you're gonna be able to take it in time. When a mine drop goes off, Lings will fall. 9 drones, maybe, 9 drones will hit the deck. So, 9 SCVs left, 34 drones left, and the Widow Mine is actually gonna get a big shot.
Oh, gets out 2 big shots on the Widow Mines, a 3rd one as well, but he is going to force the base back. However, so many Lings fell, and Cyril, that is actually a really big deal. He's only on 30 Zerglings right now. He's not mining a ton himself. The mules did survive, so they're able to go back there and get into this again. We do see the Bird Infestor that might have moved in range of the missile turret. Clem wisely building his own missile turret right now. Clem is currently outmining his opponent's mineral income. Cyril knows he must deny this base. Clem, though, might realize Cyril is ultra broke too. And with the tanks on the high ground, no Viper in sight, they are going to survive. The Caustic Spray not able to get the command center. It will survive. My God, this game is unreal. The Bird Infestor! He gets the bundle, but not on every single ghost right there. The kiting back gonna come on in. Ultra's trying to turn the corner, but they get shredded by the tanks. Clem holds once more.
But the orbital is so low. 5 HP, he's gonna drop a mule, looking for the repair. Cracklings knock that down, and Clem will hold the high ground, but he's gotta buy more time. Again, he's pretty much not mining. He's got like 2 mineral patches. By the way, he lost the gold bases that was happening. He doesn't have that position anymore. Looks like a couple Lings dealt with that, so there is no money on the map. Clem needs this spot right here.
He certainly does. The Infestor not able to get the fungal growth right there. We're going to see a hot pickup on the Ghost on the left side. Ghost on the right going down. These siege tanks on this high ground are holding the line like nobody's business, and another Mule Hammer drops. But Cyril, he's got a new injection, just what I was talking about. Starts up that base on the bottom side. Those minerals at the gold base, I don't think there's a ton of them, but there is more than 0, and it is going to come down to the absolute wire right now. 12 SCVs versus 34 drones. There are 8 orbital commands, so the Mule Hammer is mighty. Liberator on the bottom side will get chased. All right. Yeah, he's gonna chase it down, no problem.
Yeah, but that does unlock Clem a little bit on the north side, tries to run forward here. And we talked about army supplies, they're equal 63 to 67. 18 of that is in Corruptors. Yes, they fight the Medivacs. Yes, they fight the Liberators. On the ground, though, importantly, it's 1 Ultra. The big deal, a bunch of Infestors just finished. If Cyril can get that fungal again, if he can find that, and importantly, if he can chain it, that's what he's gonna be looking for here. This supply is not as good as it looks.
For Cyril, absolutely not. Only 1 Ultralist, 2 about to pop out though. Creep being cleared at the 32-minute mark on Alsteini. Very nice hot pickup from Clem. Every little advantage, every little positive trade you get is massive. We are gonna see the drop on the bottom side. Cyril does have a spotting unit in front of that base, and the Corruptors are on their way down. Oh, it's an Infestor. But all this can really do is potentially slow this down. Drones are gonna be pulled. This is a huge boon for Clem. If he kills this base, Cyril might just have to go.
Infestor from the left side, though, it hits the Medivac, doesn't get the Marines, so, no, here come the Corruptors. Cyril, he's gonna be able to knock this down. Drop won't find value, but does this unlock the north side? The other base, that position that Clem's been looking for, there's nothing here. In fact, the drones, preemptively for the most part, they're pulled away. Cyril, his entire army's bottom right.
It is bottom right, but I think Clem has correctly realized as long as he holds his own top left base, he has traded efficiently enough. He has got a few ghosts. He is gonna find with a small drop. I like this very non-committal setup. Gets 4 drones, which is actually quite a few in terms of percentages. Oh, the Infestor once again. Did he see the movement, the kind of rustling of the dirt? The scan comes down, he finds it. Clem, so nicely done right there. This base, so much trouble. EMP on the Infestors, but the Ultralisk on the top side. Can it get the job done with the Siege Tank in the back? The answer is no. Clem holds again on 8 SCVs and 8 orbitals. What a game on our hands.
Those 3 tanks are the only thing that has stood between Clem's victory and his defeat. And now that EMP on the Infestor meant that, hey, there was only one. Clem
the hot
saves the
pickup.
tank as well because he's just that good. And here comes the slow Terran push. This is where it gets so hard for Zerg players on Lings and Banes and Ultras. That composition, especially down supply, is not the most efficient here, especially as Clem has this ability to retreat, to hold the high ground. But here come it. Again, 5 Ultras, a couple Infestors. It's all about those fungals. First one whiffs, there are still a couple more.
Yes, there are. It is also going to come down to, are there any ghosts available? Good job from Clem to deny the Changeling that wanted to see where Clem's army was. Serral, he is in trouble. He knows he needs a monster engagement as he falls further and further behind in supply. And Clem is really ramping the pressure up on this base. Serral will be able to find a couple of Widowmines on the front, but Clem going for that one Ultra, even damage on Ultras at this point. Nice split from Clem right there. Huge Widowmine shot. Serral's gonna go for it. The Blinding Cloud is good, but the defense of Clem is even better.
Like a ship at the night, Clem finds his way forward here, and you shall not break him. You shall not pass. You shall not mine. It's a 40 army supply lead, and Clem feels like finally 35 minutes into this game has cracked this thing wide open. There is no more money for Serral. He's mining a little bit, I guess, on the right side, but at this point, Steadfast, not only does it feel like Clem has finally cracked open this game, it feels like the winner of this game is destined for this series.
It certainly feels like this is the pivotal moment of this series. We will see the Corruptors looking for the Caustic Spray takedown on this base, and as the damage ramps, he will find it. But Clem has already taken what he needed from that base. He's denied the base on the bottom side. Serral is trying to draw his opponent into an unfavorable fight, but Clem constantly scanning, never going to get caught out by those Infestors. And there he sees the Infestors now. They are going to get slowed down. The EMP shuts the door on the Miracle, and Clem, he is inching closer and closer to this game number 3 victory.
One Fungal remains. I don't know where it is. It's from the backside. It's from the backside, but it's not enough. Not at all. Serral's dead. Clem has killed him. I can't believe what we just saw.
Unbelievable stuff coming out from the Frenchman. He is now on the verge of the grand finals. Up 2-1 versus Serral. What a game. The resources lost was just ridiculous in favor of Clem.
You know, Steadfast, I don't know if the players need a break here, but I need a break. I'm sweating. My heart is beating. What did we just see?
We just witnessed the evolution of Clem. He is transformed from a ladder player, from a young kid, into a champion before our very eyes. Will he win this tournament? I don't know, but he has just become the champion of my heart.
Oh, I have seen one game played against Serral that is that good, and this reminds me of, and that was an online game on man, I can't even remember the name of the map. On Blackburn, Maru versus Serral from a couple years ago. Maru was dead, pushed back against it, and over the course of 35 minutes, he outtrades. And that was the moment when I looked at Maru and realized, hey, this late game style that you're starting to build, this might be just about the best way to play. This might make it possible for you to take down the likes of Serral, the likes of Dark here. And we saw that going into Katowice a little bit later on as well. And now Clem's able to pull it off here in this game, and honestly, for much, much bigger stakes.
Absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, until we see more, this is the greatest single map of Clem's career. This is the most impressive we've ever seen of him. It is not that it is necessarily the best play, although I think you could make an argument for it. Under the circumstances, this was just magnificent. As we see, man, this highlight reel could have been 7 minutes long. There was so many moments, and we see in the bottom right, that camera, the big relief from Clem as he goes up to match point. I am just so excited to move into Oceanborn and see if Clem can take it down or if we're going to a game number 5.
Well, we're going to have to find that out because as we move into Oceanborn here in the upper left, in the red for Basilisk, looking to send us to that game number 5 to keep the dream alive. It's Cyril.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right. We've watched him grow. Is this his final form? Give it up for Team Liquid's Clem! And you know what? We've seen a lot of sad Maru fans. We've seen a lot of people who've been like, Maru, you got knocked out early. You haven't been able to do it in these offline tournaments overseas. Well, I've got good news for you, Terran fans. Your new hope. He's here. Help me, Clem B1 Kenobi. You're my only hope.
You know, Steadfast, the intro music for this game is the most perfect thing ever because it says, "Oh, come, all ye faithful, come to Atlanta, come worship Clem." That game, we have more to see. Absolutely, we have more to see. Oceanborn, it's another map. Cyril has shown us time and time again that he can come back from deficits. Clem pushed him harder than anyone in the regionals, in that upper bracket finals before Cyril eventually took the entire thing. But Clem pushed him incredibly hard, and he was still able to make it happen. So as much as I say, wow, best game I've ever seen from Clem realistically, that doesn't mean this series is over, not by a long shot.
Not at all. We cannot discount Cyril from this. This is such a high-level series. And, you know, it is important to note, even though that went very difficultly for Cyril, he did create a lot of opportunities for himself, and he is a seasoned veteran. He is not going to be shaken. He played an extraordinarily strong matchup, but Clem, he is going to be able to get the denial on this third base for the moment. Once again, utilizing that early SCV. Cyril, well, he's going to be able to save that drone, and I like that. Doesn't even morph the extractor. Settling in, staying calm. Nice start for game 2.
And it's nice as well. He identified what drone was targeted. He kind of identified where the KD8 charge would be, so he pulls the drone out a little earlier, making sure that it's not going to get the animation, but the Queen gets bounced back, and this third base is again going to be a really, really slow. Reaper actually regenning a little bit, so Clem's going to be able to sit around a little bit, thinks about diving on top. He's not going to be able to block the cancel, but wants to dive in. Once again, he's too low this time, and this third base will finally, in 2 games, finally go down on time.
That was a beautiful little dance right there between those two players. The grenade coming down, forcing the Queen back, the Reaper pushing the drone away, then the Queen pushing the Reaper away, then the drone coming back in, SCV blocking. That was like the most micro you can see with just 2 units on each side. Man, they are both playing in absolutely top form, and Clem finally going to be mixing it up a little bit. He still will open up with that fast third CC, but it is going to be a very quick second barracks. We are going to see a fast 2-1-1 behind us. That's going to allow him to get a lot of Marines and a couple medevacs onto the map at a very early timing, relatively speaking. And Clem, he has looked on fire with some of his early Marine attacks. This could really potentially catch Cyril off guard if he doesn't make the adjustments.
And, you know, not only, we talk about this setup, how the third base was delayed a little bit, not as bad as game number 2, absolutely, but delayed a little bit. At least Cyril, he went for the delayed clash type of opener. He got a couple more drones out early. It's a 4-minute sit or a 4-minute speed instead of 3:30. And also, there's a Roach Warren on the way. I talked to Cyril before this series. I said, hey, you know what, my read on this is you're getting Roaches because the Bailings have been nerfed. He says, no. There's so much aggression out of Cyclones. Is he gonna see the Scout here, though? That's the question. 2 Marines. He's gonna see the Factory, but nothing more.
Oh, he hit the starport, Clem. Oh, very nicely done. Moving it up to the top right. That might have been enough information for Cyril to know, hey, you're building a reactor at a weird timing. He's not exactly sure what's going on. We'll check back in. And seeing that Marine count, I think that should be enough information for him to figure out what's going on. It could theoretically be reactors for a second and third barracks that are just on the way. Would depend a little bit on the timing, but I think Serral should have the information he needs. However, he has gone pretty high on the drone count. He's still droning, doesn't actually have a whole lot of Lings on the map, and if he doesn't start building Lings or Roaches, could be a little bit scary, but there's the Roaches starting on up.
Well, only 3 larvae right now, so you can build some Roaches, and I guess he will have the time to get more. I was going to say, actually, that it feels like Serral really knows what's happening here. He's got only a single eBay, or Evo, he's got +1 armor on the way, but he really is cutting those corners to make sure, A, he gets up to 61, 66 drones, gets that really nice economy, but also has everything that he needs to defend. That being said, a little bit supply block. The Roaches that he has are all that he's going to have for the next couple seconds or so.
Yeah, but as long as he stays on creep, he should be okay. Oh, the Ling's gonna get to the wraparound here on the Marines. Marines leaving the depot open. That is gonna potentially be a lot of SCV damage. Serral will be able to push this back on the top side. Clem does snipe down a Queen, but at the very least, it's not the worst thing it could have been for Clem. Nice little SCV micro right there. Only losing 2 workers. Oh man, the attention to detail from these players is immaculate. Still, that did disrupt a fair bit. We are going to see a very fast infestation pit coming down off of that extremely delayed second Evo. This is quite an interesting setup from Serral as he does find himself on the ropes in the series.
That he does, but if he's able to make something happen here, get up to a really quick hive, really quick lurk, or ultras or something, again, like he did tomorrow, and that's kind of what this build is looking like. Even still, though, Ling's again looking for that counterattack, but that high ground tank is doing so much. Now, Clem, he can't get a ton done with this. The Roaches are there, and he's not able to quite multi-prong as well as he would like yet because he does have problems at home. Even still, Clem, it's not about this push. It's about when 1-1 is done. It's about when he can bring these tanks to bear. We can start to really lay into this, well, this pretty greedy Serral.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be follow-throughs for sure. Very interesting from Clem. I don't see a 4th command center on the way just yet, and he is adding on a 2nd factory. There's potential that he might sit on 3 bases for a while and build a hell of a lot of tanks and go for a big push. But just as I say that, he starts up the 4th command center. So no, we are not going to see a super heavily dedicated push that the likes of Ryung really loves. Still, little bit of extra tank production early on could be scary for Serral. However, he is getting it into that hive and will be able to add on Vipers.
You know, Steadfast, I love this. I am not opposed to playing another 40-minute game that mines out the entire map and just it breaks everything. I don't even know. Now, I don't know that my nerves can handle it because I'm feeling a little shaky right now. I'm feeling a little shot after that last game. But in terms of what I love, absolutely. But for now, 1-1's done for Clem. He's got 2-2 on the way, adding in +1 mech attack with the 4th base. I don't know how much he's going to be able to get done with this because, again, there is that 4th base on the way. He has to be so careful about these infestors on the map. But at the very least, he's going to be able to get a cancel on the 5th. The fungal lands on the Medivacs, but not the bio. Clem stays alive on this push.
Yes, and he will be able to jump up into the natural. Meanwhile, pre-dodging the fungal before it can even get cast on the right side. Great job from Clem, avoiding both dangerous situations. And now we're going to see another denial on the 5th base. Clem is playing, once again, very well in this game number 4.
He's playing so well, gets so many Lings in this game number 4.
Oh, he's baiting it.
He looks for it, he's not gonna find it, and unfortunately, unlike against Dark in an EPT Cup on Monday, there's no Widow Mine behind to drag everything into and immediately win the game. Even still, trading really nicely, keeping the Zerg on 4 bases is fantastic as the Terran, especially as your 4th base is on location. So Clem, knocking down creep a little bit, will get forced out, but he's already got a push on that 1 o'clock position where Serral's gonna try to expand. He's there in time, but at least the pressure, Serral can't go onto Clem's side of the map at all.
No, he certainly cannot, and Clem is continuing to power up that mid-game army. Huge fungal growth. The hot pickup does save the majority of the Marines, but it's decent. Once again, this base getting denied. Clem is just being so difficult to deal with. 1 Queen gonna fall. We will see Serral getting back in position with the rest of his army, but the ping-ponging between this natural and this potential 5th base has been immaculate. No Spore Crawler from Serral in the natural is allowing Clem to get away with this, and I'd really like to see something for that.
Yeah, I was going to say the one potential problem for Clem right now is that Ultras are already on the map. They're hitting the map right now. There's no Ghost Academy. But he got it started right at that time, so eventually he should have what it takes. Is now around the corner. Corners are absolutely a Terran's best friend, so it's going to be solid trades. Blinding Cloud will force Clem back here, and this is where it gets a little bit scary. Ultras have been revealed. Chitinous plating in 5 seconds. Serral wants to take the game right now, but the tanks on the high ground, the Liberators, they say no, absolutely not.
That was a really good play from both players right there. Serral revealing his ultras in a great fashion, looking to get a huge jump on his opponent's army, but Clem not allowing Serral to find a huge cleanup on that army. If there was Infestors ready with the fungal growths, if they could have landed that massive connection, that could have been Serral taking the game right then and there. But Clem gets the hot pickup, fights a beautiful retreat, and closes the door on Serral's dream fight.
That he does, but Serral, he's got another attack here on the left side, knocks the rocks down, gets ready, waits for that +2 attack, for that upgrade parries. Here comes the army. Infestor on the north side, pay attention to that one if the fungal hits, but for now on the bottom side, so many Banelings, and watch for the Infestor, it's not there yet. Serral looks for the break, he will find it, and now here comes Clem on the chase. Ultras are still weak, they don't have that +3, so it's a dead planetary. It's 12 dead SCVs, but look at that Infestor. It's Sharkin. Serral, he wants it. Is he gonna find it?
He is certainly looking for it here. It does have double fungal growth available. Obviously, with the Medivacs and with that nerf to the damage, getting the 2 fungal kill is a lot more difficult than it used to be, but it is still something that Serral could think about if the army is low enough. However, he's looking for the actual catch on the army. The choke is going to work. Oh, the siege tank. Not able to snipe that Infestor, but the Marauders will. Good job from Clem with the scan, looking for that. The double Liberator counterattack on the top side will get 7 drones. Triple Liberator, very nicely done from Clem. So difficult to deal with. Serral is answering this, but Clem is just being so persistent.
You know, Dave, it's funny. The one moment, the one magic moment that Serral's able to get onto the map to start to try to enforce some sort of will on Clem. He gets the Vipers! Holy, he gets the Vipers and 20 dead drones. But again, the one moment he gets on the other side, Clem's got 3 Liberators. He kills so many workers, gets the base. And if we take a look at resources lost here, Clem has been trading insanely while doubling up Serral.
He is trading out of his damn mind. Double efficiency. By the numbers, by the math, it's right there in front of you. And man, oh man, Serral, yes, he's maxed out. Yes, he's got a bank, but it is nowhere near as big of a bank as it was in game number 3. And he wasn't able to close that game out. He wasn't able to win it. Clem has gotten up to his 10 ghosts and will continue to add those on. He is about to hit that 3-3. The burrowed Infestor, though, in amongst the army could be massive. But no, he's not able to get it. Serral gonna try and commit anyways. Ultras will get on top of the tanks. The snipes are gonna be good, and Clem retreats back up the ramp, retreats to the siege tank, and takes another very cost-efficient fight. Serral doesn't have many of those left in the tank.
That Infestor may have been a wolf among sheep, but Steadfast, those sheep have teeth. Serral keeps looking for this. And unlike previous games, unlike games against Clem in days past, he hasn't got that juicy one, not when it matters. He's either not in the right position, or he's not ready to follow up, or there's a doodad and the map isn't liking him. Serral hasn't found that magic that we've seen from him time after time after time. And now, again, it's a rough spot. At least Serral, he's got every base that he could find. He's on 89 drones, even with that economic damage. So he's mining a lot. He continues to build this base, and these Ultras should be able to defend this position.
They should be able to force the pushback. Clem, he says, well, you know, I got a little bit of time. I got the micro ability. Don't see any Vipers. I can trade a little bit of HP. And he gets back out of there. Clem looking for every advantage he can find. He knows how close he is. He knows he can taste that grand finals against the final boss, Dark. But Serral is not out of this yet. He's still got a strong army. He is a tenacious little Zerg. This is still very opportunistic for Serral. But Clem, as he secures his bases, as he techs up, adds on Liberators, adds on Starports, and continues to keep Serral down, this is looking better and better for the Frenchman.
And we have to remember, last game, Cyril was down about 30,000 resources and still almost won the fight. And that's a beautiful blinding cloud on the planetary, on the tanks. But look at this arc from Clem. It's gonna not really net Cyril all that much. Snipes are gonna go down on the ultras on the backside. Yeah, there's a dead planetary. There's a command center right there. Who cares? You're gonna get another one. It's gonna be fine. At most, he got 10 SCVs, maybe got a couple ghosts. It continues to be incredibly inefficient for Cyril.
It certainly has, and Cyril lost so much. Clem can counterattack on the top side, and I think if he is decisive, he might just be able to snipe down that base right here and now. His tank line, his Liberator line is so deep off screen. I believe there's an Infestor, though, in the middle. The ghosts are all clumped up, but the scan comes down again. He will not be blindsided. Still, the army of Cyril is on the charge. Clem did wipe out the base. There's another Infestor burrowed in on top of this. Can he get that? The scan will not find this army, but is there even enough for the chase down? Cyril is not close enough to pull the trigger on that fungal, and Clem remains maxed out. He knocked out another base, and he's got a drop coming into the main.
We do have to remember that as good as this looks for Clem, as good as this economic damage is, this trading is, Clem hasn't started building a bank yet. He is only on these core 5 bases. He's got more command centers. He's gonna try to take them eventually. But for right now, Cyril's economy, well, is for the most part outstripping Clem. There's a mule hammer right now, but in general, Clem has had not as much money per minute. He hasn't been able to build that bank. So as good as this looks, one really bad fight, one big Infestor shot can turn this all around.
It certainly can, and Cyril, he has been so aggressively looking for it. He keeps putting those Infestors in beautiful positions. Even when one gets sniped, there's another one ready to take its place. I cannot stress how high level these players are playing. Clem somehow keeping this medevac alive against the parasitic bombs, able to snipe down 3 more drones and saves the Marines. He's being such a nuisance with such a small number of units. He's playing the best StarCraft of his life right now.
That he is, but okay, parasitic bombs says, you saved it. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That being said, though, Cyril, Greater Spire once again. Last time he built 17.
Oh, the Infestor!
Infestor backside.
Oh,
he
too far
dodges.
away, but there's the fungal.
Oh, it doesn't get a ton, though. Even still, that is going to be really nice. Clem didn't get the bio, but did get the medevacs, kept them in place, and that did mean that Clem, he's going to lose that. And I'm really curious here. Do we actually see Broodlords in this game? Last time, Cyril made the Greater Spire. He got upgrades. He never had the time. He never thought it was the right opportunity. He never got a single Broodlord. This time, his economy, his bank, it's even worse.
Yes, but the setup for Clem is not as good either. There's no 6th base just yet. There's only 2 starports. There's only 2 factories. The upgrades are not really great for the air. And for the ground, they are 2-1. But if it does have to end up being Thor's emergency mode or emergency Vikings, he's not going to be able to pump them out very quickly. This is a much better game for Broodlords if Cyril can get a trade and get into them.
Yeah, absolutely. But the question is, can he get a trade? Can he get into them? Because Broodlords work when you're set up for them, when you're ready, when you can free up some supply, get them all ready, and start the push. Start that slow siege that make it so hard for the Terran to deal with. But I haven't seen a single fight this game. I haven't seen a single fight this series where Clem loses a fight that badly that you have that time to trade out and go again. Because the moment that Cyril disengages on the fight, the snipes go down and Clem steamrolls across the map. He says, I'm gonna get as much damage as possible. I'm gonna snipe a base. I'm gonna get drones. I'm not gonna give you time for any sort of tech transition.
I just want to point out another fantastic thing Cyril is doing during all this. As we do see one snipe managing to land, there's a changeling on the bottom side. Looking at that unit production tab, there's a changeling watching that Clem still has good defense on that bottom side. Cyril not going to be able to find the rotation necessarily, but here comes the Infestor. It runs into a missile turret, will get taken down. The Vipers are going to come on in, blinding clouds, parasitic bombs, will manage to land a little bit. Is there enough for Cyril to break through? The answer is no. There's too many ghosts on the backside, and Clem will once again push Cyril back. But 15 SCVs go down. The 6th base has not come up yet. Couple of ultras on a bad rally will go down. And once more, Clem now has enough left over to counterattack and deny this base again. That was, on the whole, very good for Clem.
Cyril's bank's big, but the ability, the time you need to reinforce is not there yet.
Oh, the EMP!
And the EMP and the shutdown. No Infestors here. The ghosts will stand strong. They will stand undefeatable, and the base will fall. Snipes on drones and Draenlings. Why not? The position that Cyril has had for quite a while now, it's broken, and hey, there's even more damage. That being said, bottom left side, Cyril has taken a base from Clem, but he needs to mine from it. He needs to take advantage. Position doesn't matter, money does.
Cyril needs to win this one with the next bit of bank he's got. He's gonna show the Corruptors, maybe gonna try and bait out some Vikings, but the fact that he's shown those Corruptors means that the chance of surprise Broodlords drops massively. And I can't pretend that you need Thors and Vikings necessarily. If there's enough Ghosts, they will absolutely do the job if you can't keep those away from the Broodlords. Cyril not wanting to pull the trigger on the transition just yet. In fact, it is going to be a couple more Ultras and more Infestors. Nice dodge in the EMP, but Clem is tenacious. He is hunting for that Infestor. And the snipe, he got it in the middle of the army. Beautiful accuracy. That's why he's #1.
I don't even know what to say anymore about Clem. He's just playing out of his freaking mind. Yeah, there's a base on the bottom left side, but Liberator range denies a lot of it here as Cyril tries to make Brack from Clem once again, but he can't do it. Not just yet. The Liberators, the splits, the readiness of Clem makes this so hard. And the Infestors, they're not finding their shots. They're gonna burrow up and one away. Banelings on Marauders again. Not what you want, and 4 more Liberators at a time, +1 air attack on the way, +3 mech armor on the way. You said Clem wasn't in that position where he had what he needed to really have this high-powered air army. Give him a couple minutes, he's gonna get there.
He certainly is. I think I would like to see a couple more starports, maybe a couple more factories. He's up to 3 factories now, but he is doing such a good job of constantly scanning Cyril's army, not letting the secret tech switch ever come out, never actually being able to find this. Cyril, Clem will get the better of Cyril on the bottom side with this small potatoes little dance. Hold that thought, we're going to see an attack coming on, and fungal growth on the Ghost. The Banelings coming on in. Is this going to be enough? The answer is no. The hot pickup is good, but Cyril will temporarily break the position. He's going to clean up a ton of Liberators. He didn't break the Ghost count, but he buys himself a little bit of space.
The crazy thing is that is finally what Cyril's been looking for, and he still traded worse in the fight. It wasn't quite as good. Actually, no, he didn't get enough gas. That's fine. I looked at the minerals. Even still, though, Clem is able to keep most of those goats alive. They're able to get in the medevac. They're able to run away. He's able to really maintain this sieged up position. But now, Cyril on the map a little bit. He breaks the position. Clem has to run away, dropping scans everywhere. He needs to know, is there an Infestor on the north side? Is there an Infestor on the left side? Is there something I have to know about? As this slow push from Clem works hard to deny the mining of Cyril, but here comes Cyril. Through the middle, once again, the Liberators are raining hell. Only one goes down for the moment, and this Sim City into the tanks, into the Ghosts, into the Liberators. Cyril has not been able to break that this entire series, and a couple snipes to boot.
Absolutely fantastic from Clem. The Sim City, more so than the army, was the starring role in that last fight. And Clem continues to deplete the bank of Cyril. Cyril is trying so desperately to mine from this base to get an income advantage in the aggregate, because he knows that Clem, having secured that top side, is going to start mining from the base that Cyril used to have. There is a burrowed Ling up here. That is good for Cyril, but he cannot hold the position long term once Clem turns his attention there. And Clem, he is going to deny this base. Beautiful Ling run by on the top side, but it is not going to be able to get through this massive Liberator anti-air. However, the Corruptors will. Very nice counterattack, Ling Corruptor, but we are going to see a few Corruptors going down to the answer from Clem. Both players doing the answer to each other's moves. Such a high-level game and series.
You know, Steadfast, last night we were told that we're doing this series, and I've been dreaming of it ever since. I really didn't sleep a lot last night because I knew how good this was going to be.
I mean, how could you?
I know, right?
Ooh,
and I
Infestor.
am Infestor, and that's a lot of Ghost all clumped together, but there's no follow-up ready right now. And the longer this goes, there will be missile turrets. Clem knows how this game has happened. Stan goes down, Infestor falls, but here comes Cyril once. He's going to opt into the fight even without that crowd control, but we've seen what happens here. We've seen what happens when Cyril looks for the high ground. there's nothing there. Planetarians go down, or Planetarians do well. Missile turrets, they make everything happen, and Cyril continues to not be able to break anything.
Cyril is just getting worse and worse of the trades, and he is finding himself in a more and more difficult position as time goes on. He is doing everything he bloody well can to try and find a way. He's now long distance mining this base. That should tell you how bad the situation is. Cyril was out mining Clem for a very long time, but now it is all blue arrows. There is an investor on top of the army. The fungal growth will come on in, but the hot pickup once again going to be enough. However, the Ultras are still there in massive numbers. Parasitic Bomb on the Vikings. The Liberators will be moved past. Banelings kited away from. Planetary Fortress goes down, but the counter snipes from Clem are massive, and the ghost count is still at 15. Cyril is not going to be able to break through. Clem is on the verge of a date with the grand finals.
Now, Steadfast, we do have to remember there's not a lot of gas. The Fungal's gonna whiff here. Cyril runs in. Cyril does not make the finals. Clem, for the first time in an offline event in front of a crowd like this, he will make that finals. It's a date with Dark. He will finally do it.
Clem with the performance of a lifetime. I don't want to hear that crowd go silent until he is off the stage. He has earned it. One of the greatest performances of all time. Clem, stand in the sun, but he does have a date with the final boss, with the Dark, in the next round. My God, what a series.
You know, Steadfast, I'm just gonna quote that sign from the crowd. Dang, Clem.
Listen to that crowd roar.
Oh, it's us on the stage now, Clem. This has been incredible to watch, but you were up there, you were playing. Tell me how you feel after that matchup.
I feel great and exhausted. I feel so exhausted.
Both of those are well earned. This is a matchup that we have seen many, many times. It's the first time it's gone this way. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it feels amazing to beat him in a offline match, because I've beaten him online before, and recently I've also been struggling a bit against him, so it feels just amazing to win against him offline and get to the finals.
It was a struggle of titans in so many games. You went back and forth again. In game 3, your ghost got fungled. You thought it was not going to go so well. Tell me a little bit about what was going through your head at that time, how you rallied.
For the game 3? Game 3. On Alkioni? Yeah, this game at some point I thought I was pretty dead, because he had a good fungal and he was inning my bases. And when I couldn't take the bottom right base, I was like, oh, this is not going well. I'm probably going to end up losing it. So but then the top base, protected by the tanks, actually saved me, and I had like 20 orbitals, so I could just mule the base, and yeah, that was clutch.
And in this last game here, so many times Cyril came knocking on your door, and so many times you shut off the lights and pretended like it wasn't Halloween and you didn't buy candy. What was going through your mind as time and time again you repelled him in this last match?
Like the last match, or?
Yeah, game 4.
Game 4? Yeah, well, game 4 he went for a like rush into Ultra without like a super big economy. So I was like, okay, if I can get to a very big orbital count and then always protect my ghost, do like a very good SimCity, and never take like a very bad fight, I should be able to trade more cost efficiently. And as long as I can take bases, like my 5th, my 6th, then I'm probably gonna end up taking it. So.
Yeah, your micro was incredible. Your multitasking, incredible. Now, when I asked Dark who he would rather face between you and Cyril, Dark, ever brave, ever thinking he is #1, chose Cyril. Dark doesn't want to face you right now, so what do you feel like going up against him, knowing that he's a little bit afraid of a Terran?
Dark has a very different style than Cyril, so it's probably going to be a different match, a different, like the games are probably going to look a bit different. But beating Cyril gives me a ton of confidence, and I've been doing pretty good against Dark online, so I'm definitely feeling really good.
Well, Clem, you've definitely earned a short little break here, so we're going to let you go relax before the final match. We're going to give it back to the desk to take another look at those incredible games.
Is it time, one of the most excellent, exceptional, first-rate, magnificent, outstanding shows of skill we have seen in the round of 4. And Clem topples the Finnish phenom, no less here in this match. Game number 3 comes along. I walk out the room because I think that game's done. Yet no, I come back in. Clem has fought back here, Fear Dragon. This was utter insanity.
It's not just game 3, James. If you look at the first 3 games that happened in this series, Clem was behind. Clem actually looked maybe not entirely dead in every one of those games, but close to dead or actually just dead in all 3 of those games. And he mounted comebacks, not just against anyone, against Cyril.
Don't think anybody can ever call the kid just an online hero again, and we knew that was silly because we saw him make finals of Home Story Cup. He did great over at Game S8 as well, where he made it into the semi-final. But this was peak Clem here today. Yona played a good series. It's just that Clem was exceptional. He did pretty much everything correct. Absolutely loved it. Obviously, rough start on Equilibrium, but that's okay. That's a rough map for Terran. And Yona kind of brought out something cheeky, but Clem really throughout the series, he just dug in his heels, and he was on top of everything that Cyril tried to throw at him. And let's be honest, Cyril threw the kitchen sink at him. Non-stop run-bys, Nidus attempts. We had Drop-A-Lord attempts as well, and we had the Swarm emerge in all its glory, left, right, and center. But Claymore showed us once more that if his TVZ is on, it's truly on.
And as we saw in game number 3 as well, what you call Fear Dragon, the jump scare infestors. Like, that was just terrifying. From wall to wall, they were hitting huge fungals. It almost felt like in game number 4, going the infestation pitch just that little bit faster, realizing, okay, there's a vulnerability here. The infestors being able to hit those big fungals. Going into game 4, still wasn't enough. SimCity, great. Defense, great. I'm a bit excited, I apologize.
I think we all are, James. All of our hearts are beating right now. We're all sweating. We're all extremely excited about this. But you're absolutely right. Think about how stressful it must be that you're playing against Cyril. Forget the infestors for a second. Just playing against Cyril with everything else going on. That is difficult. To then constantly think, but what about the infestor? I know there's going to be an infestor somewhere, and to constantly be ready to scan. Even in one of those games where I think he was down to literally 8 SCVs, maybe 1 or 2 orbitals, he had to make choices of, do I scan for the infestor or do I drop a mule? Like, I have no economy right now. I have to make a choice, and he made the right one.
I know, Rotti, on the other side of this, yes. We say, unfortunate, Cyril's not able to get to the finals, but look what it's given us. Look what it's afforded us here. Cyril doesn't exactly need another 15K.
No, I mean, Yona has done it all. He's been here, done that. And we know that whenever he travels, he wants to win. And that's why we love Cyril, and that's why he gets a ton of support, because he always shows up prepared. He always gives it his best. But it's also nice to see someone else shine. And we've been rooting for Clem for such a long time. Clem kind of peaked in the COVID era, and we're like, yeah, but that's so sad, because this is that I mean, we kind of look at it and we're like, oh, this was awesome, it was amazing. But this is what boys' dreams are made of, right? This is what he's been working for all these years when he's been playing those NA weeklies till 6 a.m. because he's going 24/7 really hard to stand on a stage like that after winning such a grueling best of 5 against Cyril and have this lovely NA crowd chant your name. I mean, dreams do come true sometimes if you play Terran.
There you go. There you go. It's a TVZ in the finals here. Let's take a look at this bracket after our 2 semi-finals and confirm what we very much already know here. But it will be in the finals. From one side of things, Dark is going to be going up against Clem. Has this been years in the making for Clem here on the bottom side of it? Or will the Hope Ender, Dark, the villain himself, be able to topple that? It's a scary prospect because Dark is extremely formidable.
I mean, years in the making doesn't actually even do it justice. 10 years and 2 months ago, Clem has his first recorded competitive match. And now finally, after all of that time, despite how good we've known him to be, he is finally making it to the finals. The first time outside of one Home Story Cup, he made 2nd place. And the way he's doing it is through literally every single one of the best Zergs in the world. We have Solar, Cyril, and Dark. If he can beat all 3 of those, is there any dispute about him having the best TVZ in the world?
I mean, both of these guys are amazing, and they came into the tournament as top favorites, right? Coming into this weekend, you always look at Maro, you look at Cyril, but the next guys you mentioned are definitely going to be your Darks and Solars and Clem. They're right up on there there. And to see these two in the final is not surprising, but it is absolutely amazing. It truly is what dreams are made of for Clem. Dark will look at this as not necessarily another day at the office, because it's been a little while, but obviously Dark has been in plenty of finals throughout his very successful career. And don't forget, a little over a year ago, we were all in Spain, Valencia. Dark was victorious back then in a very similar tournament to this one. But for Clem, this is a first. But I mean, if your guys already said it, the kid has to be oozing confident. You take out Solar, you take out Zero, you play the same matchup again. Sure, it's going to be different, and Dark is a stud, but Clem's got to be feeling it.
That's the thing, right? If you can't hear this at home, this place was erupting throughout this series, and as much as literally every voice out there, every voice in the back was excited for the result of that series, there is one man that might not have been so keen on seeing Clem do so well in that series, and that is Dark. So we will see how that final is going to go down. Of course, we do have to thank our sponsors as well for everything that is going on here. Blizzard, thank you for being able to make the game, and you know what, make series like that possible, because that was bloody insane. We also have Monster Energy joining us here for all of the festivities live from DreamHack Atlanta, so you can check them out over at monsterenergy.com/gaming as well, and get yourself some lovely flavors here, probably on the show floor too, as time goes on. Thank you to US Air Force for joining us here as they aim high and find your path, www.airforce.com. And finally, ESL Shop for everything that they're able to do for us. I love their sweatpants. I wear them every time I travel. It's great.
You truly do. You truly do.
He knows. He knows.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we are going to a break. When we return, we are going to this grand final. It is going to be ridiculous. Considering what we've just seen across our last two semi-finals, Dark versus Clem, best of 7. Don't go anywhere.
내가 먼저 할게. 그래도 내가 형이잖아. 형대가 해줘. 네네.
너무 진지하게 하시네. 약간 그래도 오목인데요? 4개 되면 안 된다면서.
4개 되면 이기는 거잖아. 4개 되면 이기는 거.
4개면 너무 빡센 거 아닌가?
이거 4개 되면 이기는 거 아니야? 4개 되면 재밌는데? 처음 해보는데.
잠깐만.
야, 빨리빨리. 시간 없어.
약간 3-3 같은데?
시간 없어.
그거 왜 들려?
아, 너 할 줄 모르네. 이겼는데?
이겼다고요?
아닌가? 아니야. 이거
그런데
어렵다, 근데.
순서가 그게 있네.
근데 어렵다. 이거 다 채워야겠는데?
그러니까 이거 안 끝나네. 근데 빨리 해야겠다.
아!
왜?
아니야? 아, 저 4개 될 것 같은데.
4개 된다고 이제?
오, 빡세. 후달려.
뭘 보고 계신 거지?
뭔가 후달려. 뭔가 3개짜리 너무 좀 슬슬 보이니까. 수비.
엄마. 재밌네. 집에 하나 사놔야겠다. 어려운데.
이거 거기다 놨을까?
고기 형 잘했어.
왜?
끝났어요.
끝났다고?
아 3-3이네?
아닌가? 잠깐만.
3-3이잖아. 아니야 안 끝났잖아. 안 끝났잖아. 뭔 소리야. 해봐. 끝내 빨리 끝내봐 빨리.
어디 갔지?
그러니까 나도 처음에 그런 줄 알았는데 이게
그냥 끝나요 끝나기?
끝났지 이제. 너 이제 한 번 넣으면 끝나.
끝났다면서요. 끝난다면서요.
아니
와 이거 여기가 헬게이트네. 여기가 잠깐만. 잠깐만. 왜 내가 넣는 건데? 잠깐만. 잠깐만.
이거 넣으면 끝나? 뭐야? 끝났네? 야 나 이거 못 보고 있었다. 와 근데 이거 재밌네.
왜 안 끝났지 아까? 아까 끝난 거 아니야?
아니 네가 한 번 내가 넣어줘야지 너가 됐을걸? 너 근데 잘 못하네.
Ready? Yeah, sure. Let's go. I'm going to change my opening then. I'll do this.
Oh, you have to press.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we have 5-second increment, that's all. Oh, God damn it. Whatever.
That's okay.
It's okay.
We can start to play fast. Okay, I'll take. Okay, I'll do this. It's also hard because we're like in front of it.
Yeah, it's like easy when you play online.
Yeah, it's so much easier. Okay, I'll do this. Castle. You're copying.
Yeah, it's very similar setup.
No, I can't do that. I'll do this. Nice. Okay. Like you're probably winning by a tiny bit.
Oops. I feel like now it's a bit dicey, no?
Oh no.
Actually.
Oh wait, hold on. It is very dicey. What if I did something
It's probably fine for you.
crazy, like this?
Oof. Now it's really crazy. Actually, I think it's fine.
Oh. That wasn't good for me, was it?
No.
Wait.
Oh, this is going downhill.
Oh, no. That's where it's... Oh. That's not looking too great, is it? We need under it. I'll do this. Oh, wait, what? I didn't see that.
I think you have taken.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that one. Okay.
Now we need to finish the game somehow.
Maybe I can win on the clock.
It doesn't seem very good.
Yeah, that's more than 3 minutes left.
Time for the end game.
Oh. I mean, I'm pretty dead.
You're pretty dead.
I'm pretty dead. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. All good. You're under pressure.
Maybe a bit of a mistake by me, yeah. That's true. No, it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I have to move this guy.
Wait, the press.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, let's just push the pawns.
Pushing the pawns, boring.
Safety.
No, I actually don't have any more phase.
Yeah.
Unless. That's a suicide spell. Well, that wasn't very...
Not too useful. Getting a bit low on the time now, huh?
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, what? You just give it to me?
Okay. Okay, I was hoping you would take it with this and then I could like counter attack.
Okay. GG.
This will work.
Nice.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, let's do it. Today, a litany of excellent TVZ across the board. Semi-final after semi-final now results in us having Clem going up against Dark in the grand final, which is sure to be unbelievable here after what we have just witnessed. Welcome to the desk here. Joining me to my left-hand side, Beowulf, as well as Cats, to talk about the grand final. Beowulf, I'm sure you may have almost already lost your voice, but we'll keep on with you for just a little bit here. What a series here, and it results in now this grand final materializing.
Absolutely. Clem, going back to 2017, has never beaten Cyril in an offline event. He's only won 2 series against him this year, and never truly when it counts. But he finally makes it happen in front of the crowd in Atlanta. And, well, he's running into the one player who has bet on himself. Dark says, it's not Cyril. He's not the best player in the world. I'm the Dark Lord. I'm that final boss that everyone at this tournament is going to have to run into.
Yep, Dark is a scary individual when it comes to these kinds of moments, Cats. We always expect him to show up and be a big money player, and here he is in the final again.
He's an absolute beast. And speaking of running into each other, I saw them actually run into each other, as I always have this like restroom stories apparently, but yeah. Clem was heading into the restroom. Dark seemed to be heading back from the restroom. They saw each other. I was right behind them, and as soon as they passed each other, they nodded, and I yelled, "Ah!" And then they both kind of smiled. It was great.
Beef.
Yeah, it was gonna happen. I mean, you can feel it, right? There's always gonna be that tension before the finals. But Dark himself did say, out of the two, he was more scared of Clem, and it is, you know, it's kind of proving why. I mean, Clem is an absolute monster at the matchup, but Dark has been showing some incredible magic here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said in the previous desk segment, right? It is a scary prospect to go up against someone when they show that kind of form. But it is the man, synonymous with crushing non-Koreans left, right, and center. He built a world championship on it. But will it be time? Finally, the first time that Clem has an opportunity to truly strike out at a premier. Will it be now? We have the two head-to-head, the tail of the tape here, 86 to the 92. And as much as those numbers, sure, might be relevant, Dark, I don't know where to put my finger on for this one, Beowulf.
Every single player at this tournament underrated him. Every single player said, you're not the #1 player in the world, you're 89. I know of several. I don't know how many, but I know there are a decent amount of players above 90 in that power ranking, which, by the way, is the only ranking that the players had a chance to vote on. So Dark, well, we have said, hey, he's fantastic. He's looking powerful going in. No, people didn't believe in him as much. But I think over these series, he crushed Cure, even in games that Cure wins 9, 10 times out of 10 times. Dark is feeling it right now.
Clem understands, though, looking at this matchup, that Dark plays a different style to Cyril, right? I mean, so as much as we've just come off the back of Clem looking great against Cyril, being resilient, being that bulwark almost, Cats against Dark. Dark's a different player here.
Absolutely. I mean, Cyril's very methodical. He wants to survive. He wants to get to that late game. He wants to get the roaches. You know he's going to have infestors floating around. And Dark is very tricky in that sense, too. Maybe as good or maybe the only player that you could say better than Cyril at being sneaky with infestors. But he also has other tricks in his book, right? Like, he is also a little bit more willing to go all in, to go for different styles, for perhaps even Muta. He is just absolutely wild. He has been showing magic, and he's not scared to mix it up.
All right, I want, before we get to this, because I hear that the stage is ready, final thoughts and predictions from both of you. I want concrete. Let's go.
Clem has played Dark very recently in the final tune-up, in the final opportunity to get EPT points before this event on Monday nights. Clem won 3-1 against him and had a beautiful showing. It was really, really well played from Clem. He's going to do it again. This time, Dark gets another map. It's 4-2 Clem.
Okay. Cats?
I can't predict against Clem. He's my boy, and he is on fire, and he deserves this. It's a long time coming. 4-3. Let's go.
4-3. All the way.
With a tie in there.
With a tie.
8 games in this best of 7.
8 game, 4-3.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as well. Without further ado, let's get to the grand finals.
Thank you so much. 48 players started this tournament, and now only 2 remain. We have Dark from Dragon Kazi Gaming, the seasoned Zerg, very comfortable in this final seat, looking to prove the prescience of his power ranking. He'll be going up against Clem, our French Turk, who is excuse me, our French phenom, who has made personal history in the last match and stands to make StarCraft 2 history in this one. Welcome to the stage, Clem of Team Liquid and Dark of Dragon Kazi Gaming.
It feels amazing being in the finals, and I couldn't be happier.
당연히 올라올 거라고 생각하고 있었고 이제 상대 선수가 만만치 않은 선수들이라서 쫄지 않고 자신의 플레이를 계속 해갔던 게 더 열심히 해서 이제 우승을 확실하게 거머쥘 수 있도록 더 노력하겠습니다.
Well, going up against Dark is a bit of a tricky one. He can cheese and he can play like super aggressive, and it's always a bit scary. And
그 클램 선수가 가장 잘하고 있는 시즌인 것 같아요. 그래서 저는 이제 좀 오래된 선수기도 하고 경험이 많은 선수니까 그런 경험을 토대로 한번 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm looking forward to playing against you, Dark, and let's make it a good one.
4대0만큼은 당하지 않게 한번 열심히 해보시길 바랍니다.
The ultra-confident, very experienced Korean Zerg up against his first Premier Finals. It's Clem versus Dark for a best-of-7 to end our ESL Masters Winter Tournament.
I was already excited, but that video just gets you a little extra pumped. Hopefully it's going to be a best-of-7 for the very rich history books of StarCraft 2. It is experience versus momentum, because Clem has just defeated arguably the two other best Zergs in the world at the moment. The GSL Codas champion Solar fell victim to Claymore in the quarterfinals, and he just took out the Finnish phenom himself. Dark, on the other end, had to play a little bit of ZVP, looked good against it, and obviously already showed us earlier today that his ZVT is still on point as well. No matter how good Clem looked against Terrell, this is going to be a very different best-of-7.
And he said it as well. Dark is just a very different player. More prone, I would say, to being very, very aggressive, throwing in some cheeses, and the confidence that he has, I feel, is unmatched amongst the StarCraft 2 pros. We do have our maps decided, and I, for one, am already excited to see the two vetoes from our players. Alcyone is vetoed by Dark. Clem did look excellent on it, and Radaset is vetoed by Clem, which I do believe has been proven difficult for Terrans in this tournament up against Zerg.
Yeah, just one of these maps where Zerg consumes the entire map, and it's very hard for Terran to find jokey areas because it kind of feels it's just one big square. It's like, all right, gloves off, let's battle somewhere in the center, and that's not really what Terran players look for. We saw it in the previous series as well. Clem at a certain moment just realized it was time to go for some proper SimCity. Not one, but two planetary fortresses, missile turrets, sensor towers, and if you can just drag it to the ultra late game, yeah, Terran is looking pretty good, Clem is looking pretty good, but we know that Dark is going to do everything within his power to prevent Clem from ever getting up to 4, 5, and definitely 6 bases.
Might even try to stop him from getting to 3 bases, honestly. His mid-game is pretty powerful. That's what I think he made his name on, was the micro of his Marines in the mid-game. Our little foreign Bjorn for a little while now. I believe Bjorn is our Korean Clem, as Clem has made it to the finals here to face this man starting on Equilibrium in the top left for DKZ Gaming. He is Dark.
And in the top right side of this magnificent map, we are looking at the main base of the French kid who's been dreaming of this moment, to sit on a stage like this, in front of a crowd like this, representing Team Liquid. Atlanta, make some noise for Clem. They made noise.
Yes, they did. Absolutely. Clem, fan favorite here. We all believe in the story of the, well, kind of underdog, as Clem is coming in here as his first Premier Finals. You wonder if the nerves get to him, but he has proven now over the years he's getting more and more comfortable advancing in these tournaments, being up against the greatest players in the world. But if you're talking about experience in this position, not many people beat Dark.
No. It really is experience versus momentum, and that is just one hell of a clash. I do think it helped Clem that he played in a few other big events this year. The Katowice, again, didn't really go out. I mean, he kind of came into Katowice as one of the favorites for the entire event, or at least a dangerous outsider, right? And what Oliveira ended up doing is what a lot of people thought Clem would be capable of doing, but then in a much less surprising manner, because we've seen the kid be fantastic online. But then, of course, we were in Saudi Arabia a couple of months ago, and I think that was an amazing tournament for Clem, making it out of that round robin, well, not really round robin, Swiss format group stage, and then obviously that big quarterfinals victory. In the end, he didn't go all the way as he got stopped by his Italian buddy Rainer back then. But these are the moments where you tank so much confidence and also experience as a Frenchman, where you're like, all right, I don't just have to be that online hero. People can finally stop talking about me only winning online. I just made top 4 in one of the biggest events of the year. After that, you go to a Home Story Cup, you make it to your second Home Story Cup final ever. Yep. You lose against Cyril, no big deal. So yes, Dark has the historic experience, but throughout this year, Clem is no stranger to having a couple of proper offline runs.
It really has been the year of Clem performing better and better in the offline tournaments. He was the online hero, the regional winner back-to-back on previous years, but had not been able to perform up to that standard on the offline format, where Dark is pretty consistent no matter where he finds himself. Plenty of finishes in the international tournaments as well. We do have Clem playing a very safe opener with an SCV Scout, as he is going for a typical opener for him. Hardly can call it greedy nowadays. 3CC without that second gas.
Yeah, and Dark, even though this is that map with the mega base, where we don't just have the rich Vespian guys, but you have the gold minerals to go alongside with it as well. It's the first time in StarCraft 2 history that we have one base in a competitive 1v1 map that has both of those things working for you. We saw Cyril take it immediately right off the get-go, walking a bunch of roaches and ravages to the other side of the map. It didn't end the game, but it's safe to say that Cyril got himself in a very fine position with the amount of damage that he dealt. Dark has a much more normal setup for now. That doesn't mean that he's not going to take that base as his 4th or his 5th base. Clem obviously knows it, but I think just to shake off some of the nerves, some of the jitters that Clem may have been feeling, it is nice for him that he's going up against a somewhat familiar and normal start.
Yeah, as far as that goes, doing an SCV Scout actually makes a lot of sense. Sometimes that can also be, obviously, if you do believe your opponent's cheesy, that's where you would do that. But then also can be something that players don't want to do, because it is a couple extra minerals, right? So if they're really facing someone that they're equal with, or they think is even better than them, it can actually be something that they skip. But they do it, they really want to be safe, they really want to play their game, then that's what the setup they get is. And Clem is set up 3CC, Hellions on the way, Liberator as well from the 1-1-1 follow-up. Very standard opener that gives you some map control as well as some harassment. Dark has added on a Roachborn, however. Yeah. 5 Roaches are on the way. It's something that the Hellions and the Reaper would love to scout.
It's probably just going to be the 5 roaches, right? Well, okay, he's going to make 4 more immediately, make it 9. You can always just make 9 roaches and still drone up behind this with 2 extra overlords on the production tab. This is a very large map, so it seems unlikely that Dark is going to make 9 slow roaches, then reinforce with Zerglings, run them to the other side of the map and get the job done, as he does fire up the lair there. That makes a little more sense. I guess Dark is just truly respecting the potential of these Hellions of Clem and still run a couple to the other side of the map as well. And Clem has barely missed it so far, but he does spot this one, and he's about to run into the other 4 that were already into the center. Dark definitely smashing that drone button behind all of this, but this is where Clem can maybe get a bit of value out of his Liberator, as they're going for queens at first. 1 queen is going to fall, but the Liberator also falls, and I don't really hate that for Dark.
Yeah, no, I actually think this is a fine performance so far. The Roaches do bully back someone who is only going to be making Hellions for a while. Obviously, the Liberator wouldn't want to pull back to handle this either. And so the Roaches do have to be respected. It's not the largest number, but you don't have the best fighting units for the Terran against it.
Nope, we do have 2 Cyclones popping out, and obviously we know that Dark has been droning up behind this. So Clem is going to be forced to micro here a little bit. Dark is going to try to save those low HP Roaches and morph a couple of them into Ravages, but it's so hard to actually go through this choke point. There is a bunker that Clem can fall back to as well. I don't think the Dark can really do a whole lot here. Obviously, he doesn't want to lose all the units for nothing. Clem is really getting a lot of value out of these Cyclones that are still pretty healthy. 1 Cyclone finally low on HP, but in the end, the Clemperer cleans this up without losing a single SCV, I believe. And that can't possibly be something that Dark's very happy with.
No, I don't think so. But then I also looked at Dark's income and his overall bank. He went up to 1,000 bank at one point on the minerals. The gas wasn't actually set up terribly evenly. It looks like he was hoping for more from the aggression, yes. But but then also, I guess, hoping that his bank would be a little more even, as he does add on a Spire after the Roach play. This is no doubt going to be a surprise, especially considering that he does not have Link speed.
Yeah, that's what I was double checking there as well. I'm like, so we're going Roaches into Spire. We see a double Evolution Chamber being dropped as well, but that's just a little bit bizarre. It almost makes you wonder, is he going to build some Corruptors to deal with Medevacs and try to reduce the healing? Because Roaches...
Oh, no.
He's going to drop a Baneling Nest as well. Did Dark forget that he does not have circling speed?
I think that he did. Absolutely, but he's still not realizing it. Even as the Lings are on patrol in the front of his base, they do not have those little wings on them. This is going to get awkward real fast. Dark will, of course, eventually get everything together to go for a defense and go, hey, those Lings are pretty slow, and then start up speed. But the question is, how necessary are speedlings going to be for these early defenses? Usually quite a bit. When your intention isn't to get Ling, Baneling, and maybe Mutas, that Spire is still a question mark.
Yep, and don't forget that Clem is obviously going to get his 1-1 upgrades online in the near future. Combat Shield is finishing up as well. We're going to have a double drop, so they're going to have to defend this with the Roaches that are going to be down in upgrades. There's a couple of drones are already falling. Clem is here in the main base as he's battling the Queens. The Cyclones and the Hellions were doing their thing. Clem has picked up multiple Queens. We now have a few Mutalisk on the production tab, but this is just the oddest game to me, Zombie Grub.
Yeah.
We're looking at Mutalisk and the Roaches, and neither of those units is particularly fantastic against Thin Bio.
No, it is not, as the direct engagement will eventually come. The Roaches will be outgunned. The quality gets better for the Terran. And then the Lings sometimes help out with some nice surrounds, but they still doesn't have Ling speed. Finally, Dark notices as he also grabs his Bane speed, but Clem has gotten into the rhythm. He's going for the drop. He's now targeting that +1 evolution on the for the attack, and I think that might go down. It could absolutely go down if he wanted it, but he thinks he can get more maybe.
Dark is just in all sorts of trouble. Even the supply still looks somewhat promising for him, having this amount of lost mining time. We do have the Mutalisk on the other side of the map, and Clem obviously a bit surprised by them, but everything that he's gone up so far, he's probably like, Mutas? Really? No? It's like, yeah, apparently that's going to be a thing. So 7 STVs do end up falling immediately. Left a couple of Marines in the natural. I mean, this is somewhat promising for Dark, but he needs so much more because it's going to take a very long time before Dark will ever have Hive, Adrenal Glands, sexier upgrades. Even though that Evo Chamber, by the way, in the end did not get picked off, and I kind of feel that Clem should have probably targeted that down. But even with that minor missed opportunity, I'm still kind of feeling this game for Clem on a very favorite Zerg map.
I feel like the structure is there for the Terran and not so much for the Zerg, but that's actually kind of Dark, to be honest. Whether it's because he takes damage in the earlier mid-game or because he sometimes makes these mistakes, he somehow, some way, still manages to make everything get back on the rails, and it's totally fine. The train reaches its destination. Dark is excellent at that, and that's exactly what he's trying to do here. Get to a comfortable position for the Zerg, find a nice free tank, that's always great, but Clem is attacking to the south side, getting his 2 tanks that are alive into a very nice position.
Also love that Clem is leaving a couple of Marines behind already, making it hard for Dark to go on top of these tanks. Dark is still going to try to go for it. There aren't too many Banelings in the mix, and a couple of them get picked off immediately. So Clem can now just kite back a little bit, and he's going to try to gun down as many Zerg units as possible. The majority of the Banelings have fallen. Overall, not the worst fight for Dark, as Dark does get on top of these tanks rather quickly, and he is going to successfully push Clem back for now.
Successfully push him back, that's very true, but Clem's not really going to stop with the aggression. He comfortably is on 4 bases as the Planetary finishes up at the gold. He's going to have 2-2 finish up in about 25 seconds, and he's producing double tanks as well. Dark has opted for actually one of his classic playstyles, which is to include the Corruptors as far as that mid-game goes. He was certainly one of the ones doing it for a while, then stopped, and I guess he wants to bring him back.
Yep, the Muda, Link Corruptor, and obviously we have a bunch of Ravagers in the mix as well. He is going to drop the infestation bit about 10 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. That is very late for modern ZVT standards if you want to play Hive Tech altogether. Dark is maxed out, has a bit of money in the bank, and is going to try to make some magic happen here, but especially off-grid is going to be hard, but Clem is not paying attention there for a split second, and Corrosive Balls connecting with Marines. That's probably the only time we're going to see that throughout the entire best of 7.
Probably, maybe a bit of both of them still getting warmed up despite their epic semifinals. More Corrosive Biles actually successfully targeting the Terran units, but Clem now trying to micro his little heart out. 4 tanks are anchoring this push. Make that Still 4, actually. A 5th one had reinforced at the exact right time. And Clem is going to continue battling this as long as he can.
Dark's army is bigger, but Clem's army feels so much more powerful, and this has a lot more micro potential overall. It has a lot more momentum behind it. Like, Dark is going to need to pull off some of these miraculous engagements that we know that he's capable of. He needs to sneak Banelings behind the Terran army, because if we're just going to roll everything in from the left side, it is probably not going to be good enough. Does kind of come in from 2 angles here. He is going to get on top of a couple of these tanks.
Yeah, the tanks tried their best to take down the Banelings before they went down, but some Banelings left over means the Bio's got to respect it. More reinforcements coming in for Clem, however, is going to turn the tide. And now it's Dark's turn to slap down some corrosive Bios just to, I think, buy the space. He does not want to be chased down with these very expensive units, but Clem desperately wants to actually grab a few to say that he was comfortable with that trade. He has lost his positioning, though. Dark, at the end of the day, taking actually a fair resource trade when it comes to ZVT.
Yep, I mean, for the Lertech army, I think Dark actually took some pretty good fights there. Maybe Clem moved a couple of the buy units a little bit too far forward, as Clem is now actually pulling a classic, as we like to call it, the Beyond, where he only started armor. But right when we mentioned that he's going to fire up +3 attack immediately as well, Dark at least has successfully made it into Hive Tech, and he can start working on some of these amazing Hive Tech upgrades that Zerg can get access to, like Adrenal Glands for all the Zerglings he's producing. So far, so good for Dark. I think he survived a couple of very scary minutes in this game, but obviously it's still going to take a little while before he can ever get Clem out of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're still approaching a late game ZVT, which Dark has expressed frustration with, even though he's extremely good with it. And we just saw Clem perform great miracles even in late game TVZ. He is on the defense, however, as Dark is looking to charge in to the third base. Corrosive Biles coming down on those tanks, taking them out, but the Banelings are coming in single file so far. More are going to be necessary. The Marines have got to shoot them down, and they will. Dark is going to be forced to flee.
That is that Claymore TVZ magic, where every single Baneling just gets picked off before it even connects with a single Marine. And at the same time, we had that bit of picture-in-picture action in the bottom left side. Clem sniping a few drones, getting a cancel on that hatchery as well. That truly was not the fight for Dark. Maybe some of those fights in the center of the map gave him some overconfidence, because I'm not exactly sure why we even went for it, right? You finally have Hive, you can make your army a whole lot more powerful, and Dark's like, nah, this is the moment I'm going to run into all these tanks. I guess he expected Clem to just have way less than Clem actually had.
I think that's exactly what it was, or hope that they were out of position, perhaps doing too many drops at once that didn't lead to success, or having them guard different bases. But no, Clem was prepared and is kind of happy with how that went down. Lots of it off of creep, obviously. He also was able to get that hatchery, was looking for more with the drop. Won't find too much, but these players continue to expand, continue to develop their upgrades, and continue solidifying themselves into the late game. The problem for the Zerg is that they usually would be at supply max and a bit of a bank if they would really have their preferential TVZ.
Yep, and Dark had to spend all of his money to get close to remaxing, but he's not there yet. And he fire up all the expensive +3 upgrades as well. And that Adrenal Glands is about to come online. We're even looking at +2 flyer attacks, so I guess it is going to be hard for Clem to keep these medevacs alive, but it's going to be so difficult for that very Ling-heavy army to get great engagements against Clem off-trip, especially now that Drilling Claws is about to finish up, and Clem is most likely going to sprinkle the map with a whole bunch of Widow Mines, and that makes even Rumbice just very difficult to execute.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of Widow Mines plus Planetary with perhaps the building upgrades too means that Clem is going to be relatively safe on his bases. Dark will have to make quite a bit to it. He does take care of this north side attack, and things will calm down, at least for a hot second. But Clem's adding on Ghost, adding on a Fusion Core. He's still actually ramping up the aggression on the north side. Even though this isn't his entire army, he's actually keeping a bunch of it at the Zelnaga, as if he's hoping Dark will get overly aggressive on that angle. However, that's not where Dark was planning to be aggressive. It's this Planetary that's going to go down. Clem just acknowledges he was in no place to stop that from happening. Let it go and focus up on the attack. But can these Banelings find more damage?
Yeah, the Baneling count isn't that high anymore, but it's high enough to connect with a bunch of STVs, and I believe another command center got picked up there by the Zerglings. So Dark definitely finding some success here, but we have to ask ourselves that age-old caster question: at what cost, Dark? As he now 40 supply down, your army's not going to get any better. He also had access to the gold a bit quicker, which means that that base is going to dry up soon. Like, Dark is going to have a harder and harder time to remax, and especially if he wants to take a fight on the other side of the map, he needs to be maxed out to even have a chance, because throughout that entire best of 5 that Clem played against Serral, Clem very rarely grabbed all of his units. He left a lot of Liberators behind, protecting certain bases. He leaves tanks behind everywhere, leaves a couple of buy units at home to gun down Nidus attempts. Like, if we can't even beat half of the army, how are we going to beat the entire army? Oh my goodness!
Lots of explosions going down there. Dark is going to back away as he's building a greater spire. I'm thinking about his ability to get to a very resource-efficient trade type of composition. Usually that would start with the Infestors. We saw it in the last semifinal, but we also saw it in Dark versus Cure semifinal too. Infestors can be a great way to catch some of these aggressive Terrans, but Dark doesn't want to add that on. He wants to try and get to Brood Lords. If this map does continue to go and Clem doesn't find great momentum, it can become more like a 6 o'clock for 6 o'clock situation. Broodlords would be great, but can you survive to that point?
I think Clem didn't even intend to be this aggressive, right? He probably expected, all right, the entire map is going to be purple, I'm just going to have to hang in there for dear life, but a lot of these fights and these harassment opportunities just presented themselves, and Clem's like, all right, we'll keep on taking them, as he's now pressuring this base in the bottom left side, keeps that tank alive, as well as a couple of those +2 Corruptors do come in to work on these medevacs, but Dark is just in serious trouble. He's having a hard time fighting on Trip, so I have no idea what he's supposed to do on the other side of the map, where Clem has all those planetaries and those defensive units that he keeps on leaving behind.
And every time Dark over-aggresses, he retreats, and then the snipes come down, so that is the big problem. Mostly Ling Bane, though, coming in as the Ghosts do split to mitigate the damage, but they did get overly aggressive. Clem thought he had a moment there. That was not necessarily true. Dark will push this back, at least to the halfway point of the map, but Clem is always there with more reinforcements. It feels like at the very least he's not going to let Dark intrude on his side of the map over that 50% point, and he's going to be the one that keeps on aggressing.
We do have a +3 flyer attacks on the way now, as I think the Great Aspire has finished up, so a couple of those Corruptors could potentially morph into Broodlords, but how would you like the Broodlords right now, Zombie Grub?
Right now, I think it's a little premature. As I was saying, I think if you do start to condense down to your last few bases, the last minerals, the last gas, then you want the most cost-efficient army, and a slow army can be okay at that point too. But right now, Clem still has some mobility, even on a map that does encourage that 50-50 split map scenario. So like I said, I feel like Infestors are the way to go first as far as making these resource trades a little bit better, and then maybe if it goes to a 25-minute game, that's when you get the Broodlords.
Burrow did come online, so maybe we can get some magic going with the Burrowed Banelings, but it's very difficult on this map because it's not that obvious where Clem is coming from. Maybe you can put it at one of these hallways in the top side or one of the bridges, as the Widowmine connections just continue to be big. Dark does push Clem back again, and I gotta give it to Dark for his ability to hang in the game, where honestly he's been in under a severe amount of pressure, and he's been in serious trouble for quite some time. Has taken a couple of excellent fights that allow him to still dream, but dreaming and surviving is not quite the same thing as killing a Terran on the other side of the map near their planetaries.
This is what Dark does best, as I was saying in the early game, but it's also what I was kind of mentioning in his semifinal versus Cure, you know? He did get into a weird position in that very first game and then still was able to bring it back despite some big losses, and then obviously won the entire semifinal eventually. So, I mean, it's not the ideal place for anyone to be, but if there's someone who can find more comfort in a place like this, still draw out a game and potentially even win it, it's Dark.
Let's see, as we have Corruptors getting on top of a couple of these Liberators. Dark showing us that he's definitely dialed in and he's on top of these Libs rather quickly. One more is going to turn around and get a few more shots up on these drones. Dark now on 75 workers. I would say that's actually okay with the amount of bases that he can mine from. This is not really a moment anymore where he needs like 85 or even 90 drones, as he has the vast majority of his upgrades. And a lot of these mineral lines are simply mined out.
Yeah, there's actually not that much mining to do. He is going to have to defend the 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock against pushes from the Terran that bounce off a planetary.
Wow.
Certainly in the 6 o'clock position, that is the exact case here. We do finally have some sharp Festers walking around. Clem's been excellent ever since this series. Game 2, I would say, versus Terrell. He's always been scanning anytime that Zerg starts to take a fight, but he has missed a couple of Infestors on the backside of his army.
My wow had to do with the 161 Zerglings that Dark currently has out on the map, but it's so hard to find great spies when you're that heavy on the Lings. Lings are great for running around the Terran army, but running into a well-sieged up Terran is often very difficult. and a lot of these links have already melted without a real fight even taking place, as Clem is still finding some economic damage on the top side of the map as well. Clem is the one who's starting to accumulate a little bit of a bank while being maxed out, and Dark is spending every single penny that he has, but everywhere he goes, there are Widow Mines connecting with his army.
He is trying to find a situation where Clem isn't prepared to defend, but it looks like with it, he realizes just how far gone it is. Clem is going to take game number 1 after 21 minutes. But it was possibly one of the most awkward games Dark could have played for a first in a best of 7.
Yep, but a massive win obviously for Clem here in this best of 7, because Equilibrium, that's supposed to be the almost free win map for the Zergs in best of 5s or in best of 7s, as some things have changed in the veto process over the years. So there are 2 maps that are very good for Zerg, Ratuset and Equilibrium. You're kind of supposed to win this. It's your home ground, right? Obviously not the end of the world yet for Dark, but not the way that I think he wants to start his grand finals. And Clem is probably wondering like what actually just happened. He didn't just win Zombie Grub. I kind of feel like he was cruising to a win.
It was one of those games where even though it went on for so long, and that's a testament to how Dark still is very, very good, it was very Clem-sided the entire time. More questionable decisions from Dark, or of course mistakes from him, all starting with the lack of speed. You know, I think I could see absolutely a plan in which it works out better if he has speed from the get-go, and then everything kind of just gels a little bit better too, but it started off so awkward for him.
And even towards the end of the game, it still got a bit awkward, because Dark was not that rich, because he had to spend all of his pennies just to keep Clem away from his important bases, but he's investing in a Great Aspire. We've got +3 flyer attacks, but the only thing we really ever got done with it is make a couple of Corruptors that were nice to deal with some of the lip harass, were nice to gun down a couple of those Medivacs in the center, but that's not normally stuff we see out of Dark. If Dark makes the Great Aspire, it has a purpose. We see Broodlords. Never got to see them.
Nope, never found the right opportunity. Perhaps he will find it in future games. For game number 2, we are going to spawn on Hecate. In the bottom left for DKZ Gaming, he is the Red Zerg, Dark.
In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the Frenchman, who has now won 4 games in a row on that stage, and he's starting to feel more than at home. Give it up for Team Liquid's Clem.
Another large map to work with, but very different positions on the map compared to Equilibrium. And Clem, he's been very good about looking out for potential weirdness from Dark. Dark doesn't want to do anything weird. Another hatch first from him to the gas pool, and then for Clem, if he can get away with it, his comfort zone has always been that 3cc.
Yep, he loves it. But what's going to be very interesting is if we're going to see a more of a normal start and things are just kind of unfolding the way we expect things to unfold between these two, is how aggressive is Clem willing to be in the mid game? In a game where not a whole lot has happened yet, where the situations and the cards are relatively even and fair, because in the past what often happened, I think back of some of the Neo-Humanity games that these two had against each other at big events like IEM Katowice, so we're not talking about the minor online cups where it's 4 AM for one of them, but no, big moments, both of them traveling to Poland. Clem gets himself in good positions, but he just unsieges the tanks a bit too often and is too aggressive in situations where Dark wants nothing more than Clem to attack him. And obviously, if you give Dark an opportunity to punish you, he is going to capitalize on it. And I wonder if Clem has learned from those moments in the past.
That's a very good point. That actually just brought back the memory of it. But, you know, we think about the history of these two players. Most recently, Clem has been winning more. It's not in those premier tournaments, though. But overall, I do feel like Dark used to get him all the time, online, offline, no matter what. It was something that Clem would be great in TVZ against, let's say, a typical European Zerg that he faces. But then he would really struggle against Dark, perhaps the style of play, perhaps because, you know, there's Roach emphasis, for instance, compared to others, or whatever it is, right? So he would struggle against Dark while having an insane win record against everyone else, and then that flipped at some point this year. Now Clem dominates Dark in a lot of these online tournaments, seems to be more comfortable being both aggressive against Dark, but then also being patient and defensive against Dark.
Watching Clem's Reaper Micro, by the way, is always fun, right? He's been on the edge of dying multiple times throughout the last 4 games, but he's always there. If he can get one more shot off, if he can get that 1 second delay on a hatchery going down, he is gonna go for it. And this really just once more screams confidence that Clem has built up throughout this weekend. Where in the past, in some of these big games, big moments where he knew that all the lights were on him, he'd play a bit more cautious and he wouldn't show us that flashy micro that we know that the kid is capable of, as we've seen it time and time again when he's playing from the comfort of his own home. But today, so far, he is on point. And it almost feels like he's having a bit of fun as well, right? The unnecessary clicks almost, where we're not dancing the Reaper to town, but Clem knows there's nothing to do here, but he still loves it. He's in the face, and if you're Dark, you're just like, all right, I get it, mate. Yes, you're dialed in. I'm going to step it up as well.
I was looking for that creep tumor especially, but Dark was also counter-microing in the less, I guess, evident way, right? Where he's trying to determine where the Reaper's going so he could plant the creep tumor on the opposite side. Now he has the 2 that a Zerg would want. Clem has changed his build-up just the slightest little bit. It's still 3 CC and the Hellions and a Starport. It's a Viking first, not a Liberator.
Nope. I mean, that Lib was obviously the least successful thing that Clem did in that previous game. He went for the queens. In the end, he did get 1 queen, but obviously a Zerg player like Dark has a lot of queens to begin with, so sacrificing 1 queen to kill a Liberator that's more expensive and then won't annoy you anymore is a trade that I think Dark will take any day of the week. It's one of these moments where Clem will maybe look back at it. He's like, yeah, I should have just right-clicked on the drones, because Dark was actually somewhat stubborn and he didn't even pull the drones away. And with the amount of time that the Liberator fired, which was like 4 or 5, maybe Clem would have been able to get a slightly better trade there, but that's honestly one of the very few things that could have gone better for Clem in game 1.
Yeah, exactly. He handled the roaches on his side of the map in excellent fashion at a bunker. He had the Cyclones pop in really good time, and then he controlled it from then on, especially because Dark was making some mistakes, and including that late metabolic boost. He finally gets it this time, though. Totally normal timing, also not going for any roach shenanigans. Layers being added on, trying to unsupply Bach himself as well. 5 Overlords on the way, and then Baneling Nest. So Ling Baneling at the very least. Dark has shown more Muta and Spire builds, I feel like, in the last 24 hours than he has in a lot of other games, but it is maybe not the option for Hecate. I did like it on Radicet, and I think it could have been cool on Equilibrium, but not sure about the other maps.
No, it's going to be hard. I think Clem is excellent against this playstyle. I think Clem historically has loved this the most. When Clem made first a big name for himself, and that is when he started beating the likes of Sero and Raynor, and he did it often when they were playing a lot of Muta Ling Bane, as the Aliens are going to go for the adventurous right, and the drones are lining up over here as the Liberator has pushed them away, and Clem gets 10 drones in the best part of it, Zombie Grub. He gets out of there with the vast majority of the Hellions. Clem off to a magnificent start in game 2 as well.
He does finally get surrounded to turn things around at least a little bit for Dark, but he already made the mistake. He already had those drones pulled into the Hellions and is going to have to recover them first and foremost, unless he can get a counterattack in to take advantage of the lack of army on the field. Clem's still going to be okay with that trade. He's really, okay. All right, that Hellion is going to live.
Really though?
Is it though?
It became personal between Dark and the Hellion. Dark really wants it. Dark gets it in the end. Yeah, I mean, in the end, at least Dark can feel somewhat decent about it, because, hey, I did get the surround on a lot of these Hellions that honestly could have escaped. They were already at the ramp. Yeah. And if Clem would have just brought them back to his side of the map, I think the majority of them would have survived that. In the end, maybe Clem got a bit overeager, where he's like, well, I'm doing so great, can I do even better? And, you know, that's kind of where his journey stopped. But, hey, that's still the stuff that you're looking for. You get a great scout off. You slow down the creep spread a little bit. That's obviously what the Hellions and Reapers are for. And if you can then get 10+ drones relatively early in the game as well, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself if you're Clem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if for Clem's standard, losing the Hellions is not what he wants. But as far as when you think about the actual trade worth, I think it was okay. He is usually using the Hellions to either defend a Baneling or Ling run by, or using for a secondary attack. He doesn't have them now, so the Banelings do make major connections. 15 SCVs go down in the blink of an eye, and certainly Dark is happy about that.
Man, that's amazing by Dark, how quickly he realizes that that opportunity may be there. Seeing that Clem is going to attack him with 2 medevacs, has picked up the majority of his units that could fire. He's not waiting for Baneling speed, he's not waiting for anything else. He just knows at that point, I've killed the Hellions, I've killed the Reaper. I know that you picked up a bunch of units to fly to my side of the map. I'm going with what a lot of people would say, the anti-timing, the slow Banelings. It doesn't matter, because slow Banelings are still terrifying, especially if you're focusing what's happening on my side of the map. So that was great for Dark. Dark, but it's also something he absolutely needed.
Yeah, I think so, but at the end of the day, it was the repercussion of losing those Hellions. 100%, we've been seeing the Terrans get a lot better about being mindful of those earlier attacks too, especially as they pick up their 16 Marines, but not that time around. Clem just loses all of the SCVs to the third. Very nice for Dark there, who's also starting to control the drops a little bit. Clem's got to show up that Baneling Snipe micro as he heads back into the main base. He's got double drops on the left and a drop on the right to try and pull Dark apart. Dark does have the army, but it needs to be in the right place. Right now, he is once again having a larva issue, so his bank is a little too high here.
Yep, floating a little too much. When we're playing against Clem, you don't want to be floating 1,200 minerals. That could have been an extra queen or two. That could have been some spore crawlers on the edge just to make it a little bit harder. And on top of that, it could have been a lot more lings and a couple of banelings as well with that 600 gas that he was sitting on. I mean, Clem is firing at almost all cylinders. I guess the only thing that Clem did not do is start up +2 armor. He does have double E-base, so that's a little bit of an oversight on the part of Clem. And we have a big fungo connecting, and now it's Dark who says, all right, it's my time to shine. Massive victory there for Dark.
Yeah, we looked away, but I don't think Clem was actually looking at that ramp at all. The Infestors were patiently waiting there for something exactly like that. I think we would have expected Clem to realize and back away. Nope, fell right into, I'm not even sure if trap is the right word. Dark was just kind of chilling there. And now we have a 5th base getting set up at the same time as a 6th here for Dark, and a double expand while he has this room to do so. He's got some creeps right in the middle of the map and is starting to work on it on the opposite ends of the map, left and right. Clem also trying to get an expansion up to the top left, has chosen the bottom right to focus on for this push. That is where the creep spread is still lacking.
I think the next 2 minutes are going to be terrifying for Dark. If Dark can hang in there and he makes the 2-minute 11 in this game, we can get a couple of ultras out, he might be fine, he might be cooking. But the Widow Mines have drilling claws. The Bio's about to get +2 attack as the Sharking Infestor reveals itself, lands a fungal, but it's not quite good enough because we are very ling heavy, and the Widow Mine shot from downtown kills the vast majority of the links. I mean, the first beginnings of these 2 minutes that are very scary for Dark are not off to a very good start. The Widow Mines could go once more for the Vipers or the Zerglings. I mean, everything that Clem is touching at the moment is turning into gold, and Dark is in serious trouble.
He is absolutely in trouble. He might have some technology, but he can't get everything together to really use it in a great fashion. Losing some Overlords over here as well. The hot pickup will happen. Could be going over to Dark's would-be 6th, but not looking at it right now. Dropping the main base, finding a defenseless drone line. 8 of them are going to go down, and the medevac once again is going to be able to escape. Clem even still has these Widow Mines popping off, and while they don't get tremendous hits, it is still the annoyance that Clem is working off of. He's got the supply, he's got the macro, he's got the upgrades, he's going to have the technology, as I believe his Ghost Academy just finished, and Dark is once again just the Zerg who's catching up.
Dark is down to 4 queens, so even a medevac with 10 HP is annoying because the queens are just not always in the right position. He is lacking the anti-air. If you lack anti-air, Clem is going to keep on bouncing between all these bases. Our first ultras are out, but it's honestly going to take a little while before these ultras are terrifying. This is a good run by Dark, but I think Clem is not going to fall for it. Clem will probably keep on pushing. 21 SCVs that quick, and a fungo on the other side of the map is starting to look a little bit more promising for Dark, but this Terran army is still here. Banelings, though, finding way more successful connections than they did before.
That fungal is great, but nothing to handle. The Liberator makes this extremely awkward. Just 5 or 6 units from the Terran being a bother on the ground. The Ling run by finally stopped at the Planetary, but it's still hovering around, looking for the reinforcements. At the end of the day, the supply still remains somewhat even, but Dark might have just bitten off a little more than he could chew. No medevac to heal this up. They stem back to the Planetary. They will eventually defend. Clem also dipping down in supply. He did lose access to his 3rd, at least temporarily. He did lose a lot of drones, and he was just completely pushed back. Something finally came around to deal with that Liberator. Dark gives himself much needed breathing room.
Yep, he needed that because now he's going to get some more ultras. Now he's going to enjoy the benefit of kindness plating as well, which means that Marines alone are not all that terrifying anymore. Widow Mines, however, are still terrifying, and there are plenty of them. The second one was not quite able to fire, as Clem is going to be temporarily forced to lift up this orbital one more time. I mean, a 10 out of 10 counterattack there by Dark, because if Dark just stays on his side of the map, fights that army straight up, there's honestly nothing he could really do there. Clem's army was better, it was way more set up. Counterattacking was, I think, the only real option Dark had. And I mean, one hell of a counterattack it was. Gets the depots, gets all the SCVs, and lives to fight another day.
Exactly. Dark giving himself a fighting chance in game number 2 of this best of 7, trying to reestablish the base at the top left, but he's at the bottom right. I mean, that actually I feel should have gone or down to something on the drops earlier on, but it does have the ability to mine once his Liberator's taken care of, and that is once again a nuisance when you don't have dependable good old Corruptors on the scene. So that has probably gotten even a couple of those queens, but Dark is back on the aggressive. He's back on Clem's side of the map, hoping that he's finding him, not looking the right way. This time though, Clem with very little units committed to Dark's side. He is totally prepared on all 4 bases to defend.
Dark is realizing that these Liberators are a problem, not just when they're getting on top of his mineral lines, but obviously if he takes a potentially good fight in the center of the map or on Clem's side of the map, he needs something to successfully gun them down. And I think that's why he's dropping the Spire. So we're going to see a few Corruptors once more. All of these units that Dark are making though are pretty expensive, and he's really not that rich. There is a Widowmine that is left behind. That's a pretty good shut off on the vast majority of these Banelings. Link surrounding the Marauder is obviously nice as more Widowmines are firing in the center of the map. I mean, Dark truly trying to embrace the chaos over here, hoping all hell breaks loose, and that's where the Zerglings can shine, but I don't really think it is all hell. It's annoying what's happening here for Clem, but I think overall Clem still has a pretty good overview of what he needs to focus on.
He might be getting more and more uncomfortable not getting on Dark's side of the map, though. His Liberators are finally cleaned up. He's not had an actual push into even the middle of the map in some time, yet he's not completely turtled up. It's not like he's behind a bunch of command centers ready to defend. This is where things can get screwier. The Lings will find more infiltration points. The Infestors will position themselves into better spots for the Shark attack, and Dark again has that breathing room to build up a little bit of a bank, which he really could not do on Equilibrium, so that's finally happening. +3 Carapace is now done for Dark as Clem's attack finished, but he forgot his armor.
Yeah, it's funny. They both kind of forgot one upgrade. I mean, at one point Dark was just kind of broke, so we can't even really say that Dark forgot it. Maybe just couldn't afford it. Clem obviously had some resources in the bank, would have been able to fire out a while ago. Also starts off from concussive shells as the Widowmines do blow up 1 or 2 Marauders, but a lot of additional Lings getting blown up in the process. The final few queens that Dark was working with are here. Those are the only 2 queens Dark has.
Well, that could be a problem in the future. I mean, it seems like he has enough hatcheries now to work with max out. Yeah, he's got plenty of larvae, but could be a problem in the future. Once again, Dark choosing to go for the attack as he is finally on the defensive back at home, but it looks like instead of being on the defensive, he's letting some bases go. He's committed quite a lot of army to the attack, so Clem now has to come back to defend his production line if these units on the high ground can't do it, and I don't believe they can. A little bit awkward here as they both go for, well, basically a base trade. Nice fungal from Dark's one aggressive Infestor with the perfectly timed Banelings as well. Dark has cracked Clem's main base, is on top of his production, and Dark now just needs to clean up these Marauders in his natural.
Yep, Clem still obviously having a pretty big army on the other side of the map. Clem still has Widowmines all over the map as well, and that's going to be annoying. Dark needs to make sure that he doesn't lose these overstayers. Getting on top of the Terran production is nice. We see Banelings rolling into the Terran army in a picture-in-picture in the bottom right side. Both players losing a lot of workers, a lot of buildings on fire. Eventually, Clem should be able to run to a planetary, but I'm surprised to see all of these buildings die, Zombie Grub. The orbital and the natural as well. Clem could have lifted up a lot of these buildings. He's just not doing it.
No, he's not. He was so focused on the attack, and honestly, I feel like he's been kind of disappointed a lot of this game. He's been watching his camera, now he seems to be kind of smiling at the possibility of having a tap out in this game, because it really does seem like he is too far gone. He's lost all of his production. He's going to lose, well, not those SCVs, but probably more economy at the end of the day. And it's also just Dark with 50 more army supply, 20 more workers, on top of planetaries, on top of the production that just got replaced. Clem's supply blocks can't even use it, and now his planetary is going to fall. This is going to be it. Dark's got game for 2.
The Swarm is here in all its glory, and Dark with a couple of devastating counterattacks earlier in the game to stay alive, and later on with a way to just find a path to victory. Gotta give massive kudos to Dark for that game too, because there are very few Zerg players who will find a way to win games like this against Clem, who's off to a good start, who knows what's happening, who's just ahead. I mean, Dark and the good old counterattack. Kudos, man. That really is, I think, a lot of experience showing over the years that those were the correct calls. I feel like even if I had Fog of War turned off, those were hard calls to make. Yeah. Dark somehow made them, and it paid off in a very big way.
Yeah, he got what he needed at any time. The run-bys, the fungals, especially hitting almost all of them were great, actually. And then the run by to end it all that actually broke into the main base. But as I said towards the end of that game, it actually kind of felt like Clem was overall disappointed, you know, when he loses the Hellions, when he loses the drops, when he does get majorly fungled. Those were moments that I think he had avoided in a lot of his last best of 5, actually. So even though overall there was a majority of that game where Clem was still in charge, he was able to accept those losses, he was, I think, mostly disappointed in it. And it kind of started to really crumble with that, and of course alongside Dark's ability to recover games in such a fashion.
Yep, maybe Clem thinking that the game was going worse than what it actually went, but I have a hard time imagining that because he was obviously there when he gunned down all of those links. He was there when he picked up those drones, and honestly, he didn't take that much damage in the beginning. It's only the first counterattack, and even just going over that game, at one point, Dark is losing a fight on his own side of the map while he's down 20 supply. In CVT, that's unheard of. That's when people tell you that you're supposed to leave the game. Well, not Dark. He is going to hang in there and turn things around. We've got a finals on our hands, Zombie Grub. Nobody wants to 4-0.
That's very true, actually. And Dark is just getting a little bit better and better as well. The first game was a little awkward on his start. He still made it a 21-minute game. Second game, again, some awkwardness as far as losing the drones, obviously, being on the back foot, losing a hatchery, and then he gets the fungals, he gets those perfect run-bys, and he's back in it tied up to 1-1 as we are going to head into Game 3 on Golden Aura.
Yep, Golden Aura. How do we like Golden Aura in CVT, Zombie Grubby?
I like it perfectly fine. I mean, actually, I have no strong opinions on this map, to be honest. Do you?
I've heard Terran map. But
well, every map's a Terran.
yeah, that's what a lot of the Terrans indeed say. So, or at least that's what a lot of the Zergs like to say. Dark obviously had map choice here because we started off on Equilibrium, then Clem picked Hecate. So it's kind of fun how they both win on the away ground, so to speak. We're all tied up. The best of 7 turns into a best of 5. Dark's going to be feeling really good about the ending, at least, of Game 2 and finding a way to bring that one home. So maybe momentum shifting a little bit in his favor. What he's going to feel less good about, though, is the positions that he keeps on finding himself in. 8, 9, 10 minutes into these games. Like, Dark knows that he cannot keep getting away with that he's going to have to step it up in the early game if he wants to bring home the ESL Master Winter Championships.
At the end of the day, I feel like they both saw opportunities to play a far better game for Game 2. Again, Clem could have saved a lot of the units they ended up sacrificing, could have avoided more fungals. And then for Dark, he could have had, well, no drones lost to those Hellions, for instance, and he could have gotten maybe even faster run-bys. But hard to ask for more, actually. It really was the Hellions that set him off in the beginning, and then with the Baneling run-by, with the fungals, with the just perfect run timing from Dark. I mean, he did bring it back. It just didn't start off the greatest. So we're not quite seeing both players, I feel like, at 100%. You get a 3CC, I get my 4 hatcheries up, and we just duke it out. And it's so close. But we're getting closer to that, and Golden Aura could be our battleground, our best battleground yet. As you can see, one of the players has taken a little break, so we are just filling some time, and Dark seems very pensive.
Up a little over a year ago, he was sitting on a stage similar to this one in the grand finals of the DreamHack Masters, Valencia as we call it back then. And also a Terran sitting on the other side of his stage, got the best of Maru, the same Maru that looked invincible in the matchup earlier that day when he went up against a couple of the European Zergs back then. I mean, Dark has just always kind of found a way to make his way into finals and sometimes bulldoze through finals as well. It's been an amazing... Honestly, it's a pleasure to follow him over the last 10 years. He's been here, done that, been around the block. We often talk about the great content pieces we've seen around Dark over the years, especially the signature series bring back some very warm memories. I mean, I feel like Dark is everyone's favorite villain. I know we call him a villain, but he is not really a villain. He's awesome, he's a sweetheart, he's a little cheeky, but we love him for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think he does tend to, he opts into a little bit of the story sometimes, right? Like he'll say something because he knows it's a little expected of him, and then sometimes you can tell that he's, not really wanted to, and he starts talking about how much he does respect his opponent, how much he does like the foreign scene and all that. But then there's also certainly a heavy sprinkling of him actually just being super confident in himself. So absolutely, when he says, get a game, don't get 4-0'd in the little pre-hype thing there, right? That might have been him being a little cheeky, but then when he actually rates himself as first, I think he might, totally believe it. He's very confident.
And hey, he's in the finals, so who's going to tell him that he was wrong doing it? Not me, that's for sure. We have loaded into Game 3. Golden Aura is going to be our battleground. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of one of the best Zerg players in the very rich history of StarCraft 2. Give it up for Dragon Kaiser Gaming's Dark.
In the bottom right of Golden Ore, we do have our blue Terran for Team Liquid. He is Clem.
The moment Clem has been dreaming of for all these years, ever since he bursted onto the scene in 2018 we started to hear of it, but it took a little while. It wasn't the same trajectory as that other 16-year-old back then, Raynor had. Raynor turned 16 and was immediately one of the best players in the world. Clem turned 16 and we're like, oh, that's so awesome, we got a new good Terran player in Europe. But it really took a solid 2 years before Clem didn't just show up to be a top 32 or top 16 player in some of these tournaments. No, all of a sudden Clem became a very serious contender. Started taking maps, started taking series of the very best players that Europe had to offer. And obviously, especially in the online area, that's where Clem truly ascended to a whole new height. Won a lot of the biggest online events we had. But the only thing he's really just wanting to do is lift a trophy at a big offline event. And the kid is close, but he's not there yet.
Not quite there. We do see Dark checking around with a drone, wanting to be wary of a potential proxy as he is going into a gasless third hatch. I believe he did something like this versus Spirit in their match and ended up going into a very, very fast hive. We've been kind of noting, later ones, certainly even very late for some of the meta of ZVT in this series. Might be changing it up here if you can get away with it, and that's kind of the presumption is that you will, because Clem, well, is going to be very aggressive in the mid game when he's got his 16 Marines, so sure, but he almost always does opt for the 3CC.
I mean, gasless by Dark, gasless 3 bases. Also funny to even hear you mention the word proxy, because I'm like, yeah, that's the thing, I forgot about that. Proxy 2-Rex, proxy T-Rex, but whenever Clem plays, you just very, very, very rarely see Clem go for that. I feel like Clem only ever does it if he's just not really in the mood to play video games anymore. If it's just too late, if he's been playing for too many hours, he's like, all right, let's just go ahead and get it over with. Clem is not much of a proxy barracks enjoyer. What he does like is proxying different tech facilities. Every Protoss player on the European ladder is familiar with that, and a lot of the Terrans will also be familiar with a proxy Rex. Could be a good old Hellion drop here.
Yeah, it could be. Proxy Starport could be coming down here, and same idea as you would see usually in TVP. I think someone is hoping for proxies actually. But it is still effective versus Zerg. Obviously, the angle of attack can be very disorienting for the Zerg, who's expecting no proxies of this technology. The lack of speed, in particular on this map, is going to make the defense of the Hellions excruciating.
This is actually kind of scary for Dark. Now, you don't want to hype this up too much before it actually happens, right? Because we've been in past. There is nothing that the Zerg can do, and then someone like Dark just pulls off the most magical defense with Queens only and a couple of slow Zerglings, somehow block the Hellions. But in theory, on paper, I am incredibly concerned for Dark, but it's not a it's not a medevac.
Yeah.
It's actually going to be the Liberator. So we have a couple of Hellions going into Cyclones. Man, that's obviously something that Clem can't possibly know, but a 4 Hellion opener here with a medevac would have been an amazing start for Clem.
Yeah, exactly. He at the very least would have been able to bully around the drones. They wouldn't be mining, and they probably would be dying. But no, with especially the Cyclones also make an appearance on the production tab, you do want to lean more towards the Liberator, as Cyclones don't really get added in the medevac drop super well. What they do is they add in with the Hellions, and speed or no speed, they can combine together to be a kind of fearsome early game harassment force, and then the Liberator shows up so much faster. So Dark might be expecting a little bit of aggression on the front, eventually a little bit of aggression in his main, but not particularly this fast. And then you add in that Clem micro. This is really scary. Even if Dark initially defends the first push, it's going to be consistent. And the Roaches coming out, well, actually could be a way to stop making this consistent. They'll help out again the front line, but they might also threaten a counterattack.
We are aiming high. This is brought to you by the US Air Force, one of the partners that makes this event possible, as Clem is going to get a couple of Hellions on top of drones, and 6 drones have already died. The Liberator is doing its thing, and the Hellions are not quite done yet. Cyclones are in the natural as well, so Clem is presenting not 1, not 2, but 3 problems to Dark, and Dark is doing his best to keep it all under control. Maybe one Queen could be in a bit of trouble. Yep, that is exactly the Queen that could have been in trouble, as Clem does end up losing the Liberator. 9 drones, lost mining time, 2 Queens falling for a Liberator, a Reaper, and a Hellion. Don't think Clem can be unhappy with this. Still think the 4 Hellion drop would have been a whole lot better, Zombie Grub.
I do agree. He is going to continue being a nuisance. As long as he's got the Cyclones to micro, he will do so. He also does have to keep track of the size of the army. If that was 6 Roaches, but then 12 more were somewhere else, initiating counterattack, and then more and more were on the way. Well, it's obviously going to be a problem for someone who's actually stopped producing a lot of army units. He's added on production, he's added on his command center, he's adding on upgrades. But these Cyclones continue to rip and tear through the Roach count. Finally, it looks like Dark has settled against this harassing force, and he was doing it while building drones behind.
Okay. Not whoa, almost on the same crypto. Not sure what that one was all about, but good micro obviously by both players there. Dark trying to save a couple of these low HP roaches, running them to the back, and then obviously if you morph them into a Ravager that come back with full health. Clem did a very good job in keeping those Cyclones alive for a while, trying to get max value out of it. And these little skirmishes, even though at this point it's obviously not going to decide the outcome of the game, I always feel like they are important for Clem to build that momentum that we know that he's looking for. Because if Clem starts feeling it, if he starts almost over-microing certain units, we know that he's having fun.
Yeah.
We can kind of carry that pace into the next stage in the game where it could absolutely make the difference.
Watching a micro early game units is like imagining someone shoving coal into the engine of the train, right? Like, you know that's actually going to get burning hot. And he's going to be playing a pretty good mid game as well. It wasn't his typical 3CC situation, but he now is on one. He's building up his bio. He is going into tanks, which is quite important. He has seen nothing but roaches thus far, and certainly Dark will be the type to go for a 1-1 roach all in, or even just be aggressive when he sees the opportunity. So tanks are going to be your best bet against that. And then it is a question that I'm not sure Clem has answered as to whether or not it is the 1-1 attack, or it is going to be the melee upgrade, the infestation pit, and into the hive.
Yep, we obviously know that Clem, even though we saw him turtle up a little bit in some scenarios in that semifinals against Terrell, historically has been a hyper-aggressive Terran player. And in Clem's perfect world, he doesn't need to make a couple of siege tanks at all. We just go straight into the Widow Mines, we start Widow Mine dropping, we start taking fights everywhere, but it's just a little dangerous against Dark players that are as good as Dark to skip tanks completely, because if Dark then just stops at 55 drones and rallies 40 roaches to the other side of the map, if you don't have any siege tanks, it's just game over immediately. I think Clem has been on the wrong end of that trade-off a few too many times lately. I think because of that, he's willing to play it safe and make tanks, even though he would have rather been building Widow Mines already.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about his preparation versus Solar, and he immediately mentioned, you know, like, oh yeah, I'll probably just go right into Widow Mines, you know, and I think I'll catch like a really good mid game. But that's how you don't think about that versus Dark, I don't think. He is so prone to playing roaches, to striking when the iron is hot with them, regardless of his intentions to all in, or yes, he will absolutely all in with them, as he did versus Cure. Now, he said that was a lot because he was starting to feel like tired, like off kilter, but it nonetheless is in his back pocket, especially in a grand best of 7, where there's going to be a lot of different choices, a lot of different games to be played out. We have Dark with Roach, Ravager, Ling, Baneling, and now the Infestors on the way as the Hive reaches the halfway point.
Yep, Dark is working on these rocks, but Clem's army's already here. I do say, though, 9 minutes into the game, I feel like I've liked this start the most by Dark. Right when you start the sentence, he is going to be forced to sacrifice one of these hatcheries. Now, a single hatch doesn't have to be the end, as Clem really wants to save that tank, is able to save it, but that also means that his bio is in a tiny bit of trouble, but those tanks on the low ground were just shelling away at that Zerg army. And also, I don't think Clem is going to be too upset over that. Saves most of the important units, gets the hatchery, and obviously took out a bunch of Zerglings.
Yeah, that would have been a lot scarier if he was just a little bit farther. Then I wonder if that surround would have been more effective for Dark, away from the tank fire, and it's a straight-up catastrophe. As it is, Clem was able to micro out with that stutter step, save all of his tanks, and fall back after a quick hit on the 4th base. For Dark, he did manage to mitigate the damage. He didn't try and save that base when he couldn't. He let it go, saved the drones, and still has the ability to get all of those upgrades on the production tab that you guys can see, as well as max out on the army. And now, from here on out, he'll have the Infestors to threaten the Fungal to at least buy time.
Yep, this is going to be a little bit annoying though, fighting up ramps where you're not exactly sure where those Widow Mines have burrowed. Dark obviously knows that they are there. All of the tanks are here as well, but the Widow Mine shots are massive. A Fungal does land. Dark does have enough Ravages in the end to land a couple of massive corrosive balls and take out the vast majority of these tanks. And at the same time, dealt with that 8 Marine drop that was still scary on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, that's very impressive by Dark, because this is that situation where as a Zerg, you don't have that much mobile anti-air. So just 8 Marines showing up here and there while having to worry about big army fights. That is just the most infuriating thing until you have Vipers or anything else that is really good in dealing with these Medavacs. But yeah, Dark survives a potential very scary situation.
It's a very good big defense there. It's still going to be a problem of multitasking and making sure you know exactly how the Terran has split, but so far so good for Dark, who even finds the Widow Mines being far too aggressive. It does look like some of them nonetheless popped off, which is good news for the Terran, but that was a very awkward attempt to follow up. One little detail I also wanted to mention is that with that tank fire, he almost exclusively fired the tanks on that one Infestor. You can tell that there's definitely some fear, I mean, as rightfully there should be for the Fungal, but that also meant they didn't get their perfect 4 or 5 tank shot on top of their Roaches. That's not going to be a problem for very much longer, as Clem has moved away from tanks into the Widow Mines and into far more bio as well. And something to pay attention to, obviously, is the Infestor control, the Shark attacks, and whether or not Clem is always on guard against them.
Not just that, there is still an Overlord hiding behind above the main base of Clem, and that Overlord is going to give Dark some vision into that main base to drop a Nidus. Clem had a couple of Marines popping. That's that little bit of lady luck you sometimes look for as a StarCraft 2 player, where you didn't have units in the right position, but they just pop. And I think in the end, Clem is at least going to be able to deny the first Nidus, and that's going to feel very good, because from here on out, you know, you got to worry about these Nidus networks.
Yeah, exactly. It's the warning sign, and hopefully now he'll be good to go against it. Unfortunately for Clem, he will lose both Medivacs to the Parasitic Bomb, but he did at least get the cancel on the hatchery, so that's something, but, you know, not usually an efficient trade. Clem is behind on the overall supply. His upgrades are faster than the Zerg, but as you said earlier on, Dark really has had his best start yet for the ZVT, so his upgrades really aren't that much slower behind. He's getting into his Ultras, he's getting into his Nidus Room, he's getting into his rhythm, and now any attack that he does, Clem is going to have to take very seriously. He cannot be over-aggressive and open up the green light there for Dark.
And also for the first time in the series, Dark is not just maxed out, but he's maxed out with a bit of a piggy bank. And that's obviously the way that Dark likes to play his series. So he can be aggressive, he can be that swarmy Zer, and he can just really put a serious amount of pressure on Clem and then rebuild immediately, hit Clem with some of these terrifying remixes. And honestly, for the first time, we're going to see Dark make some real attacks. In the previous games, we often had counter-attacks. First game was a bit of a desperation move almost, where I don't think even Dark really believed in it. Here on Golden Aura, we are going to actually see aggressive Dark come into play.
Yeah, very, very fearsome Dark. And in fact, so much so, I think Clem might actually have to seriously consider playing a bit more of the turtle game, right? The very slow siege hop of your bases and your Sim City, hoping that they run too many resources into your defensive posture, which he showed greatness with against Cyril. He definitely can do it. It's just kind of recognizing that's the scenario that you're in if the Zerg really is too comfortable, I suppose. Clem is adding on the Fusion Core. He's adding on the extra command centers. He's adding on extra starports. So we are definitely leaning towards that. And Dark is going to have to figure out a way to take very resource-efficient trades as he looks to be aggressive. Dealing some Widowmine drops as well. Always the annoyance. Ever the annoyance Clem will be. Clem is also eyeing that bottom left base with his attack.
Yeah, that's a very important one, because Golden Aura has a grand total of 14 bases. Now, often what you'll see in almost every single matchup is like, all right, you get 6 and I get 6, but what we really battle over are the bases in the bottom left and in the top right. By the current stance of it, Dark is going to be able to mine from both of them, and that's something that cannot happen on Clem's watch. Clems knows that. He's like, okay, you took a couple of minerals, that's fine, and now you're trying to take the top right as well. One of those two belongs to me, because it cannot turn into 8 against 6. As Dark is going to get an engagement, he's going to surround a couple of these ghosts as well on the high ground. Can't really chase the Terran army to the low ground though, but not a bad catch on a couple of these ghosts.
I think it was a very good catch. Clem was definitely in an awkward position. So much army on the very front trying to kill the hatchery, forced to retreat, and then the ghost kind of caught as they're reinforcing that line as opposed to actually having that steady front. And so Clem does take, I think, another not great situation, right? You really want those reaches from the Zerg off of creep against that's a very perfect late game army composition to go very well for your trade. But composition is one thing, being in position is another, and that has been a sore point for Clem in some of these battles as he once again tries to go for some drops.
Yep, Clem thinking maybe I should go ahead and prioritize the top right and just kind of harass the bottom left with a couple of these Widow Mines. There's a few Banelings. Whoa, that wasn't it. Now the drones were going to be transferred there as well. In the end, the Widow Mines fired at the Ultras, so that's not really all that exciting. Ultras are very tanky. Clem's gonna have to make up his mind, as another parasitic bomb is gonna go off on this Medevac. That's not quite enough, I think, to kill the Medevac, but the second one, Zombie Grub, that is going to be good enough.
100%. We do have, I believe, a third starport now on the way. Double armory being set up, triple Liberator coming in with soon to be the Lib range. No attack upgrades on them, but the armor upgrades at the very least. And most importantly, they will be able to siege up, draw the line in the sand and say, Dark, you come to me. Now, Dark's going to do everything to either avoid that or get some Vipers in there for the abducts, maybe get the Corruptors as well, as we finally have the Spire. He did make 20 plus versus Kira. That was probably a mistake, but you do absolutely need Corruptors as the game goes on to help out against a no doubt growing Liberator count.
Not really loving Dark's maxed out army at the moment because he's got 50 plus Banelings where we don't have a single Infestor. So I feel like that's missing on an opportunity. It's obviously good to crash into a planetary fortress, and Dark is going to take out this bottom base easily. Clem says, alright, you take one of my bases, I'm going to take out one of yours. Can't forget that Dark still has 2 bases more than Clem, as he has the bottom left and the top right. That's worth keeping an eye on, but I would really love to see Dark at least have a couple of those Infestors. We know how amazing he is with the unit, and especially if we're running around with an army that has 50 plus Banelings, I feel like the Infestors are mandatory.
I do agree. I would like to see some Infestors. We got a big drop into the main base. The Vipers were there, and they will survive after slapping down a parasitic bomb to help out on the defense. That might be changing. That was very close to dying to the Cyclone lock on. Yeah. But the main base will be defended. Not too harsh there for the Zerg. One thing that I really like to see, you know, I do want those Infestors, I'm with you, but I really love the Terran here going for the Caduceus Reactor as if he did queue them up after Lib range. I do think that is a very nice upgrade as you get into these late game situations. It's not what you die for, but you're going to be stimming a lot. You're going to be wanting to add on more Liberators than you may want to be replacing those Medivacs. So helping out their regen is actually very, very good. Love to see it, as well as an upper armory kicking in with +1 ship weapons. All production tap going to Clem as Dark, I guess, was thinking of what to do next.
That's so funny. Clem working on 9 or 10 different upgrades, building a couple of units, and Dark's like, yeah, I'm maxed out. What do we do now? It's like, well, in the end, we're going to get a couple of Banelings. We are going to rebuild one of these hatcheries that we lost earlier, getting a couple of extra Overseers in the mix as well. Dark still running around with 8 Ravagers. He has lost a couple, and I kind of thought it was a bit of an odd mix, but I guess he really wanted the corrosive power ability to gun down a couple of these Liberators that are protecting certain locations of the map for Clem. That makes sense, but the Corruptors are a bit more reliable, and I do think this has been a missed opportunity, by the way, for Dark. Like, he's had that hatchery in the top right for quite some time, and in case this game goes on forever, he should have really tried to at least find a couple of minerals from the top right, as Dark is here with a lot of Banelings, and he's going to land an Abductor too as well. The corrosive power is connecting with the Liberators. Obviously this is expensive what Dark is doing here, but Dark has been a very rich boy, and then it's okay to use your Banelings to crash into situations like this.
When you find an opportunity, when the Terran's not quite prepared, they don't have the entire army there, the Libs are not siege, you do want to take it, and Dark will find some success. Eventually push back, yes, but that plus another, 4 or 5 extra ones like it, that is suddenly where the Terran is completely and utterly broken. That was not it though. Clem does bring in the rest of his reinforcements, does have more bases to replace, does have planetaries to fall back to, and even now getting some snipes at the very tail end of the Zerg's retreat. I completely am agreeing with you as well about the top right. This could still even be mining as Clem's command center is awkwardly hovering over it. Instead, it's not going to be that much of a nuisance. Get something over there to kill it, and then get your planetary up there too. We are getting to the point where their first 4 bases are mined out, and more of these accessory bases, the outward bases, shall I say, are becoming important. So every crack on that is going to be a little sketch. So for instance, if Clem has to retreat here, gets his planetary cracked, then he might not be able to get that back up and running as quickly as he would hope. Dark now entering into the natural more so once again, hoping to find Clem out of position. Kind of, but that's a decent amount of army that is going to be controlled back into more and more liberation zones. The Corruptors, Parasitic Bomb, and Corrosive Bile trying to take out that massive air fleet from the Terran, but it wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, I felt that Clem should have had way more, and didn't really feel like that was Clem's entire army, and he did have a few more units showing up behind command centers and stuff, but Dark clearly once more finding a bit of a gap in the defenses of Clem, where Dark had basically 200 supply of Zerg right where he wanted it, and Clem was like, oh, how many units do I need there? And slowly but steady the additional forces trickled in, so Clem will survive, and Dark did desperately need, by the way, to take a few more extractors. He had the opportunity to take plenty of them on the left side of the map. He recently added 2 more. That is much needed. He never mind gas from the bottom left where he's got that gold. Obviously never took these ones either, and he never even took the extractors at that center or left side base at 9 o'clock. Dark says, I don't need gas, I just want more Zerglings. Zerglings can't really do do it forever if the Widowmine count goes up, if the bio numbers increase, if the Liberators are sieged up. Just the Zerglings alone is not going to be good enough. And I'm just sad, ZombieGrog, because early today we saw some of the finest spellcasting that the East has to offer with those fungals, with the parasitic bombs. Where is it?
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering that as well. Dark has sprinkled in some infestors, but hasn't really been insistent on it. And I think there have been opportunities, perhaps lulling Clem into a false sense of security in the ultimate best-of-7 plan, where you don't abuse the infestors initially and abuse them later. But that joke aside, I do think that it would be great to include them. He's not found Clem as off guard as he was hoping in the subsequent attacks into that natural. In fact, the last one was 100% Clem favored. Dark should have retreated, and Clem now is able to get that top right base at the same time. Something that I thought he would struggle with when Dark is threatening this location. That's why Dark is also threatening this location. But it looks like Clem now has a really strong Liberator count with their upgrades too, and he's got his planetaries getting set up on his bases.
Yep, love watching the units lost resource step there. They are 600 resources separated after a 22-minute game. That is ridiculous, and that's obviously something that looks very promising for Dark, because we are used to seeing Zerg at least lose 3,000-4,000 more at this point, sometimes even 10,000 more against a player like Clem. Dark has been able to find great fights, but obviously Dark needs more than just finding a couple of great fights, because in the end, if Clem can take control of the top right base, it will always be 7 against 7 bases, unless Dark finds a way to get Clem out of this game on Golden Aura.
Clem is trying to once again respond to the attack rather than being in position, but this time those Widowmines, they popped off even though they were all alone, and the army came in all together too, so it was prepared to slap down those snipes, have the Marauders on the front, and take a good engagement. We do finally have those infestors sharking around with the army though, not particularly cleverly placed, looking for the straight up fungal. They might be able to find it. Once again, it is the common zone of attack. Clem is finding himself a little underprepared there. The infestors pop out. They don't get the great fungal though, and the EMP takes away any further chances. Clem is going to be micring on the right side here, cloaks up his ghost, is going to be looking for the split as well as the Banelands try to make some good connections. You hear those snipes going down, but the ghosts are also starting to fall. Dark is cracking at least some of these command centers, some of the army trading, but he doesn't fully crack the Terran's bases. 3rd CC will get back up and running, 4th is fine, 5th is fine, and now 6th is fine as a planetary.
Yep, and that's the most important one. I mean, Clem obviously having that luxury to be able to run back to that planetary there towards the end. It looked promising for a while for Dark, but promising is not good enough. If this game just continues to go the way that it's currently going, Clem is going to get more and more comfortable. And Clem is like, all right, you had the bottom left, that's completely fine. Yeah, you mine that a little bit quicker with the gold minerals, but as long as I can mine from the top right, it is okay. And in the end, the Terran army should be able to find some superior trades, even though Clem has not really been able to find them yet. But that's also because Clem needs to run around, and Dark is doing a 10 out of 10 job with rotating his army left, right, center, making it hard for Clem to be in the correct position. But the deeper we go into the game, the easier it is for Clem, where it's like, all right, this is my army, this is the base that matters, and then Dark is going to have a much more difficult time to find similar fights and find similar success in some of the fights that he's been currently finding.
Absolutely correct. If this is the way the game is going to go, eventually Clem isn't going to care as much, shall we say, about perhaps more of the bottom left of the map. It's going to focus a lot on the top right. He's going to still have a bank that's, remained bigger actually than Dark's when it comes to the gas. Certainly is important. And then he's going to be able to just stay there and again say, you come to me, you try and break me, which Zergs can't do unless they are so ahead on the resources income, which Dark just has not been. And now we've got some more Sharky boys looking for the start of the fights. Clem must be wary of this. He is indeed. Scan comes down, EMP as well, and Clem is getting prepared for the fight. Dark still wants to initiate though. He still wants to go for it despite not having those fungals, but I think that is a no-go zone as the Viking count is incredible and the Liberators also get sieged up. One parasitic bomb will be very effective. We got to get a split right there, but then it does not kill all the Vikings. The split eventually happens and the snipes are still coming down.
Yep, the ghost count is high, the Viking count is high as well, as the Liberator is sieging up in the bottom left side to rain some justice from above, and Dark's honestly starting to look, I think, running out of options. Like, we need to get something magical going, but that scan by Clem on the Infestus is big. That EMP was almost as quick as the scan. I don't know how he did that, but it landed before the scan animation sound even went off, as Clem now has a couple of Marines and Marauders in the top side of the map as well. Dark does still have a crazy amount of Zerglings out on the map. is still a maxed out Zerg, only has 200 gas, and Ling's alone zombie grub. I think we all know that is not going to do it unless we have magical spellcasting, but these Widowmine shots are starting to get bigger and bigger for Clem. A while ago they lost the same amount of resources, now Dark has already lost 3,000 resources more, and I have the feeling that that number is only going to increase.
Yeah, absolutely. Clem is well set up on his important bases with SimCity, with the planetaries that also now have both of their upgrades, even missile turrets to help out against the Vipers, Corruptors, and those Shark Infestors. So Clem is just super well set up to play this type of game. Dark has not done enough damage, has not stopped the Terran from taking these important bases, because that's usually where Golden War gets very difficult for a Terran, is taking the corner bases. It spreads them out too thin. Dark did try his best to abuse that, entering into the middle of the map, into that natural. It just never was good enough.
The funny thing is that Dark only has 47 drones left, which means that his army supply is now actually bigger than Clem's. Normally it's the Terran who has down a couple of workers, so Dark is going to go for it again. There are going to be some massive explosions though here, but often it only goes well until you run into a planetary fortress, because planetary fortresses just don't die against Lings alone, and that is such a safety anchor for these bio units to run back to. Dark is starting to breach the natural a little, but the Liberators are still there, and that honestly was a lot more expensive for Dark than it was for Clem.
Absolutely. Dark not able to replace the units particularly fast, although his mineral bank is fine. He's still not maxing out on pure Ling with so few larvae. That is currently his problem. Not that 100 Lings might add enough here. Clem very comfortable at 170 supply. Dark knows it. Clem will grab game number 3 and take the lead once more.
Clem wins on Golden Aura after not necessarily the best start that he's had in any of these 3 games so far, but managed to slow things down in the mid game and kind of felt that Dark had opportunities for himself, taking control of the bottom left and top right at the same time. But that's only really valuable if you actually saturate it, if you actually start stealing some of these resources away. Even if eventually you end up losing your drones there, you end up losing the hatchery, that's not that big of a deal if you already took out some of the resources. But Clem does not care if Dark has a hatchery there for 15 minutes, as long as those minerals are still there to be mined later by the Frenchman.
Yeah, I feel like there's a momentary heart attack as you maybe look at the minimap and think, oh my gosh, how many minerals are missing? And you look and it's just an annoyance that you have to kill. And then it's like, oh, that's totally fine. I'll get around to that a little bit later. And Clem did. Clem chose the right moment to start spreading himself out to that top right base. That is where it gets the scariest for the Terran. And Dark did try and abuse that exact problem. It just was never good enough again. It got close. There was a couple more moments where maybe if those fungals did land or the Lings did get us around or Clem was a little more away from the defense, that Dark would have gotten better trades, Lings into the main, so on and so forth, but it did not happen. And I think Dark actually saw the writing on the wall probably after the 4th or 5th time that he entered into that natural and wasn't able to do the damage.
No, also kind of sad that we only really had one Nidus attempt. Like the main base of Clem was actually kind of wide open, had a single missile turret there, but often didn't leave any units behind. I kind of would have liked to see Dark just try a little bit more. And I know it's very difficult as a Zerg to get vision in that main base, but in the end, Dark just kind of kept trying the same thing over and over again, and it obviously looked promising from time to time, but I don't think Clem was ever like on wobbly legs or anything. Like Clem was always there and always a planetary to run back to, and it's like, well, one base at a time, this is going totally fine. And in the end, it went fine for the Clemperor.
And now we move into hard lead. In the bottom right, now down a game, he is the Red Zerg for DKZ, Dark.
And in the top left side of Heartland, we are looking at the main base of the man who's now 2 maps away of realizing that lifelong dream of lifting a trophy in front of a passionate StarCraft 2 audience. This is Team Liquid's Clem.
Earlier this year, we had Solar finally able to lift the GSL trophy after so long. That was the narrative we chose when Clem versus Solar happened. I wondered if Clem would actually be the one to take him down to absorb that power and finally get his trophy lift. And it is seeming more likely than ever as he leads the series and looks ultra confident in this matchup.
Yep, and this is also a map where I feel Clem shines. Even in some of the series over the last few months that he's been losing against Serral, Heartland Hardlet often went his way. Hardlet went his way early today as well. We also saw different Terran players find some success on this map. Olivera, for instance, yesterday against Serral too. This is kind of a must-win at this point for Dark, because Lou falling down 1-3 in this best of 7 against that French kid that has all the momentum in the world. That's just honestly playing a fantastic tournament. Also in the beginning of the tourney already, we saw him on Friday in that winner's stage, getting the best of some Korean Terrans in TVT. That's something that definitely wasn't always the case in the past, but Clem has once more leveled up. It's been a long time coming. He's close, but he knows that he's not there yet. As Dark, obviously, with all that experience, probably not ultra concerned yet, but will know needs to either step it up or just do something different, a bit wilder, a bit crazier, whatever it is, because he cannot continue on the current trajectory. Game 1 and Game 2 just bad starts. Game 3 an alright start, but then just never even getting close to killing Clem. Dark will know that he needs to switch it up.
Yeah, which he has a lot of options to do so. I mean, he's not going to be throwing any of these proxy hatches that he might in some other tournaments, but again, some of the more fearsome roach pushes in the mid-game, or perhaps even trying to really push the pedal to the metal as far as that Ling count and catch Clem. Not expecting a bigger Ling run by, as the Reaper does barely survive. I wasn't even sweating it, that's why I wasn't talking about.
Clem Reapers never die, unless Ling speed is on or Clem has just had enough of it, but reminds me of one of the interviews we did once with Clem, and I believe in IEM Katowice, where the ESL crew did a great job in sitting the players down and answer funny questions. But like, Clem, if you could be any unit in StarCraft 2, which one would you like to be? And a lot of them went for something cool that flies or something that's invisible, and Clem is like, the Reaper. It's really annoying. And I think that really shows as well how much fun he has with the Reaper in the early game. Not just in this matchup, by the way. Clem is capable of being just as annoying against Protoss players as well.
Yeah, he is. And it's happening right now. Another drone gets popped up there, and the Reaper will live. Speed is done, and we do have Lings on the field, so the Reaper can't be too aggressive, but those Lings are currently on Clem's side of the map. They are maybe looking to enter in the natural when they see those Hellions leave. The Overlord is there postured to see exactly that. So yep, that's what he was waiting for. And a couple of SCVs might just go down. Actually didn't focus fire the SCVs, making sure primarily to get the Ling on the high ground to get the scout.
Yep, Dark just wanted the scout there. He's close to getting a single SCV, and in the end feels that it's more important to keep these Lings alive. It's actually funny now, this is the first time in these 4 games that I feel we have a few random Lings early on trying to go for a tiny bit of a run by, which is something we saw a lot in our other TVCs. There's like groups of 6 Lings, 8 Lings, 10 Lings running into the natural. We haven't really seen that a whole lot yet in this Grand Finals.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Clem's tech lab on his starport was scouted, but we can see that he's not actually using it for the starport production. So that's what Dark was able to see, just barely. He might presume that to have either, Cloak started up in Banshees or even a Raven, which Clem doesn't usually add, but can be a thing. Nope, and it's not going to be used at all. So I don't know if Dark's going to overreact to that, and by overreact, I mean get a couple of Spore Crawlers that he ultimately doesn't need for Banshees, but are still useful against Liberator harassment.
Yeah, especially against Clem's Liberators, because Clem is not the kind of guy to just siege his Liberator up and then don't look at it anymore and give up. Clem is going to siege and unsiege it over and over again. I've heard a certain Italian Zerg complain about it a couple of times, that it's literally the most annoying thing in the world. So having a Spore or two, even if it's not for the Banshee, to help out against the Liberators, not that bad for Dark.
This is the map where Dark brought out the 1-1 Rocholin versus Cure, I'm pretty sure. But more importantly than the map, it's the situation. It sounded like Dark was just going to kind of frustrated with how things were going. He was afraid he was losing a little bit of momentum. And he decided, I'm just going to go ahead and go for the kill. And that worked especially well because Cure wasn't expecting it, but it also is a way to gain the power in the mid-game. No doubt the Terran has to respect you if you are doing the 1-1 Rocholin. I am bringing it up because Dark is a little bit on the back foot. He just lost that last game, down a game and all that. And he is adding on a Roachborn, so it's always that threat.
Yeah, but double Evo Chamber going down as well on the side of Dark, as Dark has taken that center hatchery and is temporarily preventing this command center from landing. But in the end, since Clem only lost 2 Hellions so far, that is obviously not going to take very long. It makes me wonder, does Clem have some Evo intentions with these Hellions, or are we just going to keep them alive for as long as possible, push back the creep tumors a little bit? Because he may be looking back at Hecate and be like, man, if I would have just survived with those Hellions, if those Hellions would have been at home and those Banelings wouldn't have blown up 15 SCVs, maybe I would have been up 3-0 by now.
Yeah.
And Clem might feel that he doesn't actually need to take crazy risk with the Hellions, as long as he just keeps good control, as Dark is firing up a lot of roaches, and the Spore is going to move, but the Living Ray is going to move, and then the Spore is going to move, and the Living Ray is going to move, but it seems that Clem is actually getting the best of that little dance, as Dark was focused on the Hellions there for a split second.
Exactly. It's the Liberator move and the Hellions move, and the Liberator moves and the Hellions move, and the Zerg is the one that's reacting to it. Not exactly sure where everything's coming in, but Creepshot actually is pretty decent, so he does have a heads up against the Hellions. The Roaches are obviously out helping too. Now, Clem, he saw the Roaches. That was his reveal, I believe. Now he does really need to worry about that 1-1 Roach all-in, because this time around, that is exactly what Dark is going for, looking to take advantage, perhaps a bit of a shorter push point, hoping to find Clem building Widow Mines and not tanks, and hoping this gives him control over the game. But Clem is building tanks. He is wary of this possibility.
Yep, Clem has 3 tanks already. He's currently working on tank number 4. That doesn't mean that it's going to be easy, because Dark is still going to show up with an insane amount of roaches. Just made 9 overlords, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. He's going to build roaches until he's maxed out. What Clem needs to do right now is properly space out the tank. You can always get a bunker or two, try to get a good heads up, but it's feeling that Clem already knows that this is happening. Everywhere Clem looks, with the Viking, with the scans, all he sees are roaches. I think he knows exactly what's coming, Zombie Grub.
Double scan from him really is the cherry on top. I think he was already pretty sure of it, but he just wanted to make absolutely sure, and those would certainly do it. No infestation pit, not a tremendous amount of drones, and more roaches being produced from the larva. 1-1 is done for Dark. He's breaking down the rocks to give him the fastest push point from his reinforcements to Clem's third base. But this is one hell of a prepared Terran. He's been building tanks from the get-go. He knows what he's up against. He's even got that bunker to help out. Hellbat's helping with the defense as well. Roaches come in with the biggest concave they can get, but that's a lot of tanks to take down. A lot of Marines piercing through the roaches, looking for the Ravagers, but Dark is going to push through nonetheless, trying to actually make this work. Another tank barely being repaired in the mineral line. There's so many corrosive piles, and Clem is going to stem forward to chase down the remnants of Dark's army.
That looked promising for Dark there for a split second, but Clem with a clutch repair, and that's one tank in the middle line, and don't forget he had that safety tank on the high ground as well, so the closer that Dark was coming to all those tanks, the more tanks started participating in the fight. I don't think Clem quite expected that many roaches and Ravages to come in from the right side, but I love how quickly he pulled back all these bio units, and Dark, even though he's still up in supply, is in serious trouble here, because Clem did build a 4th base during all of that. Clem did fire up +2 attack and +2 armor for his units, and what can Dark really do? Like more of the same Lair Tech Zerg? I mean, he got the best of Classic with Lair Tech Zerg, but that's a different matchup, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, very much is. Usually this would be the point in which the Zerg tries to transition out of pure Roach Ravager. They add on the Baneling Nest, they add on the Infestation Pit, and Dark, more than anyone else, has practiced with that, I do believe, and I have always said that he's one of the best in those positions. But it's not happening so far. He is just getting remaxed again, perhaps fearing the possibility of a counterattack, or I think more likely he wants to keep up the pressure. He wants to make it so Clem doesn't feel comfortable doing well, maybe something exactly like this. Double medevac drops into the main base, finding Dark a little underdefended. Lings have responded, but unfortunately that might not be enough. The Lair is the target that Transfuse is trying to come through, but it's not going to be good enough as Clem snipes the main base.
Lair Tech Zerg becomes Hatchery Tech Zerg, and that just means things go from bad to worse for Dark. Dark knows that he's in all sorts of trouble, but he still has an army, and you always want to try. We've got +2 missile attacks and +2 carapace kicking in the near future, but that is going to be it. Dark is not going to stay in that game a whole lot longer. Dark will look at this and say, all right, I'm maxed out, I'm going to try for it one more time. It's now or never.
It's now or never to actually bring back the series to an even point, but it's looking like it's not going to be this game. Dark is going to fall even further behind. If he cannot beat Clem's third base, then he cannot. Clem even pushing him back in the process. And Dark probably scratching his head, wondering what the heck else he can do. Clem is no longer at a point where he can be surprised by a secondary or tertiary all-in. He has the army, he has the upgrades, he has the tank count, and he has the knowledge.
And he has sniped the Lair, so he knows there is nothing really to worry about. Dark is going to try one more time. A popular saying in StarCraft is, look at these two plies, and they will think that this game is close, but Clem knows that it really shouldn't be all that close. Dark knows it's not all that close, but he's still going to try. Roaches, Ravages, +2 attacks. He can get 1 tank, he can get 2 tanks, but unless Clem massively fumbles, this should never go Dark's way.
No, it will not. Dark down to, well, quite a few Ravagers. That is an impressive number, 18 of them. That's a lot of Corrosive Biles, but it's also a very soft army composition. That is going to be jumped on by Marauders and taken down if it does not have the Roach buffer, which it no longer does. Dark is attempting to at least continue on with the game, but I don't believe he still has remade the lair, so I actually don't. I feel like he's also kind of like, well, maybe yes, maybe no, but I also forgot that I don't have a lair. So the hatchery's on the way. He's looking to move his drones over, but he really has no second plan here. It's just attack, attack, attack.
Yep, he's going to continue attacking, and at least until the +3 upgrades kick in for Clem, maybe the Ravagers can shine. Ravagers really are pretty damn good against Bio. It's something that can only work for so long. Clem's army is going to get bigger, better, stronger. Dark knows that unless Clem once more massively makes a big micro error, absorbs a lot of Corrosive Biles, this current army of Dark is not going to be good enough. So he does restart that lair. He's going to build more Roaches. We've got +1 melee on the way now as well. It's just, it feels like an unfair fight. You're looking at it, you're like, well, both players are maxed out. But Clem is heading to his dream destination, and Dark is heading in the opposite way of where he would like to go.
+1 melee is really all it could get. You know, there's not many other options without that lair being done. He could also be at least adding on the Baneling as to time it out for some difficult hooks, but he isn't. He is once again, however, going for that third base. The tanks were left a little bit alone, so many of them are falling. Dark hoping that this could be the maneuver to net him a victory, as there's not enough reinforcements from Clem to stop the Ravagers from entering into the natural. But Clem, the reason he doesn't have an army back at home is because he's also in his opponent's natural. It's a good old base trade as Clem is forced to live up to his main, where yet another tank lies to defend against the Ravagers.
Yep, that's that early game tank that was able to get a lot of shots off. It is now going to be dropped to the low ground. I mean, kudos to Dark for making something happen here, but he's obviously taking a severe beating on his own side of the map. And these Ravagers, in the end, will get cleaned up. But he's +3 Marauders right now. A couple of Ghosts in the mix too, and it's Clem who takes the 3-1 lead in the grand finals of the ESL Winter Championship, and is 1 map away of doing what we all knew he was capable of. It was never a question of if, it was a question of when Zombie grew up, and it's starting to look like today is that day that Clem can finally get the job done at a big offline event.
That's 100% correct. Oceanborn could be our final battleground. If Clem is able to take this one, that'll be it. He'll stand in front of the audience and lift that trophy. He is looking so darn good in this matchup. He had the macro game. He's got the micro. He tripped up maybe a little in the second game, and that's all right. But for this game that we just witnessed, we also saw that brain at work. He was wary of the potential of a 1-1 Roach all-in. He knew that Dark brought that out against Cure. He knew that could be brought at any moment, and he was so freaking prepared for it.
Yep, and that's that experience that we were talking about for Clem as well. Sure, Dark has a ton of experience and way more seasoned than Clem is, but Clem has obviously been taking notes of some of those big events that he went to over the last 18 months. He knows that he has the skills to hang in there, to make finals. If it doesn't go your way, then you go back to the drawing board and you're like, all right, where does it go wrong? Which mistakes have I made? And I think Clem is just really in the zone. It's not just that his micro is good. He is thinking about every single thing that happens in the game. He double checks, he triple checks, and yeah, he couldn't really be much more prepared than what he was. And he was actually playing with so much confidence too, because you could have said, Clem, you don't really need an extra command center there. You could drop another bunker. You can maybe space it out a bit more, but it felt Clem had a soul read on the situation. He said, no, I know how this goes, and I will be fine. And got a little scary after he lost 3 tanks, but the clutch repair and that safety tank on the high ground were in the end good enough to keep all the SCVs safe, the 3 bases safe, and obviously put him in pole position to bring the game home.
Obviously, there was a lot of action with the Ravagers pushed into the third base. Thank you, audience, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Atlanta.
But, you know, that tank repair. Yeah, that's right, Crouch here, Yeah, Dark's actually taking a bit of a moment here, guys, by the way. But that tank repair was actually so cool. It was off in the very corner of the camera, but that also tremendously helping out Clem. I think he's just being told that his opponent's taking a break. And Dark needing a break, well, that's obviously is right, and he does that all the time, but also wondering if he is hoping somehow in the 3 minutes he can figure out a way to bring his game up to snuff, or he can figure out what the heck to do against Clem to get Clem feeling a little less confident.
Yep. Clem obviously brings a lot of different problems to the Zerg table if you approach it from the Zerg point of view, where there are certain things you can get away with on some maps, but not on all. And the next one is going to be Oceanborn, and that kind of strikes me as a map where Clem in general is not going to be in all that much of a hurry. There are plenty of bases to take, and we really see that he has been playing a serious amount of SimCity lately. I don't know if they've got any esports tournaments on Big Rob, but the SimCity community has to be worried because Clem might start entering their tourneys as well, because he has PFs and orbitals and sensor towers and missile turrets in all the right places. And no matter how scary those Zerg armies look, it's like there is no good engagement. It's not in the top right, not in the center, not in the bottom left. It just feels that every single engagement a Zerg can take at a certain moment becomes hell against this kid.
If there's an Excel tournament that happens, I can guarantee you there's a SimCity tournament. And it would be won by Clem. Absolutely. Now we are finally ready to go for what, again, could be the last map of this grand finals, as this man is down on his last life. Clem here is now feeling as confident as ever. Just one more victory, and he will raise the trophy in front of our best crowd yet. Thank you so much, guys, for being here late into the night. Let's get the cheers going as we enter into Oceanborn.
Oceanborn it is for Game 5 of this Grand Finals of this absolutely amazing tournament. It started off with 48 hungry, eager and hopeful nerds. In the end, it comes down to these two. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of one of the best Zergs to ever do it. This is Dragon Kaizi Gaming's Dark.
In the top left in his first Premier Finals, and now one game away from lifting that Premier trophy, he is the Blue Terran for Team Liquid, Clem!
What a weekend it has been for Claymore. Obviously started his journey on the Friday morning with a 2-1 victory over Classic. Wasn't totally smooth sailing, but in the end brought it home. Then he had to play TVT, and that's often where Clem struggled. I mean, I'm sure you've had the question plenty of times as well on your streams or the other adventures. Why doesn't Clem win big international tournaments? Well, in the past, it was often TVT that held him back. There are some great Terran players in Europe, but it's not the same as we have over in Asia, where you've got Cure, Beyond, Bonnie, Oliveira, and many more guys like Gumio pushing their TVT to a whole nother level. And it's just difficult for someone like Clem to get up to that level. But it seems as time went by, and I don't know, maybe he studied more, maybe it's a bit of the meta change as well with the Neil patch, that Clem's TVT got to that level. And that is also what perhaps allowed him to advance straight into the quarterfinals after winning a TVT against the Gumi God on Friday afternoon. And here we are. Couple quarterfinals later, a semi-finals later, Clem taking the 3-1 lead in the grand final.
Pushing every offline tournament a little bit further, proving every critique wrong as well, as Clem did manage to take down the greatest Korean TVTer in Maru at the last tournament in Riyadh. Now he is looking to take down one of the greatest Zergs to ever play the game, one of the oldest players as well, with so much experience, starting his career back in, I believe, 2012 on the Slayers team as one of their sniper Zergs. Now we have a little dance going on as we expect. The SCV runs away from the drone. Now the drone wants to run away from the Reaper, but at the end of the day, the ring around the Rosie will be won by the Terran.
Yep, that's big. And if you guys are somewhat new to StarCraft, you're not exactly sure, you can only morph your drone into an extractor if there is nothing blocking that from happening. So Clem is basically putting his SCV very close to it. You can press hold position on it as well. Dark knows that, so he's trying to kill the SCV there. Clem does a great job in keeping it alive and also preventing the drone from morphing into an extractor. It seems that a single Marine did get picked off there in the center, as one low HP SCV is going to fall on Clem's side of the map. Second SCV getting stuck. Clem may be feeling some of those jitters right now.
Pretty sure he thought the Ring Around the Rosie game was gone, but now it's turning the tag, and he has lost the game here. 2 SCVs and a little bother, a scout as well from the Ling on the high ground, which I think is pretty complete even, as the Clem's really been shy about showing his build. Okay, not quite complete, doesn't see the third CC. You can also somewhat tell from the lack of supply depots at the front. Oh, hey, well, there you go. Now you know everything.
I was like, I'm gonna do the same thing that I've been very good with. Deal with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Dog's like, oh.
Probably still like, oh, I was really hoping you were 2 base all in.
Yeah. Come on, Clems, those 2 base all-ins are really good against me, man. I promise you should give it a shot.
Exactly.
I was like, I don't know, man. Yeah. Clem with his first 2 Hellions on the other side of the map, as once more he has opted to go for the Liberator first. So we're going to get that bombo combo of Hellions and Liberators, and we can't forget about that opportunity that presented itself on Hecate, where a Liberator sieged up and that forced Dark to pull the drones away. And once you pull those drones away to an unprotected area, that's where those Hellions of Clem can show up. And obviously 3 Hellions, 1-shotting drones is all it takes for a game to go from alright to a straight up nightmare for the Zerg immediately. But obviously Dark should be aware of it, should keep track of these Hellions, and hopefully will not take too much economic damage here in the early stages of Oceanborn.
No, not so much. Just losing a creep tumor, which is still very annoying. The Hellion's going to pair up now with that Liberator harassment, which Dark's been pretty good about defending against, if not, I mean, yeah, basically good to great is what we've been seeing here. Lair coming down for Dark. A couple of gas is being added on rather quickly. Clem with the harassment is also going to be on the lookout for the scouts, of course. Third hatchery, not usually where you see a lot of the technology, but hoping to find a little bit of an unexpected Liberator siege up. Doesn't find any drones.
Yep, so far so good for Dark, but Dark obviously knows that the worst is yet to come, as Tim is now 60% done as well. Dark again dropping a Baneling nest here, somewhat early. I'm actually surprised by the amount of Ling Bane we've seen in this matchup, in this tournament, because once this match went through, I was like, the Baneling's dead, completely useless. You're never going to connect with a single Marine again. It's like, okay, we know it's not going to be that bad, but I feel like we've just seen a lot of Banelings in this matchup over the last few days. Sometimes successful, often not that successful against Clem.
6 Overlords at once coming out for Dark. I mean, I guess he's not doing, he might as well, I suppose. Big old bust out of the supply, as he is just building drones. Usually you would see that maybe preempting the Roach max out, but this is the game where we don't actually have a Roach Warren. Liberator will find a Queen and a couple of drones after, as that Spore is still not done. And that's exactly what Clem grabs. He's comfortably moving over onto his third base. He's got his 1-1 upgrades on the way. He is building tanks first. He is not going to play it loosey-goosey with Widow Mines first against Dark, even though in this particular game, it would have been fun. It would have helped his first push as well.
Yep, and that's obviously how Clem loves to play. Ideally, he never builds a tank, but we saw in that previous game on Hecate, yeah, there are many scenarios where you just need tanks, and often more than one. So Dark is going to be able to get up to 71 drones rather quickly, as the grenade is going to bounce the Queen off creep, but there are different Queens showing up from the right side that will drop not one, but a double transfuse, as Dark is going to show up here at the third. The tank on the high ground is nice enough, but it's going to deal a lot of friendly fire to the SCVs. So this tiny Ling counterattack gets 8 SCVs. I don't hate that for Dark at all, as long as he doesn't take any damage on his side of the map.
And that is the question. Hellions are out, but more importantly, we got Marines on that left side looking to enter into the fourth base. The Liberator also does get sieged up. Hellions still being controlled, but yes, this is really what we want to look at. The medevacs aren't here. The medevac turned around to deal with the Ling run by, but it looks like these units are safe enough to be aggressive, and now the reinforcements have come. The tank anchoring as well, looking to shoot down these still slow Banelings, but there we go. Centrifugal Hooks is done, and now the Marines have got to get out of there.
Yep, the Lings and Banelings will surround that tank. The Marines are very low on HP. Combat Shield is about to kick in, and the second medevac showing up as well is going to give a bit of extra healing power. Dark still needs to be careful, because Clem is paying attention. He is capable of cutting down 6 or 7 Banelings, even off creep with Baneling speed. He is going to be fine there. A very quick hive on the side of Dark, and also quick burrow. you know, Zombie Grub, that I love me some burrowed banelings in this matchup.
If you say you don't love burrowed banelings,
You're a hater.
well, you're probably the Terran that just lost to him. So.
Or Rain.
Yeah, that's the only reason. That's the only time. Otherwise, we love to see it, and certainly if you are cheering for Dark to make the comeback, then you got to be cheering for some juicy baneling hits, whether they're just straight up or on the burrow. Now, Dark does get some nice hits to send those medevacs away with the Marines. But Burrow on the way, Hive on the way. Could have those fast ultras coming in too. Clem, he's also macroing up totally fine, totally great. 2-2, a little bit late though, if we're going to be critical. His armory was not done at the time it should be.
Because he actually had 1-1 slightly quicker than Dark. And we can see on the production tab that Dark and Zuko upgrades are already on the way. Clem is going to fire up Drilling Claws. 8 minutes and 35 seconds into this game. This Hive is about to finish up. And obviously if Dark can just get a couple of very quick ultras, these Marines are going to be a lot less successful. Clem was a little timid in the last 30 seconds of taking some of these fights. That I feel that if Clem is very confident, if he's vibing, he stands there and he guns down every single baneling. Kind of feels like he's a little bit off his rhythm, or Dark is just always one step ahead.
Yeah, either one, but Clem is still trying to get some aggression going while ultimately building up the macro game. With Clem being pushed away a little bit, we do have those burrowed banelings being set up on the ramp, the choke points. Now Clem, once he gets burrowed baneling bombed once, he will be scanning ahead, but it's about that first one. How juicy are these going to be? Or he just scans there. All right then.
Will he now scan in the bottom left side as well? If he does, nope, he does not scan in the bottom left. So Dark does get a couple of connections there. I mean, that could have gone a lot worse for Clem. But as you said, this is obviously a big moment for Clem, because from here on out, you know that you gotta be careful everywhere you go. On creep or off creep, it doesn't matter. There is danger around the corner. Dark is doing all of this, by the way, of 78 drones. Like, that's not bad, but it's also not that crazy overwhelming Zerg economy that we are used to. That kind of means that if Dark does not completely smash fights, he's going to be in trouble immediately, because this is kind of the way that high-level ZVT works.
Well, Liberator sieging up the 9, more mining as Dark comes in here with his Lings, trying to get those baneling connections. Whoa. Tanks aplenty though as we pull back, and Clem is going to keep this position. Dark's gonna need to regroup. He's coming in once again without the Vipers, without the Ultras. They're coming in a bit late, but he will take out the tanks, and if he's got some banelings, he'll take out the Marines as well, but that is the question. Here we go, more banelings sniped down, because of course they would be. Clem with the Marines, still going strong. Will eventually pack up, or will he? 2 more banelings get sniped before he finally decides he's got to get out of there. But now we see Clem in action. He is on both sides of the map trying to find that damage. And Dark's only relief will probably be with these Ultras. The Marines got to respect that.
But he's broke as a joke, and this is where those 77 drones are really going to hurt Dark. The 2-2 upgrades are going to kick in for Clem as well, as Clem has really kicked it into overdrive here on Oceanborn. He is sniping every single baneling that is in his sight, and Dark is on the ropes. He's in serious trouble, Zombie Grub. Just not that rich, not that much creep to work with. A couple of ultras is nice and all, but he needs more than a few ultras. Has lost over 200 Zerglings in the last 2 minutes of this game alone, and he's not done yet, as Clem is just not stopping.
Yeah, the Lings do catch a lot of reinforcements on the left side, and the parasitic bomb does interfere with the medevacs, but still, Dark is in a tough spot. He's got to carry this momentum onto the other side of the map, which is exactly what he's trying to do. Lings it on top of some of the reinforcements, Ultras coming in as well. Whatever he's got, it's thrown across, hoping to find Clem in a position where he cannot defend his production line yet again, but it's not going to happen. At the very least, Clem will protect his main base, although his third will have to be evacuated. Ultras chopping down on more reinforcements as Dark is just pretty much all in over here, right? He is throwing everything he's got, all the reinforcements, into actually breaking Clem.
The problem is there are Liberators and Ultras and Lings, no matter how cool of a units they are, they do not shoot up, and that was just not good enough for Dark in the end. Does get 16 SCVs, but you could see how chaotic that was. We had 7 drones or so showing up of Dark there into the natural of Clem. Obviously not what Dark was looking for. Do we have any tricks left, Dark? Do we have any burrowed banelings? No, we have 0 banelings on the map at the moment. So making 6 more, but he needs a little more than just 6. 4 Ultras, 2 Vipers. That's basically what needs to get the job done here for Dark. Dark knows it, he's in all sorts of trouble, does not want to lose the base, does end up losing the base, still runs up this ramp, but Clem is here with a lot of army, and Clem wouldn't be Clem if we're also harassing different bases.
Yeah, he's harassing the base, he's pulling back his army, he's splitting his medevacs, and the Liberators just going to town as the Queens weren't even on attack command, apparently. Dark knew that that was his one moment when Clem had to retreat. Dark was going to try and push it to a victory, but without winning on Clem's side of the map, it's gonna be Dark who has to tap out. Clem with the 4-1 victory is going to win his first Premier Championship at the ESL Masters Winter.
It's been a long time coming for Claymore. 5 years ago, he was finally eligible to join the ESL Pro Tour, play at some of these big tournaments, and we saw rather quickly that he was going to be a serious contender. He got close so many times. Today, his dream comes true. Your champion is Team Liquid's Claymore.
Clem, your first win at an offline major for so long. This has felt inevitable. Today it has happened. Tell me, what does it mean to achieve this?
That means so much. Winning my first offline tournament in front of this crowd, you guys are amazing, and that feels amazing.
This crowd has stayed extra long. Strikedown is happening around us, but they had to be here to watch this incredible and historic moment. You took out Cyril, the top Zerg as voted by so many of your peers. You took out Dark, who has been in so many finals. How have you done this?
I wasn't feeling too confident in my TVZ before this tournament, but now I definitely feel a bit better about it. I mean, I've been practicing for this so much, and the past few months I was at home practicing so much, and it feels really nice. Yeah, pretty much seeing it pay off on a stage like this. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Well, you talked about what it means to win in front of an incredible, dedicated crowd like this that is so happy to watch this achievement. But there's so many more fans that have cheered you on at all of these tournaments, who have cheered you on online, from home, from everywhere. So what do you want to say to everyone who's supported you to this moment?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you here in Atlanta. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Yeah, thank you to the French viewer. Merci beaucoup les gars, vous êtes géniaux. Merci, merci.
From Team Liquid, your French Terran, Clem, claim your trophy for the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters, Winter 2023.
Almost surreal. Congratulations, Clem, finally defeating an international tournament here. It was almost prophesized. After 5 victories in EU, after walking and having to walk through some of the very best Zergs offline and being able to take this trophy, it is now finally Clem's moment, making StarCraft history. It was 7 years ago a non-Korean Terran was able to win a Premier. It was almost always going to be Clem, and he's finally done it. What a moment here in Atlanta. Amazing, amazing. Final moments. Clem, congratulations. Kat, what a tournament this young man has achieved.
What an incredible tournament. What an emotional little moment that we have here. I mean, Clem really a man of few words, but he's an incredible person and an incredible friend and an incredible champion. And this is as well deserved as it gets. So yeah, let's cheer him on. There's really not that much to say. I mean, this has been a long time coming. This is the Terran champion that we all deserve.
Absolutely. I mean, when he was able to finally get that monkey off his back, finally take Cyril down in an offline event in the 7th try, you knew he had something special. You knew that really it had to be an almost magical, an almost mystical performance from Dark, something beyond whatever we would expect, but instead it's Clem. Finally, Kalaris, finally he gets it done.
It is special. It's a special, special moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Not only has the crowd been fantastic, not only has the tournament been fantastic, the games have been fantastic, but it almost, everything feels right at the moment, Kat's here, with Clem now finally being able to take this championship after such a great year, after being so close and not be able to achieve it here. Out the very last tournament of the year, Clem's done it.
Insane. It's insane, right? Because it feels like he should have been a champion so many times over, but with the COVID era coming in and then his rise alongside it and everything that has happened since, it didn't happen until today, but it is so deserved. And it really does feel right. I mean, we were even informed, people may not know, but we were informed that maybe the crowd would have to leave earlier because like DreamHack is closing and stuff like that, but they ended up letting the crowd stay, and what a magical moment and what a blessing that has been too.
And with that, final thoughts, Beowulf?
You know, it's fitting that we get Old Lang Syne as Clem takes it, because this feels like a new year for the young Frenchman. It finally you do it.
To him, it may feel like a Christmas miracle, but it was anything but, because he earned this victory. He took out the best players in the world, and it is finally time to hail Clem here in Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge thank you for tuning in around the world. A huge thank you to the crowd out there. Everybody, you showing your support for Clem has been phenomenal. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in, and congratulations to the new StarCraft 2 champion. It's Liquid Clem.